Here now. We can cut it back just a little bit. Thank you. It's got that little ring. Well, let the fun begin. Here we go. You know, it's an exciting day. It's a stressful day. It's like, okay, we're getting ready to dig in. And as we get started, I guess we need to officially open the meeting. So as we begin our meeting today, we typically open in prayer, and I don't have anyone that is scheduled. Would someone like to open us in prayer today? Anybody want to do it? Sandy, go for it.
Our blessed Lord Jesus, we thank you for who you are today. We thank you for what you have done for us. We thank you for our community. We also thank you for the opportunity that you have blessed each one of us with to serve. And Lord, may we take being a public servant to the truest sense of the word and realize, Lord, that everything that we do and we say is a display of who you are in our lives. I pray that you'd be with us today, that you'd give us wisdom, you'd give us discernment, give us ears to listen, and help us to represent the people and the city in the best way possible. Be with each one of our department heads. Lord, they have poured so much time and effort into preparing the budget. We thank you for them. We thank you for the expertise you have given them. Give them clarity of mind and speech as they speak and as they present. Be with us today. We ask for your protection, and we ask these things in your Son's most precious name. Amen.
Amen. And let's do the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Here.
Bruner? Here. Mucci?
Here.
Levi? Haverfield?
Here.
Bauer?
Well, good morning. I think we're going to spend a day together and dig through a budget book. And as we get started, I'm not going to say much this morning because I'm going to defer to our team that has worked so hard. I do want to acknowledge the diligence and the excellence that our team here has put forward on this book. Ed has overseen the budget process, and it's been a heavy, heavy lift to transition us into what you guys have before you. And I'll let Doug and Ed speak to that this morning, but I just want to express my appreciation to the team. I don't know if all the council members have met Jamie, so that it's this lovely face sitting right in the middle of these guys. And so Jamie will be replacing Ed and will be overseeing budget next year. It's been wonderful to have her on board this year as a learning curve, and so it's been wonderful. So we have a good team here that's brought forth a lot of just expertise. And again, as I sent him an email over the weekend as I was going back through it, and I just thought, you know, it has been a heavy lift. It's taken a lot of diligence, and it's with a goal of excellence. So our core values of integrity, stewardship, teamwork, and this is really an expression of that. And our goal is that stewardship piece too, but also the integrity and the excellence in all that we do and functioning as a team. So I'm going to be quiet and I'm going to defer to Doug. I think you're kicking us off this morning, and thank you for doing so.
Mayor, you're welcome. Mayor and council. A couple of housekeeping things first. Mayor, you've introduced Jamie Ellsbury. She comes to us from is it Compton, Contra Costa Water District in California. So she has more than past familiarity with municipal accounting and needs, and that's a great plus for us. She will be Ed's replacement when he steps back to part-time in October, I guess 15th now, I think is what it is, right around there. I want to thank her for joining us. Also, we have Chris Ocker, who has been a huge support with Ed in creating and maintaining this new budget book presentation that you have. He's our IT/accounting/ fix-it man, and he's done an awesome job. I also want to express a great appreciation to Ed. This budget book would not have been possible without his efforts. And as I will mention in here, a little bit later. We've gone some, Michelle, maybe you can tell me, and Michelle Camper, how can I forget? Michelle Camper, our controller, I was looking right over her and thinking that she has, without her accurate presentation of historical data, and she finds $1. If it's missing somewhere, she finds it. 50 cents, she doesn't let anything go. She finds everything. But without her work on supporting the supporting foundational data, we couldn't do this budget. But I think, Michelle, how many years have we had the GFOA Award of Excellence for audit? It's been 25, 30 years, something like that? And Michelle's been maintaining that. And so there's an award for when we do the annual, the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Statements audits, just excellence from the GFOA. We have not received that from the budget side. This budget book is a step that direction, a huge step that direction. That's the goal. Both Ed and I have a goal of coming to the city and leaving it better when we step away. So that being said, I wanted to give the mic to a moment for Chris Auker to talk about some page numbering on the replacement pages. And Chris, that's up to you.
Yeah, so in your budget books, we've done some updatings since they've been printed out. So later on in the book, we've added some divider pages to make it a little bit more clear between sections. So you'll see the last three, building services, water and wastewater, they're a little bit, their pages are a little bit inflated on the new pages. So, but on that front piece that you guys got, it should have a little table to help you match the pages where they go. Yes. Did you get the little? It's up to you, but it's meant to replace the pages that are there, yeah.
I think it's pretty spectacular. We only have as few of replacements as we have, given the amount of work done there. So again, a tribute to a very well thought out process. When you're ready, I will move on to a scintillating budget presentation.
And I just want to say, I'm remiss that I did not call out Chris and your work. So Chris, thank you. You've been a great asset. And so I just wanted to also acknowledge you in the budget process. Thank you.
Okay, all right. So the, first of all, I want to thank Mayor, you and the City Council for coming here and spending the day with us. We're working at shortening this. If we have a little bit of success, perhaps tomorrow's meeting is just a truncated exercise to meet the mayor's agenda, but not, maybe we can get through all the budgetary data today. It's highly possible with what we've done and give you some time back. I know that this is time out of your days, and for those of you who have people waiting for them or depending upon them outside here, we recognize this is the burden of service, so to speak, with what you're doing, so thank you. Let me make sure I've got this clicker working correctly. It does. Great. So my budget summary, I will provide you a copy of this after. I was polishing it this weekend. There are a couple of data tables in here that you will want to be able to refer to afterwards. But for right now, I'll just present this. And as we go through, please ask questions if you have them. This is not meant to be just simply a one-way presentation. If I can answer your question at the time, I will. If the answer is coming up later in the presentation, I'll defer and say we'll address that in a moment. But basically, today is going to be consisting of two primary sections. The presentation of the summary and the foundational setup is what I'm going to share with you. That might take a little bit of time. I've never had a budget cycle quite like this in doing 30 years of budgets. We've had HB 389, COVID and ARPA monies. We've had The GPS GI money's coming in and going out. We've had, you name it, we've had it hitting our budget. Union negotiations with the police. We've had every possible dynamic, seems like it's hit this budget scenario. So the explanation is meant to be informative and educational, but interrogatory, where you can ask questions on this as we go through. The guide through this will be to start with guiding principles of how we built the budget.
Doug,
Yes,
let me interrupt you for a second.
sure.
Page 339 is the Division of Building Safety, and on my thing here, it's the Waterworks Division.
Chris, can you come over and help Councilman Victor get that straightened out?
Two different kind of, I'm sorry, Doug.
No, not a problem. Let's make sure you're on the right page. Otherwise, the explanation's going to get really confusing. Good. Okay. And as we go through, when we have a replacement page, Jamie will call that out. This is a replacement page. Make sure you're all on the right one. But while Chris is doing that, I'm just going to go through my brief outline. There's just guidelines here. We'll go through council, what I call council considerations, issues that you need to be aware of in helping to evaluate this budget. Then I will go back to the budget summary, which is in your budget book, and I'll refer back to the exact page. And we'll go through the budget summary that I wrote, and then we'll come back to my presentation here to finish up budget contingencies, health and PL changes, and then talk a little bit about the fire district annexation at the very end of my presentation. Mayor. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's a good idea, Mayor. So, that's a good call. At each page change, Jamie will step in and tell us, go to this page, this is the change, and we'll be able to address that with you. Right. All right. Ready? Okay, let's get into the heavy lifting here. So what we wanted to focus on this year, because it was so complex, is budget transparency. And that's kind of an overused word, but it has special relevance when there's so much going on. The fire district going out, the money coming back in from the GPSGI, the governor's payroll initiative from last year, the wage pressures, the constant change in how we account and policy changes. We wanted to make it transparent. So as you go through the book, listen, I'm wearing my Honest Abe stockings today, you know, so I'm going to be really blunt with you. We're putting things in here so you can see them. We're not trying to hide anything. We want to encourage the dialogue. And even if it doesn't come out the way we expect, we want to encourage the dialogue. Second is budget. We wanted to budget conservatively. That's very important to maintain what we've done in Idaho and Nampa as being conservative, not just, hey, we got some money, let's just go spend like mad. That's not the way we work. And there are a couple of three reasons why we want to do it. We want to control spending. The amounts that are budgeted here are easily identified, and they do require approval, and we want to make sure you have the necessary information to grant that approval. Amounts not spent will flow into fund balance and will be designated as reserves. And then if we do spend them, it comes back to the council to give the appropriate approval. We want to help the city prepare for emergencies. We know we're building a fuel reserve. That's one advanced step. With kind of the fading of COVID-19, maybe Delta variants coming back in, I don't know. But we know how quickly the dynamics of the world can change. So we want to help the city prepare for emergencies. And we were challenged long ago, I believe it was Councilman Haverfield and probably Councilman Skog, a couple of years ago that challenged us to build reserves without increasing taxes, i.e. find it within the existing budgetary structure to save money and put that at the bottom line so we can use it for maybe you call it a rainy day fund, maybe you call it an emergency fund. At any rate, we have some of that in here and we will identify that as we go through. Am I speaking close enough to the mic for everybody to hear? Okay, good. And thirdly, we want to improve the city's ability to react quickly in the face of emergency. So if we have some funds that are designated for an emergency that the mayor could use to respond rapidly, we want to be able to do that. So, but it's all conservative and transparent. And finally, identify the costs of growth and the cause of change. So I had one of our community citizens challenged me a while ago on a statement I made about the cost of growth. And their interpretation was that the cost of growth was fire, police, maybe the visibles. But I would put to you that the cost of growth is much greater than that. As we build a city, I remember years ago, way back St. Luke's, we had Jeff Taylor was doing a presentation on capital investment. He goes, we build a clinic. We spend $10, $15 million building this clinic. We run it for 10 years, and then 10 years later, the chairs are worn out, the equipment's worn out, the building needs refreshing. And if we reinvest in the capital, we don't necessarily get new patients and new doctors. We have to reinvest in the capital to maintain our facilities. Otherwise, we eventually will go out of business. It's the same with the city. When we have increased demand and increased use of resources, it puts wear and tear on our assets, wear and tear on the people, wear and tear on virtually every aspect of the city. That is a cost of growth. The faster we grow, the more we are challenged. Now, inside your book on page 28 is a graph that shows the NAMPA, a kind of a juxtaposed transition of the growth of NAMPA compared to the growth of city staff. And you'll see there's a trend line in there that shows since 2010, we've been on a decreasing trend of fewer staff than the population is growing. So in other words, we're being conservative. We're not hiring at the rapid rate. Like if we have another 1,000 people we move in, we don't hire another one staff. We hire according to our needs. The very last number, the smallest number, does reflect the separation of the fire district, but it's still on a downward trend. We have been doing this for years. There was a little spike upwards in the last couple of years, not spike upwards, but a kind of a level setting as we dealt with some of the employment issues. But overall, the trend line is down. We're trying to be conservative. So, and finally, we wanted to build a budget that would restrict our budgeting costs that have long-term impacts, i.e., it's better to invest in a capital or reinvest in a capital for a one-time cost to produce multi-year benefit than to hire 10 staff which have year after year after year after year costs. So we're trying to be very judicious in how we put our budgets together and not build in future liabilities within the current budget process. So we talked about the council, the cost of growth. Very briefly, in police, the budget for police is up about $2.7 million. So there's cars in there. There's an estimate for union negotiations in there. There's admin wage adjustment. There's a new, I think there's a $50,000 lease for a building for the to provide for police expansion and new vehicles. That's definitely a cost of growth. Streets, when you adjust out for the Amazon monies we got last year, their costs are up $1.9 million. Wastewater is up $29.1 million. That's almost entirely driven by the wastewater treatment plant we're building. So these are costs of growth, but two other very significant costs are going to focus around training and retention of current staff. We are in a situation right now where we have a decreasing workforce. If you recall the presentation Beth Einert gave a month or so ago about the workforce, it's a decreasing workforce, but we have increasing demands. What that's doing, and this is very simplified, what that's doing is making our highly valued and trained employees perfect plums for somebody else to pick and pay a couple dollars an hour more, and then we're back starting over again, either having to retrain. To a certain extent, you kind of expect that. But we're seeing it happen every single week, where we're getting critical people getting maybe pulled away from us. So it's a cost of growth that we really can't control, and we need to address it. Wages are just challenging. There's no way around it, and we're trying to address the impact of that. You recall the presentation by Republic. In order to get truck drivers, they had to adjust their staff. They initially wanted to come in with a 0% increase with the new contract, but then they started looking at their wages and going, if I don't pay my people more wages, I'm not going to have truck drivers to go out and pick up the garbage. So it's not just us, it's endemic. Hopefully it's a bubble, but right now this is where we live. And second of all, capital reinvestment and deferred maintenance. Those are the two areas of growth that maybe are less knowledgeable or less clear, but they are definitely causally related to growth. We have to deal with them. Emergency preparedness, we know that emergencies will happen. So we'll put for you today several suggestions on how we can prepare for that. We have done it without increasing taxes, and I will go through that. We have included provisions for emergency and contingency funds that leverage one-time funding increases, not relying upon the increase in repetitive wages or the wages that come in from shared sales tax or property, so to speak. Now, there are a couple of, the whole goal is for us to provide you with the ability to help us make a stable financial future. Finance, admittedly, we look at things from strictly a numerical standpoint. You have to add in your perspectives on what the citizens need. Now, there are a couple of investments that we want to talk about, and Ed will go into more detail, but there are a couple of investments or capital investments where we are at tipping points. Fleet is one of those. As I've told you before, and Ed, we can build a budget on a dime and a couple of matchsticks. It'll be cheap and we might get burned, but we can do it, right? But if we take fleet, for example, and we decide that we want to be a little more long-term looking, we can generate overall long-term savings for the city. But if the upfront cost is too much, or there are other challenges, then you as a council will guide us. So in other words, we need to move towards fleet or move away from the fleet building. Either way, we need to make a decision on where we go. Now, we're at that tipping point where we can't wait another year to talk about this one. Maybe a couple of months in refining the data. And one of the proposals I would put forth as we go through here is to say, if we find something that you agree with or you have question on, my suggestion is we approve it in the budget. Significant expenses do not get authorized, even if they're in the budget, until we present it again to council. So it's like coming forward with with zoning and planning. A lot of times they have to come back to council. Anything significant we include in the budget will not be executed on until we have the formal approval to write that check or make that building with the council. So you actually get two bites at the apple, one to approve it as part of the budget, and then one to be really nitty-gritty as we go down the road. All right, bear with me, there's a lot to do, so I'm trying to be as rapid as I can. Now, let's go on to something that is really going to be very interesting to you. This is, I've never had a budget where I've had revenue streams this positive. And the shared sales taxes, they're up $2.2 million from the FY21 budget, which also means my FY21 actuals are going to come in higher than my FY21 budget. So there's two benefits there. One we've measured, one we don't know what the actuals will be, but I probably have another $1.5 million in extra funds this year already from shared revenues. but those are highly volatile. If we get into a downward economic cycle, anything near 2008, those will fall away. The minute people stop spending, the next quarter we lose the revenues. So that increase is one that could easily go away. Once you have a property tax established, it generally stays unless you have a major valuation change. But even on the property tax side, our new construction revenues are up $1.7 million, $1.4 to $1.7 million from the prior year. I'm estimating, and I'll show you on the next slide, that the total new construction monies, if we valued them and the way we did in the past, pre-HB 389, were $3,265,000 in total. Last year, we had $1.8 million, so it's up 1.7 to 1.5. These are estimates, I need to stress that. I'll probably get the final numbers on this in the next week or two. And this is part of the problem with HB 89. We're asking to create a budget before we have the numbers to create the budget. So it's a little bit tricky. Now let's go into HB 389 for a moment. Oh, yes, pardon me. The interest income is down. Okay. So we have, and I'll be bringing this to council in the next month or so, a revision of our investment policy to help us recapture part of this. We have a very, very conservative investment policy, more conservative than LGIP, which is the state investment source. So, but that's not for today, but I'll be bringing it forward. Because of the decrease in rates brought on by the great source of cash, banks don't want your money. They got enough from the federal government, so they're not going to pay you for it. So you'll have, we had a lot of 3-year investments starting 2 years ago when the rates started to fall at maybe 2 to 3%. Now they're falling off, and everything coming on the books now is 20, 30, maybe 40 basis points. A basis point is a 1/100%. So we're talking 0.2% to maybe 0.4%. The net impact to us is that our interest income will go from last year's $1.4 million down to probably about $600,000 to $700,000 this year. And it's a huge decrease. Now, inflation's coming, so I'm sorry, but it's here. Eventually that will creep back up, but it hasn't yet. And I think it will take a couple of years. Banks will be slow to bring this back up.
Yes, Randy.
Doug, I was going to ask that question. It's kind of a false flag in the sense that interest rates are still down, but inflation is coming. So have you taken that into consideration in this budget presentation?
Overall, we didn't specifically say what the impact of inflation is unless we got to a specific line item like fuel. Cost of fuel increase are dramatic. We have accounted for that. The cost of building in the fleet, they've tried to account for that. The various places we go where we think there's inflationary impacts, we've tried to account for it, but we don't have any one category that says this is the inflation impact. It's kind of broad-based. But inflation does impact our wages. We have a proposal for a 3% COLA, and we're actually, Meridian's doing 5, I believe. So we're trying to keep up, but we're not trying to keep up with the Joneses.
Mayor.
Yes.
Doug, so is this interest income is reinvested, or are we using that part of our budget for use?
No, all the cash that we have, so all of our reserves and our cash from every aspect of the business, from general government to wastewater and various funds we bring in from utility billing, we've got about and we'll address this lightly in another part of this meeting. It is the cumulative interest income on our total cash for the city. We take this interest and we allocate it back to each department based on their pro rata share of the cash. So wastewater and streets, they get a big chunk because they've got a lot of money in reserve. General Gov gets a smaller piece, but it's essentially
So it's distributed back in?
Yeah.
It is, but I think, just following up on your question, is it budgeted?
Yes.
In other words, it's
Right.
which is, this is why this year it's very helpful, because where we're down almost $1 million in interest income, our sales tax revenue is up.
Yep.
So it's nice because we have that shift, and then hopefully, if it reverses, it reverses, and the interest income comes back up when the sales tax goes down. So that's been beneficial
Exactly.
this year.
If we hadn't had the big upswing in the property taxes, the new construction and the shared revenue would be looking at a less pleasant budget. So HB 389, we've heard this over and over again. HB 389 limits our increase to 8%. Currently it's only one way around that 8% limit. That would be if the city or a municipality were to completely forego taking or disclaim any new construction monies or annexation, they could use all of the foregone budget up to whatever limit it was. I don't expect that to make it past to the next legislative session. I think somebody will fix that and make sure we can't do it. But this year you could. Inside the 8%, we have a 3% lift. The statutory portion remains 3%. Or if you have new construction up to the 8%, then you're done. You can't go beyond that. Foregone can be used 3% for capital and 1% for operations. It reduced new construction valuation by 10%. This year, that reduction was $52.8 million. So the total new construction was about $527 million. Net of the 90%, it's like $475 million, roughly. I'm just speaking off the top of my head. And that is what caused us to lose new construction revenues between $0.8 million and $1 million. Again, they're estimates, but that's directional. So let me go into the next slide, which really has some detail on this one. It's pretty clear. In the first column, we have pre-HB 389. Our FY21 base is the same. We'll come back to this. Tax law, state tax law, allows us to use the highest base of the last 3 years in any current year. So this $43,676,000, I'll be able to use that base for determining my 8% for the next 3 years. But in this construction, the new value of construction was $527 million, and using the old levy rate from last year, we would have been able to drive $3.25 million. That's a pretty solid calculatable number. I can pull that one together. HB 389 took the new construction down to 474, keeping in mind we've still incurred all the costs of the $527 million, but we're only getting valuation increase of 474. So what happens behind the scenes is the county will redistribute that differential of $888,000. It kind of goes back under the table to the citizens and reduces their taxes. But we still incur the cost of the new construction. So it's not an increase. This is just they're taking it away from one bucket so that they can give it back. And we have the police, the $2.7 million of police, that's all growth. So what this budget includes is if I use and this is what comes back to the same presentation earlier, if I use 2% of the 3% total to exactly offset what was taken out, our budgetary increase from new construction still stays at $3.25 million on both sides of the equation. There is no increase to the taxpayer. It just says what they take away from new construction, we're going to add back by using a portion of the 2% or portion of the 3%. That's included in the budget. We'll go through what that means in terms of departments in a moment. But more importantly, I want to move on to the next slide. This one's going to take a little bit of explaining, and it's subject to change. And I'm sorry, it's a bit of an eye chart. This is my attempt to look forward, to see what happens in the next 5 years with HB 389. So in the top section, I have the estimated city values of the city of Nampa. So right now, starting FY 22 in the red, our valuation for this year's assessments is $8.9 billion. The levy rate is 0.0055. When I go into FY 23, that $8.9 million starts over the base. I've assumed, and this is where it gets a little more art than science, I've assumed that we'll have a valuation increase next year of 15%. This year's was 25%. And that new construction will be $450 million. We know we won't have Amazon next year, but again, going back to the best comments and to the number of permits, we're thinking the new construction next year will come in very similar to this year's due to the rapid growth in residential. So that puts us at an estimated valuation at the end of FY23 at $10.7 billion. And sleight of hand here, but then I'm going to pause right there for a minute, because in order to get that levy rate of 0.004, I need an estimated tax value. We divide the tax value by the estimated valuation of the city, and we come up with the levy rate. So I come down to my numbers on the second portion of the slide, the bottom half, where I look at the base. We see the same base of 43,676. That's going to stay the same for 3 years. In the next column is the 8% capacity. That's how much we could tax at our maximum if we had 8% of new construction, or if we use 3% plus foregone. At any rate, that's our budgetary capacity. And then I've estimated in decreasing fashion the new construction. I'm estimating it's going to soften at some point in time. 450 this year, 350 for the remaining 3 years. But look at the fourth column, the estimated, the new construction levy, and right there. So the first year is $2.36 million. And that leads over to the base, which is this year's base, 38.5. That's our general, that's our property tax assessment right now. But look at the next year, because we've got a budget of $43.676 million, or actually, it's actually going to be 40.4 when I take the $38.5 million and I add in the next year's new construction of 1.8, I get to 40.4. Divide that into the 10.7 above. This is really confusing, I'm sorry. But that gets to the levy rate of 0.040593. The point I want to make here is because of the increasing valuations and because of the budget stabilizing and decreasing, that levy rate drops substantially. It drops primarily because of the increase in the valuation. If we were at a 2 or 3% increase in valuation, that would be very stable. The problem I want to call out here is that look at the money we get from the new construction, 1.8 million, 1.2, 1.0, 900. We're at a point where as these levy rates decrease, the amount of revenue we get from each new year's construction drops substantially. And that requires decision-making on your part to figure out what should the budget be and what should you be approving in terms of new construction. Now, this is kind of a two-edged sword. If you stop approving new construction, that number gets even worse, but our costs don't necessarily go away. So it becomes a balancing act on how you move forward. The secondary problem is that, now keep in mind, when I put that 1.8, the 1.2, the $1 million, that's assuming in that context we only take new construction. No amount of the 2 or 3% limit is included in there. We could offset that and shore it up by using part of the 3%, but for this presentation, I have not included any of the 3%. So when I go down to the bottom left, in 3 years, we drop off a little bit of a cliff. I lose that 3-year limitation where I can leverage the $43.676 million, and the impact of the fire annexation kind of comes to roost. We see that what happens is, and follow me again, I'm back over on the far right, the $38.5 million, that's our budget levy right now. Each year it increases because of the new construction, 40.4, 41.6, 42.6. So we start climbing the hill again as the new construction comes in. But we fall off a cliff, a small cliff, where in year fiscal 2025, our revenue base falls and the maximum taxing authority I can get to is 41.6. But the prior year, we were making 42.6. I would actually have to decrease our budget at that point. That means I would have to cut $1,022,000 plus be limited by the decrease on the 8% applied to the lower base. We could be in a negative hole as much as $1.2 million at that point, where we get to FY25 and we literally have to cut spending. Not because we want to, but because we're required because of the change of the fire annexation. We got a 3-year window, but it's going to be tough when we get there.
Well, and Doug, isn't it because of, and can you hear me okay? I just took the earpiece off. It really has to do with House Bill 389 and the fact that the new construction now is limited
Yep.
by the levy rate. We, in the history, we've never limited our new construction. We would get to take all of it, and we would be benefiting, and it would, this is where growth funds growth.
Yep.
But as that levy rate goes down and we apply the levy rate to new construction, that's where, when we get to 2025, and you see that we're going to possibly, but it's very likely.
Yeah,
I mean, this is it's a scenario that Doug has done an excellent job in projecting out. There are some assumptions in here, but I think you've done good assumptions because you've factored for a decrease in new construction
right.
and the overall valuation not going up like it has been. And it could stabilize, it's hard to say.
Could.
But with that levy rate going down like it is, and we all talk about you want the levy rate to go down, and we're all excited that the levy rate, and I'm sorry that I'm looking at that screen versus this screen, so I could look at this screen for a minute. So, yeah. Anyway, this is a very important discussion
Right.
to have.
More of your attention than.
The point is that if we see that the revenue is going down on twofolds. One, new construction, and second, when we lose the base from the fire department. The only way to offset that and to help us, there's lots of things could change here, but in this fixed environment, the only thing to offset that is if we leverage a portion of the 3% to prevent us from falling off the cliff in 2025. Now, could things change between now and then? Definitely they will change. I can't predict what's going to happen. But this is as likely scenario as any that I can give in my current form. Now, what I would like to do, and I know you got a question, Gene, is I would like to spend this year, so I'm hoping that you approved what we've got in the budget this year. I think there's good substantiation. I would like to spend this year refining that to really find out how accurate that is. Meet with Steve Onifray, meet with Canyon County, go with them, see what the likelihoods are, and build out a much more robust prediction tool for you to use as city council, so you know when you're making decisions on new subdivisions, what the impact will be to the city in 2 to 3 years when those are eventually built.
I have to say, Doug, just so you guys know, Doug has been meeting with Steve Onifray, and it's on speed dial. He's spent a tremendous amount of time already doing that. So just when you said you want to do that, just know he's been doing it.
Yeah.
And he's done a lot of it, and these numbers are based on that consultation.
Yeah, exactly. So as you make decisions on this year's budget, keep this in mind that the budgetary decisions we make this year, where we have not increased taxes, but we do have some reserves and some contingencies, it will impact the future year's cliff, where we're coming to. Now, that doesn't mean you don't look at something and say, no, I don't think it's a good idea because it's not the right thing to do. In that case, fine, we'll deal with that. But I do want you to understand, be fully informed of what the decisions would be to the city going forward down the road. We do not want to increase taxes on citizens. We're aware of the challenges, and but we also want to have the city be functional. And right now we are. We've got a good employee base, some great people. Anything could change between now and then. The economy could completely turn over. My belief is the economy is going to keep going as long as federal monies are pumping it up. When they fall off, maybe a different story. That's just my personal belief.
Yeah, Mayor Kling, I think my question for Doug is a little bit more of the, not to be sky is falling, because I'm typically more
Yeah.
Pollyanna, but if you can go back to that, would you mind going back to that?
Sure.
We can get short-term memory, and right now to borrow money is really, it's almost free.
Yeah.
In a lot of cases, so we know that won't last. But also on the valuation increase, short-term memory, we had a correction in our housing market during the recession where people
2008.
paid $500,000 for a house that ended up being worth $200,000
Yep.
when the recession hit. So this bill, when we can't take new construction, and if those valuations don't continue at the 15 and 10%.
Deeply troubling.
Yeah, so I think for people listening, we also have to think that this real estate market is a runaway right now, but it likely won't last. Do we set at this new normal? I'm going to say I think it's highly unlikely because I just don't think once interest rates go up, people are going to be able to afford to buy a $500,000, $600,000, $700,000 house. They can't even right now. And so I think that people listening need to understand not only the precariousness of what you're saying with pretty aggressive valuation increase still, but if the opposite happens, what this does to us when we can't take new
It would
construction.
make us in deep trouble. Now, I will say this, that if we go down the road and build next year's budget, and the new construction meets our needs, and we don't need a new reserve, then I would probably come back and say, let's just take the new construction, forego any portion of the 3%, and take just what we need. So I'm not saying that we go down the road next year and take 2 or 1%, I'm saying, let's identify what we need when we get there.
Mayor, follow up. Have you and Steve been able to really look at what this realizes for the actual citizen on a tax savings
Well,
versus?
let me get into that a little bit. This is really a convoluted discussion, and I'll talk about it, but very briefly, you've got property valuations going up, the GPS GI rebound coming in, the fire district going out, and the impacts of HB 389 really make this a messy question. Short answer, from the city's perspective, levies will be plus or minus $20 flat from the city's perspective. Fire district, another discussion, but we'll get into that. Is that, okay. All right, so from here, I'd like to move over to the budget summary in the books, and I believe that's on page 20 of your budget books. If they go up to the top a little bit, Chris. There we go, perfect. All right. So the budget summary essentially is just an extract of all the work that Ed and Jamie went through on creating the budget to try and distill some of the critical factors in here. We have had a comprehensive upgrade of our budget system and capacity. We purchased a system called Gravity, and they have been absolutely stellar to work with. A total turnaround from the experience we've had with Tyler. The Gravity people are very, very involved and invested in helping us get a good quality product, and you're seeing that in front of you. We want to standardize it to make it clear, page numbering throughout, so that you can follow us and ask the appropriate questions and make the appropriate decisions for the city. Operational and capital needs are budgeted by leveraging our limited resources, prioritizing, and comparing the cost and benefit of each budget priority. Here are some of the significant events. And Chris, if you could just keep pace with me as we go down here. Thank you. So we've got the coronavirus aid relief. There were two packages, the CARES Act, which was last year. We still have a little bit of residual monies that we've received from that are appropriately being leveraged. But then we have the ARPA money. And I wanted to make clear that the $8.755 million of ARPA money, we have it, it's in the bank. None of that is included in this budget right now. As soon as we're done with the budget, we're going to circle back and start figuring out exactly how to spend that with your support. But no ARPA monies are included in this budget.
Doug, and I'll try not to interrupt too much.
No.
But I just had that question yesterday about 3 different people as far as when that money. So again, that money can be, that window of time is
Till December 31st, 2024.
24, and that's what I was correct in responding to him with that. The other thing is who actually, even though we can decide, it sounds like from what you just said to a certain extent, who's setting the criteria? My understanding is that money will double too. We'll get another.
We'll get another one next year of 8.755.
So who initially is setting the criteria for us to make decisions?
The federal government are setting the designated areas where we can spend this. Then we have,
And there's no level. State doesn't have anything to do with it?
no,
Goes
not
from
on, not on
from-
this fund. There are
straight
some
from-
monies at the state, but not in this bucket.
So straight from feds to us. And when do we expect to receive, do we have any idea when we will get that criteria?
I think we have most of it. I just haven't had a chance to dig into it and really understand it.
It's there, and the streets department too, well, water, not streets, I'm sorry. There is a lot of the criteria is around water. And there's broadband and other criteria, but Tom Points is actually right now doing the research from a public works side. And so, and then Doug, as soon as he gets done with budget, is going to be digging in further.
Yep.
And then we're going to be having a recommendation, and we'll have a session with council to come with some recommendations on the highest and best use. And then I think there are state dollars that we may be able to apply for additional funds for some of our projects.
There's
The
some other-
criteria is out there.
I think,
So is that criteria public?
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Yeah, we
it's all
can
out
send
there.
Can you sta-
But
Is that
it's
something you can send to me that I can forward to these folks who are asking the questions, who actually know
af-
the criteria is?
in the next, probably next week I can.
Yeah, I mean, not in the next hour.
No, well, just, I'm finishing this up, and then I'm heading out to see my first grandchild in Alabama on Wednesday, so.
I
Wait
can
till-
have
wait
Rick,
till we get back.
Rick, if you would send the ARPA guidelines as established by the federal government out. It's just a federal document. So Rick can do that for you.
And we do know, based on a meeting we had with Senator Agenbrod, there are additional state monies. The state's just not sure how they're going to use them.
And I think the main question these folks are asking is how much and what are the guidelines?
So
those
we,
two questions.
we'll get you, the amount's easy, the guidelines is coming next, but nothing will go forward without appropriate council involvement.
Thanks.
Okay, so then the GPSGI, if you recall, in FY '21, we reduced our property taxes by $8.4 million, and we received an equal amount from the CARES money through the state to fund a portion of public safety labor. That reduced the average property tax for a $350,000 home by about $260. The bill is coming due, and that value's going back up, so everybody's taxed for an average $350,000 home is gonna go up $260. So, in our world, GPSGI comes in, fire district goes out, we're kind of net zero. And when you add in the valuation increases, it's slight increase in property taxes. So that's the perception. Homeowners valuation increased 25%. It's very interesting to note that commercial values went up 5%. Fire district annexation, we deducted, and there's more on this later, we deducted $10.5 million from our levy. That's why I had $38 million in the last slide. The total fire budget for last year was $12.5 million, of which 77% was funded by property taxes and 23% was funded by shared sales tax revenues. We actually took out a little more than I was required to. It was $10.2 million. We didn't want to skimp on this, so we bumped it back up to 10.5 just to be on the conservative side of what we took out. Water treatment investment plan. There are several different ways you can measure it, but spending's increased about $26.2 million. And that's all driven by the facility. So we've got money coming in terms of DEQ loans as revenues for that, and we've got expenses going out, so it increases both the expenses and the revenues. And I want to point out, when we go through our files in summary in just a minute, normally we have balanced the expenses and the revenues. The expenses are $100 million, the revenues are $100 million. This year, we have a little more revenue than expenses. Wherever we have more revenue than expenses, that money will fall to the bottom line, not to be spent until so designated and approved by council. And I'll get into that in specifics in a moment so you know what that is. So we've talked about the revenue trends. You can scroll down a little bit. I'm not going to recap the revenue trends, but let me go into the changes in expenses. We talked about police, up $2.7 million. New patrols, staff, fleet services, vehicles, fuel costs. I think I've got the fuel costs on the bottom there, $294,000. Councilman Hefferfield, a direct impact of inflation and costs. That's going to feed through everywhere and drive additional increases. Increased funding to deferred, I'm starting at the bottom, $271,000, going back up to capital investment and replacement. Capital investments total $100.5 million. That's up 42.7. So if you think about it, our budget goes from 200 million to 232. It's all capital. Once you factor out the decrease in the levy for the fire district, our increase is all capital. We've been very, very good at not adding in costs to the budget. And even though we've had these positive revenue streams, we've maintained the same conservative budgeting principles. Health and welfare plans. I'll get into this in a moment at the end, but we have for the last year and a half, 2 years since I've been here, we have a very healthy health trust fund. It has been growing slightly since I got here. Well, not slightly. It's grown from, I think, $2.8 million, or $2.4 million in total funds to probably $3.8 million. So it's growing. And the problem is that I don't really want it to grow anymore because that means we're charging our employees a little more for the services than what they're getting in benefits. So we're going to take and make our benefits a little more comparable to what the police department receives, almost identical to them. We'll have, if you recall, if your own personal benefits, the out-of-pocket payments are pretty extreme. They're up to $9,000, $10,000, $11,000 depending on personal family. And we're going to bring those back down to $2,000 or $4,000 so that if you do have a family emergency and sickness, your out-of-pocket is much more manageable. It doesn't become catastrophic health care. We talked a lot about that at St. Luke's. What is coverage if it only covers the catastrophe? So, but we're not increasing the premium. So we're increasing the benefits, but not increasing the premiums. I'll take a little bit out of our health trust fund to pay for that, and then we'll measure it as we go throughout the course of the year and make adjustments as we need. Got to sneeze. Let's come out. Would you scroll down? Hay fever is my friend. All right, significant budget assumptions. So HB 389, we've talked about that. The cost of growth, we've been through that. Broad-based wage pressures, I still want to visit that again. It is just a reality of what we're dealing with right now. We have a very high-quality workforce here. People need, with the growing inflation, as been mentioned, and the lack of affordability of housing, we're not trying to solve the problem, but we need to be competitive so we have the workforce in order to sustain the city. And right now, we're kind of being eaten away. Our foundation's being eroded by cherry picking of our highly qualified employees. So we haven't gone overboard, but we're trying to address it appropriately to retain the employees that are critical. Well, all employees are critical, but train them, retain them, and show them value. We do have that's part of the benefits package. Give them more benefits, doesn't cost us anything right now. Let's go down that road. Accumulated deferred maintenance, we know that's increasing. We have more spending, $271,000 more in deferred maintenance spending. Part of this becomes capacity. How much can we do in 1 year? We can't budget it all because we don't have the capacity to do it all. Engineering was redesignated as an internal service fund. Engineering was part of general gov. And 98% of their costs would get allocated out to the departments that used it, primarily public service. So it made more sense to put them into the public service, take them out of general gov, and get a little relief there. We've been through the groupings of funds, but primarily for Councilman Bauer and Councilman Mucci, who were not here last year. General funds are the core of the city. It's the fire and police and the mayor's office, finance, IT, HR, clerk's office. We're the core. We provide services to the rest of the city. Those are general funds. Enterprise funds are the most closely related to a business. That would be the wastewater, water, where we provide a service and we bill for it. Special revenue funds, streets, airport, cemetery, they're dedicated revenues, and they function on that special revenue. And then internal service funds, utility billing, engineering and fleet. We provide an internal service and we bill for it. Capital Projects Fund and Debt Service Fund, which is the GO bond. Let's scroll down. All right, so budgeted cost. Let's look really carefully at this, and then we'll compare the numbers to the revenues. General fund, actually you see the decrease of $10.9 million. That's primarily driven by two things, the decrease in the fire levy and the reorg of engineering out of general gov into an internal service fund. Enterprise funds, $36 million up, primarily wastewater development. Special revenue, we had some one-time monies from Amazon last year and kind of drove the last year's streets budget higher, like $5 million or $7 million. Some of it was passed through, but it still shows up as our budget. So the actual streets funding is decreased primarily due to the Amazon funding one time. Capital projects, increasing $4.7 million, largely due to the impact fee projects in the Parks and the Rec department. Internal service funds up $9 million, primarily due to engineering, some other reorganizational structures. And then debt service, we had a small increase to 47.5. That was just the cost of the refinancing for the two bonds we just finished, the GO and the 2012. So 37 million higher, but not operational costs. They're almost all capital. There are some operational costs, but not much. So you can see the comparison of each of the departments, the general funds there this year to last year. If you want me to pause, I will. If not, I'm going to kind of speed this up a little bit. Let's go down a little more, Chris. So this is what I was talking about, the revenues being different from the funds. You recall that the costs were $238 million, and the revenues $247. I'll go into the specific differences in a moment by fund, but fees and services is up about $7.1 million. There's a decrease in Amazon, but we had an increase in fleet, engineering, wastewater increases that drove those fees higher. Fund balance means we've increased our spending from fund by $4.7 million. This is an increase in using some of our wastewater funds and DEQ wastewater treatment plant loans. Grants and loans are up substantially, almost entirely due to the wastewater treatment. Impact fees, up. Miscellaneous, just licensing, permits, and various other fees. The property taxes shows a net decrease of $7.2 million. And that's the fire district going out, being offset by new construction coming in. And then shared revenues, there's highway revenues, sales tax revenues, liquor revenues, and they're up $1.7 million in total. And then transfers, interfund transfers are basically flat. So let's scroll down a little bit to the graphs. What I want to point out here on these two graphs, on the left is total sources of funds. On the right is general government sources of funds. And what I want to point out is on the right, property taxes account for 60% of our general gov budgets, whereas they only account for 16% of the total budget. Now, the reason this is important is that in the past, legislatures have said, oh, well, property taxes only account for 16%. It used to be 24 until we took the fire department out. But the property taxes only account for 16% of your budget. You can afford a cut. Well, if it's 60% of my general gov budget, any money taken out of there is going to hurt. Let's go down.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I'm the rude one of the council.
No, please ask the questions.
So all this is in our packet.
Yep.
That's the reason we're just not asking questions if we have questions.
I think you should be asking questions. I wanted to give this.
I guess I'm wondering, and you explain things so well, this packet has been done so well.
Yep.
I'm wondering why we're going page by page.
This foundation for these pages, the rest of it will be much more speedy through this packet. This is just a summary of what's in the
I'll stop
budget.
being rude, I'm just,
No.
me, I just like to.
That's why I'm trying to
I
speed it
think,
up.
yeah, and I think one reason why, especially in some of the stuff that Doug just covered, it's going to be the basis for our decision-making. So it's really important that each council member really understands the basis for the approach to why he's budgeted the way we have. So I understand it feels redundant.
But we're
and
almost,
we
we're
can-
almost done.
Yeah.
Let's go down to the next.
Eventually.
He's had too much coffee already.
So just for clarity again, this is how our property taxes are used. We've got 74% goes to general. Streets has, where are they at? Streets 7%, general bonds 7%, park 6%, airport is just less than 1%. You can see that the breakout and the total decrease in property taxes overall of $7.3 million. Let's go down, Chris.
Doug, you might move your mic over since you're looking that direction, just to make
Good
sure
idea.
online. Thank you.
Good idea. The cost categories, this is important. I want this to be clear in here. Personal services is down $6.5 million, primarily based on the impact of the fire department. Last year's labor budget for the fire, I'm just working from memory here, was $7.5 to $8 million. So that drives the majority of that $6.5 million decrease. Operational expenses, even with $300,000 worth of fuel, the operations budget's only up $1 million. And that's across the entire city. That's a very effective control, 1.2%. Capital is up, the primary debt service, and then fund budget balance, which is very small. So let's go down to the next graph. Capital, so we've talked about this. There's your $100.5 million, most of it in public works in the very bottom line. And then building facilities is up. That's up primarily due to our deferred maintenance spending and ongoing projects. Overall, and Parks and Rec is up $2 million primarily with impact fee spending. Let's go down. So the bottom line is I wanted to think very briefly revisit and share with you just the property tax impacts. GPSGI adding back $8.4 million. HB 389, it has the $125,000 homeowners exemption, but it's really hammering our ability to leverage our new construction. Valuation 25%, commercial 5%. Fire district annexation down 10.5%. New construction, we would have added $3.3 million directly in that. With the new legislation, the estimate is $2.3 million. So we're passing through the decrease to city property taxes for annexation. We're trying to be conservative on our budget. And the net result is what Ed will go through. Now, I have one other section to go through to provide a little clarity with Ed's budget. And I'm just going to hit the highlights. This is back to my presentation, and then I'll turn it over to Ed for the budget. This is why I said you needed lots of caffeine this morning, because it's all finance talking. Yeah.
I want to just say one other thing real quickly before you start here, in response to your concern about being too detailed and going through. Because this is live streamed, our citizens, probably have not read through this. And it's important what we say today. Because of the live stream and the archiving of this video, this piece is really important because this is how our citizens are going to know what we're doing and the basis of the reasoning why. So while it is a little bit repetitive, it's important to the process in archiving that discussion. So that's kind of why we're making sure that we do it. It's just not for council, but it's also because of those that maybe don't have the budget in front of them. Okay, so there you go.
Thank you, Mayor. So these are some of the revenues in excess of expenses that I talked about. Treasury, $131,000. We're taking part of our interest income, and we've been doing this, to offset the costs of banking, pickup fees, merchant fees, other charges, but we put $131,000 in there, and then that will be used to cover expenses for banking costs. General fund, we have $194,000 in revenues over expenses. We never had that before. Now, there are options on how we could treat that going forward. One of the options would be for the council to designate to leave it as it is, and it will simply fall to the bottom line as fund balance. The council could designate that we use it for an appropriate purpose, which we would talk about in this hearing, or the council could designate that we pull it out and not bill for that revenue. One of the things we could use it for, we know we have just, I believe we are very close to reaching an agreement with the police department on the union negotiations. They're voting on that this week. We think we've got a fairly solid agreement. But one of the things it doesn't account for is command staff. Our command staff is in kind of an inverted salary position where sergeants right now, even before the union negation, sergeants are making more than the lieutenants and the captains. How do you build a planning succession to eventually replace the Brad Daniels, the Kurt Schenkels, the Chief Huff, if their pay is less than the sergeants right now? You may end up in a point where you don't have a command staff or a very different structured command staff. You could use this money as a way to address command staff needs thoroughly with a review of both benefits, post-retirement benefits, which they do not have, and wages to make them a little more aligned. This is one of the wage pressures I'm talking about. Meridian's substantially higher than we are in their, we're not trying to catch them, we're not trying to beat the Joneses, we're just trying to stay in the ballpark. That's one reason. So as we go through, this is an option for the council to consider.
Yes.
Okay, Doug, so you hit on a topic that we've been discussing over the last 3 months, is equality in pay.
Is your mic on?
I guess it is, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've been talking about equality in pay in our staff, in our entire employees. The 3% that they're getting now, or they will be getting if we approve the budget, plus the benefits, is a good package. However, some of those are not, some of our employees will not make as much as they should. Some will increase, some won't.
Yeah.
As far as how much longevity and so when it comes to the police department, with the administrative staff, could any of this money that we are not using for the fire department, could that be distributed to that staff? Or to the, and I realize it's public safety money, but, and that has to be designated.
The property taxes, no, because that's all been relieved from our budget. Now, the money from shared sales taxes, we do have a little bit of a capacity to use some of that. And that's part of what we use to fund what we believe will be the final negotiation with the union association. That's really funding that. Right now, the property taxes are paying nearly, or the police budget right now is nearly 100% of the property taxes. So anything additional has to come from the shared revenue stream, which is good that it's up because it's helping funding that. Just keep in mind, I'm not playing Chicken Little here. If we do hit a economic cliff, then we become challenged. But not now, not this year, and probably not next year.
Follow it, Mayor. So is the administrative staff receiving a 3% COLA then?
In the fire department, in the police department?
In the police department, right?
The police department admin, and we need to be careful, I used a broad brush for describing admin that may not be appropriate for all police department staff. But in past years, the administrative staff, or as Brad Daniels has referred to them, cops without guns, they have generally received raises better than what the city's general population staff has. This year, there is, I think, a slight differential where we're proposing 3% for the city, but most of the police admin are getting 2.5.
Is that
And
because of
there's-
the union? Well, is that because of the negotiations? Because
That was a
the-
result of the negotiation, but I
res-
believe it was.
But they're part of the association, those.
They're part
that-
of the association, right.
So I think what you're saying, so the command staff, that team that's a city employee, they get the same increase that the city employees do.
Right, they get 3%,
They're,
right.
right, anyone in the association's actually determining how that allocation of their union negotiations go.
Right.
And so there are some administrative personnel that Doug just referenced, but that's all based on the union negotiations.
Yep.
Right, and the command staff does get the same as the city. But we will go into this in detail in the police budget a little bit later.
Yeah.
And we'll explain it all a little bit
Right.
later during their budget.
Thank you, Mayor. But, and I was referring to some of this money that we have left over that could be transferred over, and apparently not.
Yes. Well, when we talk about, this is the excess in revenues. When I get to the reserves and the
That's what I'm
contingencies, that's another area where we have opportunities.
And that not only police, Mayor,
Right.
but also the other employees.
Now, one thing I'm sorry,
Yes.
for those that
Okay,
are
thank you.
tired of hearing me speak, recognize that we have, as a city, and I fully support this, in the past, we've basically gone make do or do without. We don't drive a budget increase. I had one of our very well-respected staff in a recent meeting very calmly asked me, when are you going to stop making us do more with less? And it wasn't said in anger or heat, it was just a reality, because we've been forcing people, because we don't raise money, we don't raise funds, we try not to raise taxes, we tend to put the burden on our people to balance the equation. In this budget, we have some funds that we've received that do not increase taxes or tax burden, that we can use to knock off some of those rough edges, some of those areas where we've been holding people down, and not holding them down, where we've been holding the budgets down because it's been the right thing to do at the time, now we have a chance in some aspects to turn the table. This is one time. Next year, I doubt this is going to happen again, but let's go down here to the next. We've got Civic Center and the FIC. They have done an amazing job of hanging on to what they can hang on to and spending as little as they can, but they've depleted their cash. It's not all gone, but it's mostly gone. This budget has a little bit of reserves going back into them. I'm not giving them any more city money. They're taking their revenue streams and building up their reserves a little bit. We also have a capital projects fund where we had $2 million we designated for the use of capital. We haven't designated what projects, although we could use this for the fleet. I mentioned the fleet's at a tipping point. We could be in a circumstance where we take the fleet, which has a proposed build of $7.1 million, and end up paying half in cash and financing half. And the $2 million that we use, the fleet would pay back to us with interest much greater than what we're getting from our investment fund right now. So we actually loan money and we pay it back to ourselves with interest, which is it's a nice move. Rare that we can do it. Wastewater fund, $6.4 million. That's to build funds for support the wastewater treatment plant build out. It's just that we have the money coming in, we know we're going to spend it. Right now, it's not budgeted. So those are the excess of revenues over expenses.
Yes.
That wastewater fund, you say there's monies coming in to supplement the wastewater treatment plant upgrades.
Right.
Was that built into the SRF loan process?
It's partly the loan and partly the utility rate increases that we need. Just because we're not spending it now doesn't mean it's not needed. It will be spent in the future year
That's money coming in for the SRF loan.
yeah.
It's not tax dollars.
No,
from
no,
the
no,
citizens.
no tax dollars there,
Just
none
wanted
at
to
all.
Differentiate that.
Yes, no tax dollars at all.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we okay to move off this slide? All right.
I just want to go back to wages real quickly.
Sure.
Because I think for people listening, it's really important that they understand that Jamie and her team did a really large market study. And that this is based not just, arbitrarily, but there's market analysis that goes behind this. And going back to what you said earlier, Doug, when we continue to lose our best and brightest
Yep,
to other agencies or other cities, municipalities, we have to take stock in that. And so even though these are negotiated, in some instances, some who are getting less, that has been based on market analysis
It is.
done by Jamie and her team. So I just want people to understand it's just not.
it's interesting you should mention that. I recall 5 or 6 years ago at St. Luke's, they were in this position. They had, the nurses, the admin staff were all significantly underpaid, and we were getting cherry picked. All of our staff were leaving, so they had to come back and it was a 3 or 4 year plan at that time to level set wages, and it wasn't cheap because they were significantly underpaid, and it was based off of the same mechanism that Jamie's done, a market study, what should the wages be? This isn't just a knee-jerk, let's pay somebody more because we want to. This is, what is the market? Are we in the ballpark? Now, we have great benefits, so we're never going to have the high wages that you're going to get at Micron, but we have great benefits that they don't have. So we need to balance that in the equation. But that's the reality. Thank you, Councilman. Okay. Almost done. Okay. These are the reserves we built in, and you talked about this, Counselor. We have a wage reserve of $400,000 to deal with issues that come up during the course of the year where either a class of employees or a series of employees are underpaid and we need to deal with it. Normally, I wouldn't put this much in, but the pressure is just, we're getting every week somebody saying, hey, I can go here and make more. And sometimes you have to say, good for you, that's a great job, you go chase it down. Sometimes you look at it and evaluate the market.
Doug, if I could just say, it isn't that people are threatening and coming in, it's that they actually
Yeah.
have offers.
Yeah,
And it costs a lot more to replace an employee than it does to retain an employee, especially with that institutional knowledge. So it isn't that they're coming in and saying, hey, I can make more. It's that they actually have a job offer
Yep.
that's a legitimate offer.
and if they're going to go to a job that's outside their current market structure, we're not going to pay them we'll pay what the market will bear for the position they're doing here at the city. So we're clear on that. We have a 3% COLA built in, but based on our wage structure, we wanted a little bit of reserve in case it comes in a little higher, so we have $231,000 for reserve. The PL buy down, which I'll get to in just a minute, we have, the PL buy down, I can give you a specific number of what it is now, but if people during the course of the summer don't use their PL, it may go up. And also, once we pay the fire department their $1.6 million of PL, we'll need to replenish our old PL reserves so we don't have unfunded liability. So we're going to kick that off with about this isn't everything, but it helps start the process to put $500,000 back into the PL accrual. And then finally, we have $450,000 for our emergency capital operations fund. If something happens we can't control, we have funds in there. The mayor can confer with you as council and determine what's the best way use of those funds, but we don't have to go back and do an amendment, recreate the funds, we want to build it into the budget. If we don't use these funds, they drop to the bottom line as fund reserves. They will not be used without the appropriate approvals. Let me go into the PL program we've talked about. I've met with counselors. This is going to be new to some of the people here. For years, we have been living with an extremely high unfunded liability, $6.4, $6.5, $6.6 million. If everybody took their PL all at once, we would not be able to pay it out. So what we've looked at is a way of doing two things as a benefits overhaul, strengthening the health and welfare benefits and restructuring the PL to provide for a short-term disability, but also to help us control the growth of PL costs down the road. So the actual hours, I'll go to the very bottom here. The actual hours will go from 700 hours for city employees, police are exempt from this, to up to 948 with 408 hours of PL and 540 hours of ESL. I borrowed that from St. Luke's. That's what we had at St. Luke's. So that's 540 hours is exactly 90 days. You accrue that in a separate rate at 4 hours per week. We'll start people off with a $40 bank. They can build it over time. They can use it if they have sick leave, but it does not pay out when they retire. The 408 hours will pay out. In order to make this work, we're also balancing it with, like I said, the healthcare cost improvements, lower costs at ER office visits, prescriptions, significantly lower out-of-pocket maximums, increased dental coverage. So we have a total package that's very, very solid. But the PL payout, I don't think I have it on the next page. There we do, yeah. So the PL liability right now is 6.2. This was a month or so ago. We're proposing a buyout of $938,000. We already have about a $800,000 budget, so I'm not talking a big significant increase. But what we're going to do, and there'll be about $200,000 or $300,000 of benefits on top of this for a payout of about $1.2 million. But we'll save $400,000 to $500,000 a year in cost by going to the ESL and making a short-term disability and limiting the number of large accruals that just accumulate. The idea is to use PL, not to just accumulate it.
Doug, there is a difference in the number that you just showed, and I just wanted to call that out. The full number he's talking about here is all of our enterprise funds.
Yes.
Not all of that comes from general funds. So the number you saw earlier was a general fund number
Right.
of
Exactly.
350,
yeah.
350.
That's the general fund because we didn't put it in the departments yet. It's in there so we can move it to the departments if it's approved. But this will save us a great deal of money in the long run, and it will provide employees with more hours than they've got now and an extended leave payout. Now, in order to do this, the payout would be as follows. You see the years of service, 1 to 5, 6 to 10, 11 to 15, and so forth. From 1 to 5, you can accrue up to 280 hours, I believe. So we would pay people out down to 80 hours below that threshold so they can start accruing again and not leave them at the max. But there would be thresholds in each of those year sequences that you have to, in order to accrue up to like 400 or 300 hours, you have to be at year 6 and so forward for year 11. There's a whole sequence of this to go along with it. And this matches what other municipalities are doing. Ours is very, very rich. We're not trying to take away. We're trying to make it structured to be more effective for the employees and more cost effective for the city. This is an area where the long-term will provide benefit to us. Now, you'll never see this as one value. It's in other, outside the general government we've mentioned, it's buried, not buried, but it's included in the normal budgets. So it probably will not become a topic outside of this scenario here. And finally, Councilman Bruner, for you, the final last slide here will be the fire annexation. This is the complex challenge. The current budget we have in front of you does not include any budget for the fire district. The request from the fire district is that we budget for the first fiscal calendar quarter, which would be from August 1 to 12/31. That's about $3.3 million. They request we budget for it and levy for it. And I have included neither in my budget for a couple of reasons. HB 389 came out and precluded us from doing so. It said we will decrease our budgetary levy by the amount appropriate to the fire district funding. The fire district asked us to push back and see if we could get support from Kenyon County, the tax commission, or the AG. We asked the tax commission, state tax commission, about a month ago. They said, no, you take it all out at once, the 10.5, as opposed to taking 7 million this year and then 2.4 next year when we, if we were to fund their fourth quarter payment. So the next step was to go to the AG. The AG has also come out and said, no, you take it all this year. So, however, the fire district is in need of some funding mechanism to process their accounts payable and their payroll for the period 10/1 to 12/31. They're not quite up to speed with ready to go yet. So what I'm asking for here, now that we are scheduling a meeting with the AG to review the decision and make sure that that's what is acceptable to everybody. I don't think it's going to change, but the fire district would like to do it, and I'd like to meet with them as well. Now, pending the outcome of that, and pending the outcome of this meeting, whatever's in our budget, I can't go up beyond that. We're at that ceiling. Whatever you approve by tomorrow, if it's not included in the budget, I can't do it legally. So what I'm asking for is a conditional approval for one of two things. Conditional budgetary authority of $3.3 million for the fourth quarter, should the AG reverse their decision. I think that's unlikely, and I don't expect that to happen. It's not my choice. I would prefer the fire district fund themselves for that. But in case that's the decision from our taxing agents, that's conditional authority upon what the AG should review. More likely is conditional authority to budget for $3.3 million as a pass-through. We process it, we pay it, the fire district reimburses it. But it's still a value I have to have in my budget, just not in general government. It'll be in a separate budget on two. So I think we will need, at the end of the meeting, a conditional authority for those to react appropriately, as we cannot go up once we're done.
Mayor, go ahead.
Okay, thanks.
You're the president.
So this conditional 3.3 million is not included in the budget.
It is not.
So it would be added on, and then a budget amendment could take it back out. It's
Well,
not-
if we approved it now, it wouldn't be a budget amendment. I would add it into the budget prior to the public hearing on August 16th,
Okay.
because we'll have an answer by then. But either way, I'll probably need to put something in, likely the second scenario where we're just conditional authority to act as the funding agent to process their money, and they'll reimburse us.
So the actual budget at this point is how much? Can you give me that number?
The total city budget,
Yes.
$238 million.
Okay, that's what I thought.
So it would
it'd
go
be-
up 3 point,
So it'd be up at 241.
right, right.
Thank you.
But that would be both revenue and expense. So we just need to have a conditional approval at some point in time, the authority to do that. And I don't know, Mayor, if you wanted to do that now when we're here or come back to the very end.
I would probably at the end, because we haven't gotten into the budget. This is the prelim side. So as we're going to take a break when Doug's done. And then we're going to come in and Ed's going to walk us through, and we're going to start through the budget approval process. And it could be less than that. The issue, and I think we all understand that, is that in the workshops, whatever we decide here, we cannot go up or change it. We can always come down. And unfortunately, we don't have some of the final decisions and the final numbers until after the budget workshop, which puts us in a little bit of a difficult place. It can come down, it just can't legally go up. So Councilman Brunner?
Yes, Doug, so if this pass-through is allowed, 3.3 million, you said reimbursed by the fire district. What's the timeline for that reimbursement?
I would imagine they would reimburse us by the end of, and I haven't gone through this with them, but by the end of the second quarter, which would be March
2020.
31st, yeah.
22. And that, of course, would be in writing that they would.
Right, because they would by then have received their first semi-annual property tax
What's the
installment.
account, I mean, not to put the fire district in bad light, but what's the accountability for that?
The accountability?
For them to reimburse? How are they accountable to do that?
We
What's the
we would come up with an
What's the
MO
enforcement
we
rule, I
would-
guess?
We would create an MOU
Okay,
on that,
so
But-
legally,
yeah.
Would that be an interest-free approach? There
I think so in this circumstance, there's not a lot of interest, not a lot to be gained by charging the fire district for 3 months of money that you get 20
Just
basis
wondering
points
how
on.
it's structured, so.
Yeah. Yeah, all right. And I think, if I'm, yes, I'm done. I apologize, there was a lot to unpack there. I wanted you and the audience to have a little clarity on the challenges we're facing, both positive and negative. So with that, if there's any other questions, if not, we can take a break and breathe.
So as we finish this section, I appreciate, we're going to take probably a 10-minute break. And so we'll come back at 9:45. Ed will then, he's going to share with us a little bit about the budget process. Actually, when it comes to a lot of the departmental budgets, it should be pretty fast. Ed will walk us through it, and he's going to call out variances. But other than that, and there's just specific departments where there are maybe a variance, but it should go pretty quick. We don't mean to be too long-winded. This year has been a very complex budget year. It's been hard. There have been so many moving pieces and so many unknowns, and that's why Doug has tried to do a really good job of explaining it. Because I can't wait till next year. Hopefully, it's a lot easier and we don't have all of this in here. But also, the other thing that we talked about today, the numbers that Doug shared about the impact, the long-term impact of House Bill 389, oh, good grief. That's massive. And that really just has to do with the fact that we're not allowed to take new construction, and then we're applying the new construction at these new levy rates, which is massive in the long-term budget for the city. And so it's important that we look to the future and consider that. So Doug, I really appreciate the work that you did putting that together. So unless there's another question right now, we'll take a 10-minute break. We'll come back together and we'll dig in. Okay, thank you. What's this spider? Just a little spider hanging down there. Okay. Well, Ed, I think this is where you're on for the rest of the day, for a good portion of it. So let's just step in.
Okay, thank you. Before we get down to the hard business, this is my last budget with the city as budget officer. I'll probably be in the background a little bit, helping Jamie pull together the next budget. One of the things that I've always worried about is that as I prepare to leave one position for another position or transition from one part of my life to the next part of my life, that whomever follows me is a person of competence, and I don't have to worry about what's going to happen to the city. And Jamie meets those qualifications and expectations. She came in this spring, helped me pull together the budget, and I'm very appreciative for that. Throughout the years that I've been here, I have to recognize Chris Ocker. From the day I walked in, right up every single day, I could not have done it without Chris. Together, I think we have been able to not only implement the Gravity system, which is our budget generator, but certain aspects of Tyler, I think, have become a success, and we have been able to move ahead because there's never been a time that Chris has told me it's not going to work or we can't do it. We've pursued everything to the point of, well, it doesn't work as represented by the company, but there are certain pieces that we can make run. And of course, Doug and Michelle have been tremendous colleagues. Doug and I have tried to do everything on a collegial basis. Everything is done with some discussion. We don't always reach consensus, but we do have an opportunity to discuss it and both be heard. And Michelle, you could not ask for a better colleague to work with. And I truly respect what she brings to controllership of the city. As we reconciled the budget, we chased down $176, which I wasn't concerned about, but it didn't satisfy Michelle. So, as I remember, it was a 4-hour hunt, but Michelle finally found it. And I can't remember how many disagreements I used to mediate between the budget office and the controller's office. So I really respect what Michelle does. Okay. So this budget really is compiled not only for the council, but is compiled for the citizens of Nampa, especially the introduction, to give them some context to understand the actions that we'll take here today. And so with that, Mayor Kling, Council President Haverfield, honorable city councilors, and members of the community, I'm Ed Karras, the city's budget officer. I'm here this morning to support and present the city's FY22 budget as proposed, which is the financial roadmap for the city of Nampa. My goal, as always, is to guide you through the budget book, answer your questions related to the proposal, consider your recommended changes, and if any, by the end of the day, have a unanimous vote on the budget, sending it to public hearing on August 16th.
Mayor,
This year,
Ed, if I could just interrupt you for one quick second. I know the mayor and we talked about this morning that the money from the federal government is going to be coming in about $8 million, right, Mayor? Okay. Is that $8 million? I have twofold question. Number one, are we going to be able to use that money, or if we use that money, is it in this budget now, or would it be later as an amended budget?
it will be handled by an amendment to the budget. It is not in this budget. We did not, at the point we put the budget together, have the guidelines before us. So we did not know how to allot the money at that time.
So would that money be used for capital expenses, or would it be used for expenditures or payroll, or do you have an idea yet, Mayor?
It'll be coming
I'm going to let Doug answer that question.
Primarily infrastructure.
I see.
Since it's one-time funding, you don't want to base any labor costs on a one-time fund unless the labor is of limited duration. So infrastructure and capital.
Okay, so this budget that the 200, what was it, 243?
It's $238 million.
238. Does that include the anticipated age, how House Bill 389 is going to be affected?
Yes, it does.
It could come down, right, Mayor?
We have, I guess an easy way to think of it is 138 million is total operating expenses across the city. 100,547,000 is capital expenditure.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So a few ground rules and disclosures to make before we start through the budget. All the information in the tables, graphs, and chart are materially correct, okay? When I say materially correct, there might be a few misspellings here and there that I didn't catch, we didn't catch as a team. Some of the information is based on our best estimate related to the interpretation and effect of the enacted laws, primarily House Bill 389 and House Bill 73. The 10-year spread on city personnel count is mostly accurate, as the older numbers are a little bit more suspect. And I'll go into that a little bit later. However, I can say we're getting better at managing the positions. I do not intend today to go through any of the introductory material, okay? I think it is complete enough to give you the backdrop of the budget, and if we finish early or go into tomorrow and you wish to discuss any of the sections, we can do that. Okay, internal service funds. Internal service funds are really a difficult concept for the average person to grasp. Sometimes amongst us in finance, we debate how they should be handled. You're going to look at budgetary entries in the departments under fleet, which may seem inflated. And you're going to see the other half of those entries in the fleet account itself that reflects the purchase of vehicles and equipment. So we do this in order that we have a funding source and that the transactions are at arm's length. The way the transactions are constructed do have purpose. Additionally, and more importantly, the transactions reflect the true operating costs in each of the departments, rather than just an administrative transfer. In the case of fleet, think of the transaction this way. The police need a vehicle, so they budget for the vehicle. They budget it under the fleet expense. Funds are paid from the police department to central fleet. The fleet people take the process over. They help the police department develop specs. They bid the procurement, prepare the vehicle for service. The vehicle is owned by the fleet, it's maintained by fleet, and finally disposed of by fleet with any of the proceeds from auction being deposited back to the fleet fund to be used later, hopefully to offset cost. All costs of ownership are captured in a central fund. This year, we will be able to look at the fleet fund, and in one place, you will be able to take a look at all the vehicles and equipment that are on wheels being budgeted in one place and capitalized in one place. My intent is to keep the pace moving as we go through the budget for the efficient use of time. I have a list of variances in each account to go through for explanation. I'd like to limit our discussion to these items and skip over expenditures that are not material. My level of materiality is looking at the operating expense category and concentrating on swings of more than 3% up or down. Once I go through the account, I'll stop and take any questions to address any of the information I did not cover. And so with that, are we good to move ahead, or do we have any questions on ground rules? Once, twice, we're moving. Okay. Okay. As consistent, I do have a policy statement to make regarding the budget, and then we'll be moving on. The city budget is the most important policy statement the mayor and council make to NAMS's citizens during the year, as city services and operations have the potential to touch every community member. The budget is the city's financial roadmap. A good budget lays the foundation to help ensure a promising future for NAMPA's next generation of citizens and stakeholders, as well as meet the immediate needs of the community. As of July 12th, this is a balanced budget, conforming for the most part to our 5 budgetary principles. Recurring expenditures should be equal to or less than recurring revenues. Annual operating expenditures should be balanced with revenues or income estimates that are compliant with generally accepted accounting principles for measurability and availability for inclusion in the forecasted budget. Provide disclosure when a deviation from a balanced operating budget is planned or when it occurs. Anticipates actions required to bring the budget into balance if adjustments are needed within a fiscal year. I can't tell you how many times Doug and I sit down and talk about the what if, the uncertainties that have really surrounded us with the past year and a half of COVID, the implications of reaching 2025, what happens if the economy softens, what happens if growth in property values goes down. This is always on our mind, and I think generally we have a direction that we would go in. And finally, develop a structurally balanced operating budget that requires equilibrium be maintained between the recurring expenditures and revenues over the long term by avoiding budget strategies that tend to understate obligations, create liabilities in future years, and depends on fund balance to pay for ongoing operational expenditures. In other words, I guess as council, I'd always be suspicious of projects that are budgeted, but then we come to you and say something like, hey, we'd like to do this instead, and push that same project off to a future year. Because what you've done is created an out-year liability, because you've used up the money budgeted for a specific project. Just an example. As far as fund balance, we have had some leakage, I would say, in special revenue accounts and proprietary accounts that have caused us to supplement operations with available fund balances. I can't say that's a bad thing right now because the city really does not have a comprehensive fund balance policy other than a somewhat of a goal to maintain about a 25% balance in the general fund. So I echo Doug for the second year. I think the city does need a comprehensive fund balance policy that addresses all funds. It may not be necessary to make sure that you have a reserve of 25% in each fund. It could be varying depending upon the type of fund, such as in the enterprise funds, you may only need 15%, let's say, or in special revenue, 20%. But it's something that should be considered by you folks as the city council. A fund balance policy would be compliant with generally with GASB 54, which is an accounting standard for states, municipalities, and counties. And it has to be adopted by resolution. The budget is the legal framework for assigning resources to programs necessary to protect and move the community forward. During this area of unprecedented growth in the Treasure Valley, we compete with our fellow cities for quality growth opportunities. This city-to-city competition demands Nampa to be a highly attractive community in which to conduct business, to work, and/or to make one's home. Each budget recommended by a mayor and adopted by city council should be a pact with the community to invest in their future by competing for growth opportunities that are environmentally friendly, beneficial, and sustainable for the community. Merely continuing the status quo year over year is to fall behind our competitors. The budget must appropriate and allocate sufficient resources to adhere to its strategic mission, vision, and values in order to meet the total vision of the future as has been adopted by City Council. We also are stewards. We are entrusted with the city's resources to employ property tax money collected, charges for services, and other fees to the best advantage of those who have graciously entrusted us with their hard-earned cash. The budget adopted by the council is our contract with Nampa stakeholders to remain within the financial boundaries authorized by the budget ordinance and to deliver the agreed-upon services effectively and efficiently. There are, in my opinion, 7 major changes to the city's operations that are manifested in this budget. Legislative laws enacted this year, HB 389 and 73, the annexation of the Nampa Fire Department by the Nampa Fire Protection District, and treatment plant construction. These are mandatory either by statute or ordinance. The remaining items are significant budget proposals. So mandatory, again, are the changes of legislative law. Mandatory is the disposal of the Nampa Fire Department. Budgetarily, we're moving engineering from the general fund to an internal service fund. We're moving the golf course fund from special revenue to an enterprise fund. And we're consolidating fleet purchases and ownership of rolling stock into the fleet fund. We are proposing to construct a combination street and fleet building, which we'll talk about a little later on. And finally, I have to commend Doug for the good work that he did on the refinancing of the gold bond and the water revenue bond. While the savings are not what I would call huge as far as cash, the economic value to the city is about $167,000 over the remaining term. And to be able to extract that out of the 2 bonds, I think was really great work on Doug's part. We are committed to developing and retaining a professional and highly qualified, highly trained, and service-oriented workforce responsive to our stakeholders. The budget proposes a 3% COLA for eligible employees, proposes funding promotions and position reorganizations where necessary to meet regulatory requirements or increase efficiency. And of course, as Doug explained, we have a proposal to modernize our personal leave policy, which includes a one-time payout to qualifying employees. An immediate benefit will be to reduce the city's unfunded liability across all funds. The longer-term benefit will be slower growth in the liability. However, additional funding is necessary due to the proposed payoff of the city's personal leave liability owed to employees transitioning to the fire department. So the 22 budget includes a funding start to replenish the general fund reserve for PL. And here I would say that, I digress just a little here. It's interesting, had we been a jurisdiction that was in control of our property taxes or in control of what we could raise in taxes, I would not be as concerned about the PL liability and accruing for it in the general fund. but we are constrained for what we can raise, so we truly do not have the power of taxation to pay off the entire general fund liability should the unthinkable happen where Nampa ceases to be a jurisdiction or Nampa is absorbed into some other larger metropolitan community. The budget also proposes investing in the technical and skills training at all levels as Nampa's Workforce Development Director transitions the city's employees to a merit-based compensation system. So in other words, this year, we are granting a 3% cost of living to all eligible employees. In a future year, hopefully by next year, the year after, Jamie Chapman will have done sufficient training with all supervisors, managers, and employees to be able to transition the city to a raised situation where we are granting increases based on merit and value that the employees bring to the job. The city's salaries and wage budget are estimated to decrease by about 9.4%. Reduction is primarily due to the transition of the fire department, which removes 131.8 FTEs. Full disclosure is that throughout the city, we are proposing to add back 44.43 new positions. That is not all in the general fund. That is all across the department. The direct cost of adding these positions will amount to an estimated $4.9 million. So the math is pretty much 11.5 from the NFD disposal, add back 4.9, and that overall decrease is about 6.5, okay? These position additions will be discussed in more detail as we review each department's budget proposal. But let me say that each one of these positions does add value to the city. It allows us to meet the requirements that citizens have placed upon us to cope with growth, to deliver services. There are no positions here that I would call foo-foo or fluff. They are all required. Okay. Operating costs. Operating costs can remain stable, rising only 1.87% over FY21's adopted budget. Chris, do you have that slide we can bring up? On total operating expenses. No, maybe we don't have it. But let me say that we have held operating expenses down. We have not had to browbeat any departments. Departments have been forthcoming in their budgets. Everybody has done the best that they can to keep expenses down. You'll find that in all cases, expenses rise and expenses fall. Again, the disposal of the fire department removed $2.2 million in cost. So what happened to the $2 million? The $2 million is now in the construction account. I've picked up that $2 million for another purpose, to give you folks as City Council some options regarding future use of that money. Costs that have been traditionally budgeted as operating costs, in some cases in the budget have been reclassified to capital expenses to conform with generally accepted accounting principles. The reclassifications represent the true operating cost for city programs and eliminates unnecessary reconciliation of misclassified costs in the budget from operating to capital when preparing the comprehensive annual financial report for the city. The inverse is also true. To make fleet management fully functional as an internal service fund, The budget process proposes to reclassify budgeted costs for vehicles in each department as operating expenditures instead of capital. The capital expenditures will be recorded in Fleet Management Fund. This will consolidate the reporting of vehicle purchases into a single fund. Fleet becomes the owner-manager of each vehicle, hopefully increasing the efficiency in managing the city's assets. In the introduction, you saw the graph on fuel. We are forecasting that fuel could reach $4.50 a gallon, with corresponding increases in diesel. The request of $468,000 in the facilities account will fund the current need for repairs and some office reconfigurations amounting to $187,000. And we are including $271,000 to deal with deferred maintenance backlog. You will note in the administrative allocations category, there is a 39.2% drop resulting from the elimination of the engineering program as a general government program dependent upon general fund revenue with a clawback through the administrative allocation process. In addition to the general government cost recoveries, each year there were proposed transfers of engineers in training amongst all of the operating accounts in Public Works, which made position management confusing, and I will say error-prone. And I made enough of those errors in 20 and 21 that we knew there must be a better way to do this. And I think we have come up with a good way to do it. So closer examination also of the engineering program's clients revealed nearly all of the services rendered are within Public Works. Moving the program to an internal service fund eliminates the administrative cost recovery and the unnecessary position moves. The program is now on a footing where in the next year's budget, we will be able to bill on a services for model where each organization pays only for the services that it uses. This allows engineering to assign engineers and staff to any project within the city without moving the position from division to division. The capital improvements budget proposes to invest $100.6 million in the preservation, construction, and upgrading and acquisition of various types of assets. Approximately half of the capital improvements budget is devoted to the wastewater treatment upgrade of $50.6 million. When water and wastewater funds are taken as a whole, they account for $69 million of the total improvements budgets. Other departments amount to buildings and facilities, $950,000, information technology, $270,000, which will be the best $270 that you folks spend in this budget. Parks and Recreation, $7.6 million. Privately managed venues, $860,000. Although Civic Center and Fort Idaho Center are managed by a private company, we still own the infrastructure, and the infrastructure is in need of some significant investment this year. Public Works, minus water and wastewater, will invest $21.8 million. The general fund, general gov expenditures budget totals $47.1 million. We derive approximately 60% of our funding from property taxes. This year's estimated property tax revenue of $28.3 million, which accrues to the general fund, almost, and I say almost, funds the police department, which comes in at about $28.4 million. Yes, $28.4 million. The remaining general gov operations costing $18.7 are dependent upon intergovernmental revenues, sales and liquor revenues, which are driven by the regional and prevailing economies here in Idaho, internal transfers for administrative services, cost recovery, and miscellaneous sources of revenue. In a nutshell, The FY '22 budget provides the city's public-facing departments, I stress public-facing departments, with the staff and resources necessary to deliver city services adequately and effectively, and to maintain and improve the infrastructure, facilities, and equipment through essential upgrades, construction, and acquisitions. This is a no-frills budget. However, this budget is an investment in Nampa's future. I'll take a pause for any questions, comments, things you want to throw. Okay, so we are ready to rock and roll. All right, let us go to page 83. 83 begins facilities. I'm sure that you've had an opportunity to read through their narrative. I'll just quickly go through and say that the goal of facilities is to provide technical, operational support for the city's facilities through value-added services. Services include design, construction, building operations, and maintenance of city-owned facilities. The Facilities Department continuously explores ways to keep costs down and be more efficient. Okay. First thing we should note is we're adding a net of 3 positions. We're increasing our maintenance supervisors, decreasing our maintenance supervisors from 2 to 1. We're asking to include the addition of a custodial supervisor instead, increase by 1 for a locksmith, add a maintenance tech 2, and a building custodian 2. So that gives us a total of 4 adds and 1 decrease. Okay, repairs and maintenance is the next item that I would like to call out. And if we turn to page 86, you will see in the lower half of the sheet, I would say in the operating cost, 4th line down, a $468,000 item as opposed to $137,000 in 2021. Okay, deferred maintenance is subject to the rates of inflation for construction, as is new construction, and usually entail paying a premium because of the availability of more lucrative work for contractors. Here I'd like to bring up the slides on deferred maintenance. We have a list of deferred maintenance items that you can see: fire alarms, UPS batteries. We need to make a repair of the entry door here in City Hall, which we have budgeted for or tried to get in the budget for a few years. Network switch rooms in the public safety building need work, and we need some stocking hardware for the locksmith. This is our priority 1. We continue on with some other replacements. I can provide these slides to you as well. You can see that some of it is equipment that we need, as well as facilities work. As we go on, we have priority level 2. So these are things that we need to get in, but as we prioritize, these next groupings fall behind priority 1. Again, it's some equipment, it's painting, it's caulking. Everything here is right now what I would call a maintenance item. And let's go on to the next one. Here's what I would really like to talk about. Give me a chance to stretch my legs. As I talk to every department director involved in construction.
Hey, Ed,
Yes.
hang on just a second. Let me give you this mic, roving mic, if you're going to do that.
Okay.
Just because for, the internet purposes. Turn it on. No, you can keep it, and I'll just use the mic today.
As we look at that $271,000, I consulted with Jeff Bradstreet, Nate Runyon, Tom Points' office, talked to Jake Allen, Pat Sullivan, Brian, and then I said to Pat, I said, geez, I've got good anecdotal information, but I really need something solid. And Pat referred me to publications from the AIA, which is the Architects Institute. I looked at RS Means, which is the indicator for construction, and kind of read up through the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Our best estimate on a composite basis is that if things keep going the way we see them going, we could reach 12% inflation over the next several years, each year in the construction industry. This doesn't mean that every single item goes up 12%. It means some could go up more, some might go up less. The difficulty in obtaining some materials will affect what goes on. But as we look at this, let's just take a quick look at the 271 at 8% over 10 years, or as we reach the end of that 9th year, the money doubles, goes up from 271 to 541. If we're really lucky and we said, okay, we'll push it out and we'll say we won't go out any more than 5 years as a delay. If we delayed that entire 271, our cost would be at 6%, $362,000. Or if it goes up 8%, we're at $398. Or at 12%, and maybe it's more likely between the 8 and the 12%. At 12%, it goes up to $477,000. Now, this is not only in our repairs and deferred maintenance line, but this is in water line replacement, the construction that we have currently looking at, what we're trying to budget in our capital plan for the next few years. So I think it's really imperative that we really take a look and try to fund everything that we have in deferred maintenance. I kind of look at this as, here I am at time period 0. My kids are in school. They graduate from school. They think of looking at moving into Nampa in 5 years. And I say to them, well, here you are. You're going to buy a house in Nampa. Oh, by the way, here's this $368,000 bill, right? $398. We could have done this 5 years ago, but we didn't think it was that important, or we were hell-bent on saving more money. So does the savings equate to what our future cost might be in the bill that we may hand off to a future generation? So it is really important that we really take a look at the deferred maintenance, because not only is it maintenance right now, but eventually things like caulking windows are failing to do the upgrades to the electrical systems turn into capital costs, and some of it more health and safety related.
Ed, hang on just a second. That was excellent. Thank you for sharing it. Let's turn off his microphone at the table, and then let's put that in your pocket, or just go ahead and put it over your ear.
You're teaching an old person something that you may
I just
not
got to
be
thinking,
able
you're going to
cope
be
with.
speaking all day, and I think that this will be the best option for you today. If you can get that there. Is it on? Okay.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I think that's going to be
Okay.
best. Thank you.
Way cool. Okay. So you as the council have some decisions to make. They're not easy decisions. It's a matter of balance. I don't know a budget that isn't a matter of balance. Okay, next item I'd like to cover is fleet services. That's on page 87. You can see that on fleet services, I have a cost of $53,000. As compared to the prior year, we are going from $7,300 up to $57,000. Primarily, it is that 53,000, which I call vehicles to be leased by fleet. Here is the funding source. Here's where we appropriate the money for the vehicles. The purchase, again, is carried out by fleet, and the vehicle is capitalized on the fleet fund. So this is basically a pass-through. So Doug Adams becomes the owner of the vehicles, the maintainer of the vehicles, the manager of the vehicles. And what I hope will happen is over the next several years that Doug will build up somewhat of a cash balance. He will build up an inventory of vehicles, and we will be able to continuously rotate vehicles through the city, thereby reducing what we need to purchase in the future, and hopefully maybe even decrease the fleet once we get a really good handle on how vehicles are being used. The next one, if we look back to page 86, would be in the middle of the lower half of the page. We are going from 50,898 up to 77,000, or 50,898, 77,000 in IT. We can find the detail of that on page 87 at the bottom. This one is always a tough one. And the only way I want to explain this, and this will hold true for all of the departments that are facing an increase, and that is the IT department is pressured every year to render faster internet connections, upgrade equipment, upgrade network switches. In a lot of these departmental requests, there are some individualized software, such as on page 87, if we look at IT and look at the $11,000 item, $11,742. This is really a department-generated asset. This is specifically software. But as we look at some of the other ones that are called allocation, ALLOC, these are allocations of infrastructure. Really takes into consideration switchers that have outlived their usefulness. And when I say switches, it's not the big capital switchers that we'll address, but it's the small switches that come to end of life. And as they age out 3 to 5 years, the manufacturer says, yeah, we don't support this anymore. So in order to ensure that we are still functioning, we have to replace those small items. However, they do add up. Also, there are other costs that go up. We are proposing in IT, when we get to that budget, to add some staff and add some equipment. The capital portions we have kept out of the operating cost and will address separately. Contracted services, we're looking at a $32,000 increase. You can find the detail of contracted services, unless I hope I've got that right. Excuse me, that's contracted seasonal labor of $32,000, and that's at the top of page 88. And the detail there is fairly well laid out, where we are looking for temporary seasonal help for maintenance at the NDC and pretty much the NDC. We're looking for a maintenance tech, custodian, and we have moved that up from last year's contractual services up to that line. So that accounts for most of the increase, and you'll see a decrease in contractual services that goes from 50,000 down to 7,500. So we're basically balancing transition of cost to better reflect where it belongs. There's really not much more that I want to say about facilities, so I will stop here and ask if you folks have questions.
Yes. Go ahead. Pull your microphone.
Ed, I want to talk to you about the new position. It's the lock and key manager. What is that?
That's
I mean, why
basically,
do we need a lock and key manager?
we need to be in charge of our own locking security. Okay, so we're hiring a locksmith who will be qualified not only to rebore lock cylinders, right? But will also take care of electronic keypads, everything to do with building security rather than subbing it out. You know, while our contractors are very reliable individuals, probably, having control over your building access is very important. I hope, and I don't know this for a fact, but I am not sure if we have a centralized area where all entries and exits are logged and monitored. Brad, where are you? Brian?
See, and it doesn't show that the contractual services for the subcontractor, are we equal with what the pay is going to be and the benefits? Or are we losing money by putting in a new person for that?
I'll let Brian address that specific item. But there's always a trade-off of what you're paying an outside individual to maintain your city's assets. I don't think that anybody cares as much about the work that they do other than a person who's really invested in what they're doing. So there is a trade-off. Brian?
Yeah, maybe I can clarify a little bit. I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding here. The locksmith specialist is a position that we already currently have. And we have had an in-house locksmith that has been a maintenance supervisor in the past several years. And the amount of work that is specifically door-related has necessitated us to move him to a full-time position. And instead of being a maintenance supervisor, to be in charge of all door hardware, security, locks, locksmithing, and all that. So it actually is a full-time position.
It's already in the budget then?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ready?
Just for clarity, as I'm looking through your selected revenue and expenditures, just a question would be, the way that this is structured, like the maintenance contracts for the library, downtown garage, and development services, I think that's the janitorial services contract. The 162,000, is that a current, is that the same as last year? Is that an increase to what last year's was? All I'm asking for is, that's an example of, is that the clarity we're given? Or is there an increase in that amount, or is there a decrease to it? Because I can't, by virtue of what's been presented, I can't make out what that is.
Okay. That is an increase.
So it's an increase of how much?
It is an increase of, I'm going to have to put that one on hold. I can't pick it up in its entirety.
I can speak for that. Yeah.
Go ahead, Brian.
The contract with the NDC for the downtown parking garage, we held the value steady for fiscal year '21. There was no increase to try to better align ourselves with budget. For fiscal year '22, it's a 3% increase over what it is currently.
3% of last year's.
3%.
So you have offsetting revenue from the Napa Development Corporation. And as far as on page 87, I'm trying to figure out how this all translates. I guess all in all, we're looking at either on page 86, then the variance of $675,000, that's an increase over last year's budget. Is that correct? It's in parentheses, so that's where it's questionable. Is that an increase or a decrease of $675,000?
Could I ask a quick
That's the
question?
total of the budget increase.
That's an
If you
increase.
look at our budget on 86, okay, we have 2482 as opposed to 1806. So the moves that we're making in the personal services total 254,690, okay? You can see that our salaries goes up, salary line goes up 146,550 to accommodate the personnel. Also, in that salary line includes the 3% COLA for facilities. The PL payout includes the buyout, the one-time buyout.
That's all well and good. I just want to make sure I understand this selected revenues and expenditures. Is that only the variances from last year's?
No, that's the detail that is included. So it is not the variances. The variances that I speak to, I call out by line. So if you look at page 87, an easy one is fleet services. Our total cost for this year is $57,530, of which I'm calling out $53,000 as the major increase on that line, which is for the purchase of 2 vehicles.
That's the clarity I was looking for, is pages 87 and 88 in our packet are what you're trying to highlight in their budget.
Yeah, I'll make
Difference.
sure that I call out each line that attributes to the variance.
And some of these, like the revenue, is the same as last year. That's why I was wondering, why is it in here then if it's the same as last year? But
It's
Well,
in
we have to
detail,
carry the
so-
revenue year to year.
Right. The page in each of the budgets that, and this one, it's page 87, 88, is the detail. And so it's strictly tied to every operational code is carried over into those detailed pages. And so even though revenue is the same, they're not just putting in the detail, I don't believe, tell me if I'm wrong. The detail is not there just to reflect the variance. The detail's there because it is the detail for each
It is
one
the-
of those
right.
subcategories.
So everything that you see in the detail is where the money is going this year. And
that's good. I just, again, this is different than what I've seen in the past. And like you were talking about, the department codes, is that listed someplace else? Because like 5330 is a department code, I would imagine.
It is, and on the detail page, it says what that is. So on page 87, 5330 is operations and supplies.
Right. So the overall budget then for this department, is that in the back of the book then? I guess I didn't notice that. So
Well-
we have the full department breakdown instead of just the highlighted.
Well, this is the full detail for every code for facilities. It is the full detail. One thing I might want to ask, which may be shifting a little bit, but under your maintenance for buildings, the 331,000, but the total budget's 468. That
Yes.
funding source, is that coming from GenGov property taxes, or is that coming from facilities, our franchise fee capital budget?
This comes from general fund.
The repair and maintenance.
Repair and maintenance comes from sales tax and liquor sales tax. Remember, our property tax has been used up funding police.
And other operational. So the key
Right.
here is that a non-reoccurring expense. And so this year, where we have the surplus or the benefit of a surplus in state shared revenues, the repair and replacement piece is being funded by that surplus because it's a non-reoccurring revenue. So,
Right.
which is, when you look at the increase, in some ways, it's not out of our capital budget. However, it is out of our bucket that is non-reoccurring, not property tax revenue.
Non-property tax revenue.
I just think that's an important call out.
Yes.
Mayor,
Yeah.
the one follow-up question then. lack of a better term, contingency fund or reserve fund. Where is that listed on page, would it be on 86?
And what line are you looking at?
I'm not looking at a line, I'm just asking as far as, is there a reserve fund listed someplace?
Yes, yes, there are reserve funds in the Gen Gov account, which we will come to,
Not specifically in this.
but not
department.
specifically in facilities.
And so that reserve fund, is that the 25% or whatever amount it is?
Well, it's part of what I went through at the beginning, where we talked about how we appropriately use the funds to knock off some of the rough edges. And the reserve fund is put in the general gov, so it stands out as a separate amount. But it might be used here, it's just in the gen gov component for us to visually put it there as a marker. We've got this money, everybody can see it, and we can use it as we need to in general gov.
And that's, again, the transparency that I think the public wants, is because when they hear that there's a reserve fund available or whatever it is, that's a reserve fund that they don't have in their own pocket, that the city has in ours, which is, smart on our part to have something set aside. But again, just the transparency and the clarity of that.
Yeah, we're not trying to hide this. If we wanted to bury it in a department, you could, but our point is to bring it up, make it transparent, so you know what the purpose is for.
Yeah, okay.
And that you authorize the expenditure before it takes place. So in that reserve fund, it would come back, as Doug said earlier, it will come back to the council for a second approval. Facilities, this particular budget, you're approving now. And so these expenditures, we would be agreeing to and approving now. But the reserve funds, if something comes up throughout the year, that comes back to council. We would not spend out of a reserve fund without
And
approval.
that's fine. When we're talking about potentially, especially new structures, in my experience, especially with major acquisitions or builds like at Northwest Nazarene University, an endowment fund is a set-aside amount of the budget that's included for long-term care and maintenance of that facility, because impact fees dollars might be available for the initial build, but not the long-term. But when we're talking about having an additional amount, whether you call it a contingency or an endowment fund, I don't know the legality of that. I don't know, the transparency needs to be there. So as long as we're kind of covering those type of items as well, that's just mature, I think, in our part in conversation.
Well, and we don't have that type of fund. And that's been one of the challenges. For example, when you have a park donated, which we've had happen, there's no funds that came with it. So then the burden was on the city to actually develop it. And so it's a wonderful thing that there's an endowment fund for that renewal and replacement. Unfortunately, the city has not budgeted, and we've not had a fund set aside for renewal and replacement. So it's coming up on a regular basis before city council to fund our deferred maintenance, and so which is substantial. And this year, we're actually taking a little bit bigger bite into some of the deferred maintenance through this budget than we have in the
Again, part of
past.
the conversation of, like you're talking about, cost of growth.
Right.
Impact fee should be used, growth should pay for itself, but it doesn't. It might fund the initial investment, but it doesn't fund the long-term needs of
Exactly.
the facility. So that's where I think when we start looking at budgeting things, what can we do as set-aside funds, maybe through impact fee dollars or not? If
Well,
it's through general-
that's why we're taking this, we talked about the increase in sales tax dollars from the purchasing patterns of the community, and taking those dollars and setting them aside, and using them for these maintenance reserve or deferred maintenance. But we're not increasing the taxes. We're saying, this is what we've got. We normally don't have it. And we have all these pent-up demands we haven't filled. So let's put it in reserve out there, or budget it to be used, but in a way that's visible. So we're not trying to overspend. We're just trying to call out and spend responsibly with monies we have without increasing the burden to the taxpayers. Because this doesn't come from property taxes. This will be coming from the shared sales tax.
As long as it's identified and easily findable by anyone, I think that's what I'm asking for, is just that transparency.
And Councilman Haverfield, the point you make is very well taken, Because each year, for example, impact fees may fund, for example, police cars, but it doesn't fund replacement of those in 10 years. So the challenge that we have is that while we're growing and impact fees may be funding some initial things and growth, it's not funding renewal and replacement. Same way with bringing on a new park that may be, I mean, when we bring on new parks and we build new things, the actual operational cost of that isn't included in there. And so what it does is it starts increasing the cost to the city just to maintain that park, right? And then the same with our renewal and replacement. So you make a very, very valid point, and I don't think we've done a good job. Long-term, we've not really identified what that funding is. And so I think it's a very, very good point.
So is that what that comprehensive fund balance policy might be?
Yes.
Be able to speak to that?
Yes, I can speak to that. What I would be really looking for is a comprehensive fund balance. See, that requires each department that has either a revolving fund, a special revenue fund, an enterprise fund, or an internal service fund to maintain a minimum fund balance to protect against having to come back to the city and say, oops, I'm out of money, I need more from the other participating departments or from the ratepayers. Certainly in the general fund, which is the city's mainstay of operation that funds its core services. We think that we want to maintain a 25% fund balance. But what I'm asking is that the city council consider taking part of what's in fund balance and taking it off the table. In other words, instead of having that 25% of whether it amounts to $1 million or $2 million, to make sure that it's not available just for expenditure, that it be segregated and restricted either for capital that's necessary or for protection against the unforeseen. And I would say, you know, if we were to look ahead to 2025, if we're lucky and we get there, we may want some fund balance to help us cope with a change in the state's economy, certainly the change in what may be available for us for property tax. Correspondingly, we wouldn't want our departments that are funded through special revenue to spend down to a point where in a time of falling economic conditions, the general fund has to provide significant support that was unexpected.
And that's fine. I think that's a topic for maybe another time. But I appreciate that we're at least bringing it forward and the council can start considering having that type of transparency, having that type of a policy that's been in place, and the clarity that we can provide to the community of why we're doing it. I think is important.
Mayor,
You said enough as far as.
Mayor, 30 seconds of levity. Councilman Haverfield, that's why roundabouts are so important, because the deferred maintenance in ongoing is not nearly as much as light.
Only if they're by Gene's house.
Okay, that was only 15 seconds. I'll add those every once in a while. Just for, on your
Very
behalf.
juvenile of you.
Actually, it was quite witty, though, I have to admit.
Been waiting a long time.
Yeah.
I waited until you were done.
Okay. All right, so I will say, President Haverfield, I really appreciate that you're open to that kind of a policy. Okay, next one, if we're ready to go, is the clerk's office.
So just to clarify.
Oh, we
you're-
have to make a motion,
I
right?
think I would
Yeah.
by department.
Okay.
So we've had an opportunity to ask questions. Are there any further questions? Or what is the will of the council in approving this budget?
Mayor, I have one question, but it's kind of in general, just for clarity. There are variations in health insurance, and I know, Doug, you spoke to that earlier, but some FTE is going up and insurance is going down, other FTEs going. Can you speak to just the variation so we get that at the department level? Thanks.
The cost matrix gets a little complex. We tend to speak in the budgetary world in terms of average per FTE. But within each department, it will go up and down. If we have somebody who comes on board who is a single individual, the cost is minimal. If they have married and 4 kids, the cost goes up substantially. So we have to try and average that with the budget compared with what actually happened last year. So we will see spikes, peaks and valleys going up and down on both sides. Overall, the healthcare budget only went up if based on the number of FTEs. The rate did not go up, just the number of FTEs.
So Mayor, if I just follow up on that, this is down the line, this is like in your department in finance, as an example, 0.68 FTA increase, but you had an increase of 57,000 in health insurance.
Right, so we had a number of unfilled positions that weren't in the actuals or budgeted at an average last year. So we've been pretty much operating off of a shoestring staff. We're starting to fill those. Part of that cost will be allocated out to other departments. We're just hired a new grants writer, which will actually generate money for the city. But the prior year budgets may not have been quite as up to speed as this year's budget because we were developing position control. So I don't think that this year's as much of an increase as probably last year's may not have been correctly stated.
Okay, so specific to the facilities budget, we would look for a motion to approve the budget as it's been presented. Okay. Thank you. Yes, this is just the workshop to say this is what actually will go to public hearing as it's stated. Thank you so much, Randy. That's a great clarity that the final budget approval actually comes during the public hearing, and I believe it's August 16th. Is that correct? So thank you for the clarity. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, city clerk budget.
Okay.
Thank you, Ed.
Clerk's office is mandated by state statute to serve as the official record keeper for their respective government entity, including but not posting all public meetings, providing minutes to the council, et cetera. Okay, so personal services, we have included extra funding beyond what is necessary to sustain the current staff. And the extra funding serves as transition money between the retirement date of Deb Rosen to bring in an individual, whether that person be on staff or a new person we recruit in to do some training and transition so that when Deb is no longer here and city council is in session, we have a qualified person and obviously a qualified person to manage the office. So that's the other item is, again, IT transfers are up $6,153. When we get to the IT budget, I will ask Butch to join us here at the table so that if you choose to drill down further into the details of the budget, we can do that. Any questions on the clerk's office?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to go ahead and pass this also for public hearing.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any other questions, discussion?
I would just ask a question of Deborah.
Yes.
In the event that we choose not to let you ever leave. Really, the question is, as far as the number of people in your department, I know you've taken on additional tasks and everything, but we're not planning for any increases in staffing. Is that a little negligent on our part? Obviously, it's not like I want to spend money. I don't. I want to save money, but I know your department's pretty well taxed. I overheard a conversation you were having about people not taking vacations because it's hard to cover for those that are gone. So can you speak to that at all?
Right now I have 5, and I have a summer help, so I'm doing okay. It just depends on the workload.
So you can satisfy it with outsourcing then, or bringing someone in?
Council, I do know that Deborah's been using a lot of our light-duty labor in the past from like police or other people that were injured. They come to work in the clerk's office, so we've been able to leverage that effectively.
All right, well, good. But you can't leave.
No. I agree. Yes.
Mayor, so I'm looking on page 92, so what is the overall budget request for the clerk's office? Because I'm looking down at the total in parentheses, 150,723.
It's on 90, go to the next page, 93. Next page, no, right there. Yep, go to the bottom. There you go.
Thank you.
So the total increase is, the 47 is the increase in expenditures.
So we're looking at the 460,723. Yep. Okay, perfect, thank you.
Call for the vote.
Okay, any other questions?
It's already been voted and seconded.
It's been moved and seconded, so it's roll call. Yeah.
Had nothing to do with the.
Hurry up is what he's saying. Okay, roll
Rodriguez?
call. Yeah.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Thank you. Code enforcement. And code enforcement is just the next page, starting on page 75 for the narrative. The budget, actual budget is on 99, I believe.
98.
No, 98, 99.
We start on page 98 with the personnel summary. No increase in personnel, a little bit of shuffling between Officer 1 and Officer 2 to make the organization as efficient as it needs to be. On page 99, we have the code enforcement abatement account. Each year, we appropriate $70,000. Our expenditures kind of vary year to year. Since I've been here, they've not exceeded $30,000 in any one year. Traditionally, council has appropriated the 70, so we've carried that forward. So we can stop right here if you'd like and take an action on the abatement fund.
Let's do it. Is there a motion to approve the abatement budget as presented? It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions or discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, moving on then to page 101.
Code enforcement itself, total budget goes up by 12,000. I would point out that for major variances, okay, we've got regular salaries at the top of the page, which includes movement up on the wage increase. We have below that, on the second half of the page, fleet services. Last year, we had planned on perhaps adding some sort of a vehicle. I think more the reason for the decrease is the fact that I think we overestimated what the cost might be for fleet. So I think 4,800 is a more likely cost. Again, IT transfers go up by 6,000. Expansion of services, cost of infrastructure. Utilities advance by 1,900. And let's see if I had any notes on utilities. I don't. So I would say that this is, again, I don't have any notes on it, so I would say it's more in line with the electrical increase that we're expecting from Idaho Power. Any more clarification, I guess I'd have to call on Brian, but I don't think it's a material increase.
And at some point, code enforcement will be moving over to city halls to where that could be a savings that's realized
Yes.
before fiscal year end. One thing I'll say on code enforcement, I was just going back. So in FY '20, we had 6 personnel. FY '21, we moved to 7. We have been needing to add personnel in code enforcement. They are taxed, I will say. They do an excellent job, and they are certainly not overly staffed. If anything, they're under, because I think they had probably needed 2 in the past. We finally authorized 1. And so this is not authorizing any new personnel. And so, Kent, are you doing okay? You're surviving, okay. Yes.
I do have a couple of questions for Kent, so if you could come forward, Kent. I want to clarify with the employee part of it as well. So one thing that I've noticed of what Doug said is that you do more for less. And in this situation where we have grown over 100,000, your department hasn't. And I know we took a couple of positions within the last 2 years from you. So this year, I don't see any increase, but our increase for our population has grown immensely. I'm concerned with that, Mayor. I worry that this department is working its tail off, and then I notice that there's no overtime. Why? So that's one of the questions. So why isn't, does your department work overtime, or it does not?
No, technically we're 8 to 5. Does that mean that we're most efficient? No. I don't know if it's appropriate to say here, but there's a lot of times that we're sitting at our desk doing our computer work, eating lunch, stuff like that. The staff that we have, they're incredible. They do what it takes to get the job done, and they just don't stop. They're getting tired, though.
And that's one of my mayors. I noticed there was not an increase of personnel here. So are we hurting ourselves by not giving the services, by less personnel and no overtime? We've got to do one of the two things. So I actually would like to propose an increase in this budget.
I'm sorry, Mayor, Councilman. Just to clarify an item, because I think that there's 2 things and it's a little bit confusing. You did authorize a new position in last year's budget.
Right.
You funded 6 months of that, and that was a cost savings measure to keep the budget constrained. When COVID hit, we chose not to fill the position. So it's rolled over in budget, so code has not realized the actual hire of that additional person. So while this budget shows that we're not adding a new person, we will actually, pending your approval, actually hire the new person for October 1st. So that will add a person that we have not yet realized in our
Is that already
operations.
included in this budget this year?
Correct,
Oh, okay.
yeah,
So the extra half year is in this budget?
correct. I think that that's also part of what the payroll
The salary's at
increase, the salary
14,000,
increase is funding the additional 6 months. Yeah.
Okay,
Thank you for that.
that's what I was trying to get at.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I think that will provide context.
No,
where
that's
you're
good.
going,
But also, Rick, while you're there, what do we need to authorize overtime for this group? Or do we, can we? Is that
I'll let Rick speak to that.
Before we go much further, I thought I made a motion to approve the code enforcement.
You approved the abatement budget of 70,000. Now we're on the second portion of the budget, which is on page 103. That was just for the abatement portion.
So maybe we jumped ahead, but Jacob and I both thought that we had already approved this topic.
It was the abatement at 70,000.
Okay.
So there's 2 code enforcement budgets, and so we separated them because they're 2 separate
It
ones.
just wasn't identified.
It wasn't identified out here. You're correct. Yes, and Councilwoman Levi?
Mayor, thank you. May I make a suggestion? Thank you, because I was of the same understanding. When we make our motions, especially for the sake of those online, can we put a dollar figure and what the department is so that those online can follow along with us? Because we got lost already.
Good, well said, thank you. Okay, we'll do that. Okay, so it sounds as though Councilman Haverfield had actually intended that motion to be for both budgets. Okay, in that we didn't, I don't know that everyone thought it was for both budgets? No. Okay, so we'll just leave that one, but in the future, we will do as Councilwoman Levi suggested.
Do I need to reframe the motion to just be for the abatement, or was your description adequate that
I thought it was the abatement side at the 70,000. So we'll just say right now, duly noted that we had a motion and a second and approved the code enforcement abatement at 70,000. And now we're looking at the code enforcement operational budget. And if there are no other questions, we would stand for a motion. And as we,
Actually, Mayor, I wanted some clarification from Rick, if you don't mind. So Rick, if you could come back up. So I was going to ask you, and how it would affect our budget if we, why aren't they working overtime? Or should they work overtime, I guess, is.
Council Mayor, that's purely an operational, philosophical decision. If you know, we've talked, as Kent said, he could speak to, I mean, we try to avoid overtime because obviously overtime costs more than what the authorized hourly salary is. So we try to paint within the lines of what's funded. But if the council and from a code perspective wanted to add, for example, hours in the day to add to the shifts, or add a Saturday enforcement or downtown to extend hours, if those sort of philosophical decisions were made, then Kent would work to try to find how to efficiently staff that. Whether you rotate the team through the days and the hours to try to keep them at 40, or you might have to have 1 or 2 officers do overtime. But right now, if someone called in sick or took vacation, you're not calling in an extra person because there is no extra person to call in. Everyone's already working their 40 hours. Unless philosophically you wanted to budget the flexibility to offer one person to try to make up for that day by working extra hours on other days of the week. But right now, that's not a current practice.
Okay.
Would that be safe to say?
Yes.
Yeah.
And there is no contingency for overtime budget in this budget anyway, right?
No.
Yeah. Okay.
the good news is with the addition of a new employee, hopefully it'll help cover the bases as they get that employee online to do the work that needs to be done.
Mayor, I'll just add, I like that suggestion though, and it's your operation, so I don't want to micromanage this, but I like the idea of having someone after 5 o'clock to catch, whether it's residents that are working or whatever, to be able to have communication and so on with them. So I personally like that approach if that is feasible in your operational.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, philosophically, I'm questioning the reason to have overtime when parking's only enforced between 8 and 5. Well, it wouldn't be parking enforcement, so it would have to be something above and beyond that. And just taking phone calls, I mean, most people would just leave a message and then there'd be an answer the next day.
So Councilman Haverfield, educate me, then this is much more than just parking enforcement, it's not
Well,
code
yeah,
enforcement.
but
We're talking about residences and complying with the city code.
I think
complaints, yes. I mean, again, most of the complaints would probably either come by email or by phone and can be left on a message, but so I guess I would question philosophically the reason for overtime when enforcement doesn't take place after 5 o'clock.
And I'm not advocating for any overtime, just a structural change possibly in some hours for certain employees during the day or a couple days a week.
I'm just trying to understand your reasoning.
So 10, 8 to 5 or 10 to 10 to 7 for one person a couple times a week or whatever to go out and personally speak to people or whatever's necessary.
Mayor,
yes.
I'm not sure exactly who this question needs to go to. So we're funding that extra position. We chose not to do this during COVID. Will the position now only be funded for 6 extended months, or will it be permanent?
It is a permanent position. It's fully funded for ongoing, so it is a full-time position. And, you know, something that, needless to say, we're kind of in the operational weeds here. I will say that code enforcement would have the privilege to consider what the clerk's office has done with their existing staff, which is they actually took existing staff and began them at 7 and ended them at 6, rotated schedules to better serve the customers. So code could always take a look at how best to serve and then work accordingly. And then worst-case scenario, if they needed to do an amended budget next year based on that, they could do so, if that would be okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any further questions before we go? Okay, so I'll let someone make the motion as they choose.
I'll make a motion to approve the code enforcement budget.
Of,
Interrupt anybody.
And put the amount on there, they want 481.
369.
thank you. It's been moved?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Mucci,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes, again.
Bauer. Brunner,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
First time, yes.
Okay, economic development.
No, we have one more budget, and
code
that
enforcement?
is on page 103. We have to move in the parking enforcement part of that budget.
So move.
Second.
It's been so moved for the parking
And
enforcement.
that's in the amount of $70,881, if I'm reading it correctly.
Thank you. And second, correct, that was you. Okay. Okay, any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Levi,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer. Mucci,
Yes.
Brunner.
Yes.
What page was the 70,000?
103. And I apologize that I got ahead of myself. So now, are we ready for economic development?
Hope so.
And is there only, well, how many budgets do we have? Let's look, just to make sure, before we start. If you don't mind, let's talk about at the beginning of each.
Okay, so in economic development, I'm asking you to concentrate on one budget. That is the general fund piece of economic development. That is 2,900. Then we have a small budget for community projects. And then the historical preservation. So we've got one major budget and two small pieces. The CDBG block grant we will take up during the grants and contracts.
Was one of these the changed document? Right, because we passed out, I believe, in economic development. So, Victor, this would be where we have a new page? And is it just one page, is what I have?
One page.
That's correct. It's going to be the org chart and then the personnel summary, and the page numbers are actually the same on these ones. It should be page 107 and 108.
No, I don't see any change in it. Is there a change? Let me look real quick.
On the
337.
personnel summary, I believe is where the change
Oh,
was.
there was an error. FY '21 was 3 and it should have been 4.
Correct.
Okay, so we're
And
just
most of the changes you'll see on those pages are going to be chewing up of the prior year personnel summaries.
Okay. So in the new information they passed out, there was a new page, and then we can just discard the old. Did you already switch yours out? That's the one. That's okay. Okay, so, Ed, do you want to, what I'm seeing is there's very little change in these budgets. It's minuscule. Correct?
Yes. This may be the point, though, where we want to address the senior director position.
Actually not. I mean, the senior director position is in the building budget, and that one's going to come in. We're not going to adjust the economic development budget at this time. We'll just go through and approve it as is. We will be looking at some economies of scale as we move forward, but in the budget, we're going to leave it exactly the same, and then senior director position comes out of building, which is a little later.
So, Mayor,
Yes.
so a portion of the salary from the former economic development director is not going to be transferred over.
You know what I decided, Randy, or Councilman Hefferfield, I'm sorry, I don't do that very well. I feel like at this time, we should just leave it well enough alone, knowing what the intent is. But I thought we need to take a look. I need to see what we can do. There's going to be savings.
So the funding is already available in the building department budget for that salary?
It was, we approved it in last year's budget for this year, didn't fill the position, but we forgot to budget it in next year's. And it does come out of the budget, out of the building department, not out of general fund. It's strictly out of building, but we forgot to budget it. So we're going to have to address that in our next one. Yeah. And there will be salary savings that come forward. But as I pondered it further, I got to thinking, I think we need to see where we are before we change our budget. Because once we reduce it down, we can't go back up. And so there will absolutely be savings. So I just felt like wisdom may be just leave it alone until we get further, since we're so new into it.
I just knew that was part of the conversation.
It was.
Making it work, so.
Yeah.
Mayor, because there's a decrease in this budget, I'm going to go ahead and make the motion, and if there's further discussion, fine, but I make a motion that we accept for public hearing the economic development budget of $412,993.
I'll second that.
Wait a minute.
Where did you find 412?
Set on page 109, would it be?
114 is when I saw, where I saw it. Am I on the wrong one?
Actually, if we look at page 109 at the bottom, the budget is in fact 429,643.
What's the, Ed, what is the, on 114, what's the 412? Is that for- I see this.
Yeah, okay, so again, when we look at the operations description, not every single expense is called out. All right? So what we have for detail here adds up to 412. The budget's compiled at the department level, and to the extent that we can get them to put detail in, they get the detail in. There are probably minor expenses that aren't worthy of being called out in the sense of detail. So I'm thinking that that's got to be the difference.
So,
So do I need to amend my motion then to the 429,000, is that what I'm hearing?
Yes,
So I will amend my
that will take care of the entire budget.
development budget to go before public hearing, $429,643.
So that takes care of the entire ECD budget.
So we don't need another motion on this other than, that's just.
That encompasses everything.
I'll second that.
okay, so it's been moved and seconded, and I just want to make sure the clarity. So that includes both the community
Projects and
budget and the economic development budget.
historic.
So it's the community and economic development budget together.
Yep,
Two follow-up pages, thank you.
you're welcome.
So it's been moved and seconded that we approve the community and economic development budgets, which are together on page 109 at the 429,643. Is there any further discussion or questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So what page do we move to? Finance.
We can go to 119, which is finance, general fund. And let's go to page 121 where things begin, okay? First, I'd like to call your attention to the top of 121. Please be aware that in the general fund, finance consists of not only the operating division, which is all the accounting folks and payroll. It also consists of the budget for general government, which is where the major sources of revenue come in, and it's a place that I would call where all the homeless expenditures go. okay, which are those that we can't tie directly to one department or another. It also includes legal services where we pay for our city attorney and for our prosecutorial expenses from Canyon County. And that's why the budget looks so large. Doug and I have been talking this year, and we think that probably next year we will decompose the budget a little and disaggregate general government from being part of the Department of Finance, so there is no misunderstanding about the size of our operating budget. Okay, so this year we have a change in 0.68 of a position. That is comprised of two elements. It is 0.19% or 0.19 FTE for a grants coordinator that we hope to bring on to, well, actually, we've hired the grants coordinator. This individual will hopefully more than pay for himself over time, in that most of his position time will be researching grant opportunities for the city, whether they be federal government, private, or foundation type of grants. The individual will also take over the administration of the systems for DOJ, the SAM management, and grants.gov, as far as being the person responsible for additions and changes to those systems. And we'll work with all of the department folks to make sure that grants are submitted on a timely basis and that all opportunities are researched to the fullest extent. 0.49 positions under assistant director accounts for the part-time position that I hope to go into on October 15th. From there, we will go back. The other two positions will be Madam Controller and Madam Budget Officer, and they will account for the two full-time positions. On the following page, there has been a decrease in salaries as we have somewhat reorganized internally. We did have an accounts payable supervisor position that is now being shared by Leslie Howard, and we're kind of splitting some costs there with UB. It was, as you may remember, what was David's last name? David Ruddock. Hopefully the change departments, I'm hoping, have seen
So Ed,
an increase in service.
could we pause just a second? I'm sorry, because there's a little distraction. So actually, regular salaries increased.
Oh, I'm
rather
sorry.
than
Yes, they
decreased.
have. I
Yes. So everybody up here was
looking at it as a
going,
decrease. I'm sorry. Go up 90,000, right? They account for the half-time position and the 0.19 for the grants coordinator. Also included in there would be our portion of salary increase, 3%. PL, again, the budget for buying out. Health insurance changes.
Ed, just one clarity comment. On the salaries, no, that's good, you're good.
well, may I ask a quick question? Just, it's confusing to me, the 0.19 on the grant. So that's not, you're not hiring a tiny part of a person.
No.
So the way so it's a wage increase, is it because the wage was higher, that we had to hire at? So it isn't a change in personnel, it's a change in hiring. So
Well,
should that be the same?
It's both. We have As I've indicated, the first time we tried to hire a grants writer, we got English majors. Not what we're looking for, so we had to adjust the wage a little bit. But primarily the aspect of this is the fact that they will reside with finance, but they serve primarily the granting departments. So we'll charge portion of their cost, most of the cost, out to the granting departments and just retain a small cost inside the finance department for that.
So I just wonder if it, I mean, you're not actually hiring a different person. So that .19 on there, on the FTE .19, actually, you don't have another person coming in. It's just one. So that actually should go away, however it's allocated. It's still one person.
No, it's still .1.
For us, in my department, it still is .19. It's one individual, one FTE across the city, but .19 to me.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying from a budgetary standpoint. I'm looking at from actual people
Yeah.
in seats.
So
Yeah.
Mayor, so Doug, we'll see in other departments, and there'll be
Yes.
also a portion.
Point.
I'm glad to hear it's not a tiny person.
But it would be okay. It would be okay if it were. Non-discrimination, Darrell. Mayor?
Okay.
Could I ask a question on contractual services? What's
Yes.
loaded into that increase?
That would be probably the challenging existence for Michelle to deal with the auditors.
Okay.
And we have two or three, we have the health trust audit, we have the city audit, and then we have a degree of contingency built in there for unexpected, which does occasionally happen, but it's primarily the auditors.
Actually, in the detail under contractual services, I'm guessing, it says office redesign. I'm guessing that's
Oh,
probably,
contractual
it's
services?
in contractual services.
Oh, then my error.
And so what's happening is that when code enforcement comes over, we're having to move people around. Is that part of that cost?
Yeah, that would be that. It was about $60,000 to reconfigure.
That's the difference that you're seeing there, yeah.
Mayor,
Yeah, yes.
we're not in contractual services with general government conversation yet.
Not yet.
Save my comments.
It's coming.
Okay, it's coming.
The other item of note is on computer software. We go down from 55 to 52. On the budget side with Gravity, I think we're over the hump of the implementation. So we're on the maintenance end next year. Michelle implements the CAFRA program. And then we're strictly on a maintenance basis. I think it's about $22,000 per year on budget side, 22 on CAFR, and probably it's about a $12,000 implementation for.
And which budget was this? And which is
This is in finance. I'm looking
I'm sorry,
at
not budget,
computer
but-
software.
It's computer software.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Again, IT transfers is up. Support, basically. And again, we can drill down deeper with Butch on that. Let's see, the next budget, or you may want to take action on operations.
Are there any questions on the operational budget? So this is the operational budget that's on page 122, and the total expenditures are $1,448,746, which is an increase of $209,060.
So moved.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Are there any questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Hutchie?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
So moving to page 124, general government, is that correct?
Yes. I can go down through the revenue if you'd like. This is nothing more than what Doug has described to you in his introduction. The more important piece, or the more relevant piece, I think is probably on the expenditure side. So if you are okay with that, I'll move on to expenditures. Okay. The first one I'd like to call your attention to is workers' comp insurance. This is related to the transition of the fire department from city government to the independent district. We are left with what I would call a tail of workers' comp expenses. These are expenses that were incurred while these folks, city employees. And so we have a run out that will take us, I think, 3 years. 3 years. So each year, for the next 3 years, depending upon the triangulations, we will have some amount of money that we will have to budget for former fire department employees while they were here. Okay. Dues and memberships. Let me get to my detail. $125, thank you.
He is on page 125. in that
Yeah,
top
dues and memberships, the detail is at the top of the page. And this is an increase of $5,557. It's for the city's membership to AIC. Have some minor Costco dues, Compass, and Treasure Valley Partnership. Those benefit the city on a citywide basis. Contractual services is the next line. In contractual services, we're looking at an increase amounting to $117,000. We have increased our strategic planning line. This is now for strategic planning and for the contracting with a firm for a government relations specialist to assist us at the State House, staying on top of legislation and representing our point of view when necessary. Other big increases are across the board. We are maintaining some money for open.gov transparency. West Valley, I think our Humane Society dues have gone up from what they were last year.
I think, for some
Same.
reason, I want to say there were 75 last year.
Actually,
So-
have gone down.
So this is a
Okay.
current number for West Valley?
We maintain $75,000 as an economic incentive for ECD, Southwest District, and then we have dues included for Valley Ride.
So just a quick comment. This is where I wish I had last year's with it, because I can't see on the detail what last year's dues were versus this
Right.
year's in the detail.
Can you look them up?
Could you look up,
Yeah, last year's on the Humane Society, it's going to be distorted because of the.
Oh, that's right, the dog. The
right,
cat.
I think our contract, though, is a standard contract. I think it's an annual contract.
I budgeted was slightly less than the annual, because we're running slightly lower. The contract's 75. We don't normally even approach that $75,000. That's a theoretical maximum.
Okay.
I would budget most of the reality what we're running.
Okay. So specifically to Valley Ride. If I'm thinking last year on Valley Ride, and that's the number I'd like to pull out. I think the budget, what we did when we did this budget, we budgeted a little bit of an increase. The actual budget this year, I think, is less than this. But we've just more recently received it after we put these numbers in, because this was an estimate. It's exactly the number I remembered, 378. But then were our dues on top of that?
Last year, there's a chunk at 40,000 for dues.
Right.
340 for the remainder. That was the total valuation we paid, 370. That was all in for last year.
All in, okay.
And they came to the table after down the amount of the bill essentially to settle on 378, which is lower than their original ask at that time.
So Mayor, clarification. So where's this 450 coming from?
It was an estimate that we put in early on and we didn't update it.
Right. We received some notification that prior to any other data, that would be their request for this year was 450.
And Mayor, I know we realize this is just being passed on for public hearing, but I will be fine in saying yes to this general gov budget as long as Valley Ride is left out of it at this point in time until, as I've been asking for 3 years, I want to know what the ridership is. Until I receive that, I will not be saying yes to Valley Ride at this point in time.
Mayor Kling,
Yes.
that was the point that I had isolated and that I wanted to ask you about as far as in the general gov too, is what increase are we talking about here? Obviously, that's a topic that's going to bear more scrutiny, especially from Councilman Bruner. So I don't know how we want to approach this. If the actual number is less, should we make it less at this point? Or should we approve it knowing that there'll be a city process that others will be able to be involved with as far as in discussion? And we can reduce it at that time.
Yeah, that's at the will of the council, because we can always go down, we just can't go up.
Yeah.
So,
anything
and we'll
above-
get the actual invoice that we have from them.
Okay.
So, I think it is less. It is less this year, but next year, the only reason it's less this year is because there are COVID dollars that are offsetting the actual hard expenses. And we do have the ridership on the new on-demand service. It's excellent. Napa's portion of public transportation is very minuscule compared to what, for example, the city of Boise carries, but they have a lot more.
So there
But
are,
even though the need for our community, I think the public transportation is critical. The on-demand is critical. And so I don't think we can not pay them. I think this is the transition as a community. How do you transition from a rural car-centric community to more public transportation and then meeting the needs of those that do not have transportation? And so the on-demand was an excellent, excellent idea, and I'm really thankful they did listen and move that direction. So we could ask them to present the numbers before the budget public hearing. Would you like that, Darrell?
You know, I would like that.
Okay.
well, as well, Mayor,
can do that.
in the same context as other significant budget items, the budget is kind of a legal guideline, but when anything above 50,000 has to come back to council for formal approval. So even if you were to approve this budget in here, it would still come back to you again when we actually made the payment. Or could come back to you again.
Well, Mayor, clarification, Doug, I don't recall that happening.
No, now
It
that I think
doesn't
about it,
tell
no.
PRT.
I'm thinking,
It's come before us.
It's because it's paid, I think, monthly, and once it's approved, it is approved. But I do think what I'd like to do is ask them to either come to the 19th or the August 2nd meeting, do the presentation, and then we can approve at the final budget approval on the 16th of August in
So-
the public hearing.
then this would be conditional upon, you approve the current value of the budget conditional upon subsequent approval with the meeting on the 2nd. Because we can't go up if you chose to after that
It
meeting.
won't go up beyond this, though.
No, not beyond that, but I mean, if we cut it down to last year's level, then we couldn't go back up if there was a rationale to.
Correct. My recommendation is that on the VRT side, I won't speak to all the other line items right now, but on the VRT side, that we approve it as presented with the understanding that we will have a presentation prior to public hearing, at which time we can adjust the budget to the actual. If you so choose. You may choose whatever you choose.
Mayor Kling.
Yes.
So Doug, where did this number come from, this 450,000?
That came from a quote from VRT of what
From
their
VRT,
anticipated
in the
costs were going to be.
documentation, Right, okay.
Right, it was an early estimate.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mayor.
And Mayor, just for clarity, last year's was 370.
378. The original request last year was like,
I think this was close to the original last year.
last year was 385. We just, the token decreased by about $8,000.
Mayor, I would, and again, Darrell's getting into the weeds, but I would just appreciate that I will okay this if, with the 378 amount, not with the 450 amount. And other words, we can go below 378, but we're not going to go above that, including.
You certainly can do that.
I understand what we're all saying, but I'm just making a statement here.
Yeah.
Hopefully the director, who, not to get to her as a person, but
Yeah.
do not have a respect for requests being made from this council and not being responded to.
I agree. That's the council's will, and then if on the August 2nd, we'd have to see what comes out of that meeting.
Mayor. Just so for clarity then, as a line item change, if a line item change were to be made from 450 down to 378 or whatever number,
The total would flow downward.
does that number have to be then set aside and can't be used elsewhere?
Yeah,
Well,
if
it could. It
That's-
could.
That's a good enough answer.
So I'd like to amend that, and I don't often advocate for spending money. However, I really believe the city is remiss in not becoming a member of the National League of Cities. The research capabilities of the National League and the opportunities that would open up for the city, I think, are immeasurable. Not only do we keep up on current trends, we would pick up on grant opportunities, funding opportunities. We would really be ahead of the curve. Our competitors, such as Boise, I think have benefited greatly from the National League. Every organization has its drawbacks and things we don't agree with. But we should look at what it could bring to the table for us. You know, one of my favorite authors, I've picked up a very good quote, and that is, some people can swim in the sea of knowledge all day long and come out dry. What we don't know is what we don't know. What opportunities we're missing, we just don't know. And I think for about $10,000, it would be a prudent investment for the city.
Thank you, Ed. Okay, so where would we like to go from here? I am trying to see if I can grab that invoice, so at least know what the actual invoice was this year. So,
We have $72,000 less than what's being proposed here is what my motion.
oh, I'm
You wanna make a
sorry.
motion? See if it goes?
What's that?
Okay, so would you restate your motion, because I missed it? I think we all missed it. Okay, so,
I didn't make a motion, just, Victor was just thinking.
okay,
What?
But anyway, my motion for the amount for this general gov would be $72,000 less than what is being proposed.
Second that.
If my math is right.
so does finance want to do the math so we get the number correct? Let's just have an exact number. So I believe it's currently,
That would be 450.
it's 37,521. Is that correct? So, yep, 72,000 less would be,
You want to go
30.
less than what we paid prior year?
that's what Darrell's motion is. He's made a
Well, I'm
motion.
assuming that the 378, I heard that from you, Doug, I heard that from the mayor, is that, so I'm saying keep that at the same at this point in time.
Okay.
So I'm dropping it from the 450 to 378, which in my math is $72,000.
Mayor, clarification?
All right.
Yep.
I think you stated that some of that reduction was due to COVID dollars that were helping.
So this year, yes, maybe next year, and it's a new
Next year, we'll
discussion.
go back to the standard budget we're just experiencing.
So do we need an exact figure? Has somebody done the math? What's $72,000 less than 37,521, 431? It's 37 million, I should say.
37,400 and what?
You'll need off the total, I think.
Mayor, I have another question, and this might be for Jeff or Tom. Our Public Works and Streets Department do a great job in finding grants. Are there grants, and Jeff, this might be for you, that exist for ridership specific in communities like ours that typically are lower resourced and don't have the infrastructure to support.
Mayor, Councilor Mucci. So we have pursued grants, for VRT grants, through the Federal Transit Administration in the past. And VRT uses FTA grants every year, and some of the money that we put into the system, they leverage these federal grants. So we haven't, like for instance, the improvements out in front of Nampa High School was a grant from VRT. So we can still pursue those. There's not a program right now there's not an application out there right now, but there certainly is opportunities, and we're always looking for those. But right now, there's not an application out for that.
So this current grant writer in this new scope, that might be something that they could put sightline on, or these type of opportunities?
Yeah.
Okay.
Certainly.
Mayor?
Yes.
My understanding is that VRT, our funding VRT has something directly related to the fact that VRT, if they put a bus stop in connection to a pathway, that they will help contribute funds, and if we don't pay them, I can't remember the wording, then
Yeah.
we owe them back. Is that correct?
Mayor and Councilor, correct. So the original VRT grants, you had to be within a mile of a bus stop or 3 miles radius around a bus stop. So with like bicycle infrastructure. So there was like those stipulations that we had to adhere to. And then if we didn't ever spend the money or didn't ever do the project, then we'd have to return those funds. And I think that was part of the conversation. It was a long time ago. But those but we never did. We used all the dollars that we had.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
the number I came up with was $37,449,431 to go with your motion.
It's the number I had, too.
And we have a second on that, I believe. So
We do. We're still in discussion. I just want to clarify, though, real quickly. One thing I will say on the VRT dues is that the grant funds that we receive, I would love to be able to quantify, Jeff, the grants that we receive that are beneficial to us versus the dues we pay. I think there's two things we don't want to be short-sighted on. One is the grants, because the grants could supersede, one grant can supersede years' worth of dues. The other thing that I think we have to be very mindful of are our citizens that are not maybe as blessed with transportation opportunities in our community, and for us not to fund and not to be a part, it's important that we do. And sometimes lack of ridership has to do with lack of opportunity. I think the investment in and the change to on-demand service was an excellent change. However, it was also done during COVID. And so COVID was a unique time to get the measurement that's going to take us forward. And so I think we need to be very mindful of what we are providing to our community and scope of the entire budget, and not losing sight of the fact that, yes, it's there, but it was also implemented.
Mayor, I would love to know what the pre-COVID ridership was too.
They implemented it during that, though, that time,
Well,
right?
that's
So,
fine, but 3 years ago is when I asked for it, and it shouldn't have taken them a year and a half to implement something, so. You know I'm not happy with them, and they hold us over the fire as far as this grant money and so on. I'm not happy with that aspect of it either, but that's a reality, and I understand that.
yeah,
And I would take that into consideration.
okay.
I just want a more management-friendly.
And I think they're going there. They're going there. It's,
Well,
we've made
sorry to
strides.
respond to you. I don't need to say anything more.
Yeah.
They're my least favorite of any entity that we budget, so make that very clear.
And Jeff, any comments on the,
They have given us updates on ridership through the on-demand.
They have?
Yeah, and so those are, that's probably me not presenting it to council, but they have given an update, say, in the last month to 2 months on ridership, and we're really shooting on the on-demand. When we talked about all the concerns about VRT, so we wanted numbers that you could track, right? And so the primary number we're tracking is ridership per hour. The goal for the two-year program in the on-demand is 10 riders per hour. So they have come back and they've shown that number is inching up towards 4, which is better than we used to be with the old system. So we're seeing some progress.
And I asked the mayor, and this is totally off. Any idea why some of the buses you cannot see in the windows anymore? It's not advertising. Ask him that question too, if you would. I've seen at least 2 buses where I can't see how many people are sitting in the seats.
Will do.
Thank you, Jeff. So Jeff is now taking the lead. As part of transportation, Jeff is assisting with the VRT to help better support the questions and the tracking.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I greatly
Try to keep you
appreciate
in
it.
the loop, yeah.
And Councilwoman Levi, is it for Jeff? I'm sorry. I believed you when I said Levi. I am so sorry.
It's okay. Bruner, I'm
I am
good.
so
No, you would be upset if she called you Bruner.
Jeff, does that on-demand that they give you, does that also include the rides to wellness, or is that information we need to drill down separately for all of you?
Counselor, the Rise to Wellness is connected now to on-demand.
Okay, so-
They're using that technology to enhance that program, which is really
Okay,
exciting.
thanks. So I'm not sure if all of you understand that yet, but they also started that. And so we're not going to have great data yet because people are just getting used to understanding. And amidst a pandemic, our teams have not had they just haven't had the time to scope that out and get all the patients connected to that. But that will allow our patients who have transportation barriers to demand, to get that on demand. So we're tracking no-shows and cancellation rates and others, but it's just going to take us on our end a little bit more time to be able to maximize that.
Yeah.
So thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lynch.
Bruner, it's fine.
Sorry. Okay, so we've had a motion to approve the general government budget at $37,449. Excuse me, $37,449,431. We've been discussing a couple of line items. Before we move to roll call, are there any other discussion points within this budget? I just don't want to push you guys. Okay, seeing none.
Mayor?
Yes.
Main Street Program funding, have you gone after trying to find someone to replace Jay?
Not yet. Just in answer to that question, with the recent changes within the organization and the discussion for tomorrow for the hire of the Senior Director of Development Services, I would like to give them the opportunity as they come in to be part of that discussion. So
Keeping that-
we will
that
keep that
position.
in there. Yes. Uh-huh. Thank you.
That's just a conversation for the NDC.
Yes. And I anticipate we move forward with this, the commitment still being there. Yes, Ed.
Thank you. Before you make the motion, full disclosure, I think there are a couple of more items that we might want to just put on the table. In transfers out on page 125, I would call your attention to the last line, $2 million. We are transferring money from general fund to the construction fund. Okay?
I thought it was enterprise.
No, this goes into what's called the Capital Improvements Fund, and that enters into the discussion later, probably this afternoon when we get there, on what that money might potentially be used for.
I think the descriptor there is a little premature on that, so it says golf course, and that wasn't the intent. I think it's the intent to move it to this fund for the council to decide how best to use it in capital expenditures, but not for the golf course.
I think that we need to, cross out for golf course, because that is
Yeah.
not,
It's not
yeah,
for the golf
this
course.
is 2 million to transfer into the construction fund, but not for golf course.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you.
So for clarification purposes, if we have to transfer it out to be able to access it?
No, we're transferring it out so that we can designate it as a capital asset for a later discussion. Perhaps this might be a use for the fleet in the purchase of the fleet building if the council so designates. But the intent of this is to take some of these, the monies we've got and not just spend them, but to put them into reserve for capital either now or later. We still have deferred capital needs we haven't met, but we want to give the council the chance to discuss that in more depth.
So we're not at this point, we're not identifying where we're going to use it, because it could be for a variety of different things.
Right, but we don't want it to be for labor or costs that recur. This is one-time money, so.
And this is what Doug talked about a little earlier. You guys probably all remember that when he was talking about the state shared revenue surplus. This is that. And it's to set it aside for, it's not going to be spent in our budget. It's going to be set aside for future construction or capital program, but not the golf courses. And
Okay.
thank you so much for calling that out. It's appreciated.
Let's see, bottom of the page, contingency reserves that we want to make sure we disclose. The 400,000 for recruitment. 230, 937, 3% COLA reserve. This in part funds the proposed contract with Nampa Police Department's unionized employees. Next page, 315,606. Again, reserve for paying General Gov's one-time PL payout. I have 450,000 as an operating contingency. Again, you may remember that I think it was the beginning of this year. I had drawn money from the contingency and had memoed the council that we needed to expend some money for contingency. I believe the issue at that point was partial funding for the Main Street Coordinator, which was a budget oversight last year. So again, we're asking that you allow us to set aside some money to be used for oversights and in case of emergency. And we have a precedent set with council that when we draw upon that, we will let you know by memo. And then finally, we have 500,000 as reserving for PL, again, as the fire department exits and we pay off part of the PL, we still have an unfunded liability that must be dealt with, and we're asking to build up our reserve for that unfunded liability. So those are the major items again in Gen Gov, and so now that they're out there and on the record, any questions?
Yes.
So back to my original comment about having reserve funds. Is this the reserve fund that we were talking about?
Yes.
These are the ones I outlined in my opening presentation. So if you were to look specifically at the PL reserve, right now we have about $2.2 million. We're going to spend between 1.5 and 1.8 to give to the fire district for their portion of that. That'll take the reserve down to $400,000. We will still have a liability of $3.5 million. So we're trying to build this back up so that as we pay down the reserve eventually, we have the funded liabilities to cover it. So this is just a kind of a introductory step.
So as far as any other funds in any of the other departments, this covers them as well?
Yeah. With the exception, if there are any exceptions, we will call them out by department. But primarily, since these are general gov funds coming from the sales tax, and some, we're trying to keep them in Gen Gov, and then if we need to use them elsewhere, we would bring it forward to the council.
Which is a good use of, again, these are one-time monies, not reoccurring expenses, which is exactly the intent. So, yes.
I think, Ed, you had mentioned potentially under dues, was it National League of Cities?
Yes.
And I felt like we kind of glossed past that quickly. Is there a good return on the investment for that? What is the benefit for that 10,000 versus what we may receive in return? And I don't know whom I would ask that to.
I can't quantify that. It's a matter of information is power. It really is. You know, all I can say is I look at the big boogeyman down the road being Boise. And just reading the news that comes up in the Boise Development, I think it's Boise Development, it's a newspaper, and, listening to the news down in Boise, because I live in that area, specifically, I think they have been able to really leverage that membership, and part of that was this regional, I think it's a regional transportation by rail. They were way ahead of the curve on that. I mean, we may have started the process here in Nampa, but we really got scooped because they had really good information. Not only that, but you pick up on, what are hiring trends? What are other cities facing? What solutions are out there to problems? Just having that information, again, is power, and it gives you more options on developing solutions for the city than if you don't have the information. You learn about things that were tried by other cities that maybe didn't work out. So it prevents you from going down a wrong road, and in my opinion, points you in a better direction. I don't agree with everything that comes out of National League of Cities, but over my career, on the state level, we were members in Maine. On the city level, where I worked in Maine, we were members, and there was always something of value to take away. So I think it's worth the experiment.
I appreciate your comments. I think one thing Garrett Nancola said on the transportation side, Eileen Clegg, City of Boise does, and they're able to contribute and be a part of some of the major federal legislation and contributing to it. So as a non-member, the other thing too is the access to grants is really important because they are right on top of the grants that are coming out at the federal level. And one grant would more than pay the dues for several years if you have access and can leverage the information. So we're just not a part of that information loop. Some would say, so Caldwell's been a member for some time. I know Bruce Skog had mentioned, he wasn't too crazy about it because they're more liberal. One thing that I've realized is that if we don't have a seat at the table, our voice isn't heard at all. And that's the downside. But I think it's a very valid point. I had actually, a couple of years ago, had encouraged us to participate in the service line warranty program. At the Association of Idaho Cities meeting, I just happened to run into the gentleman again. And I'm so reminded of how valuable that alone would be to our city. And with that, we would have free membership for a year, maybe two, I can't remember, it was possibly a couple of years into the league just by participating in that program. I think that's a program that our citizens would benefit from. But I know that there are differing opinions on it. I haven't pushed it hard, but I fully agree with Ed, and I appreciate your comments because it's very difficult when you don't get to network nationally with other mayors. And there is not that opportunity. And if you're not a member, you just go and you're one of 3,000 people that show up. But I totally understand the various thoughts on it.
Mayor, so I'm all for as far as experimental for 1 year or whatever the case is. So 10,000, do we know what the annual dues are?
It's based on population size. I'm guessing we're 110,000, that it's probably in the $10,000 neighborhood. I am sure that within the resources that we have, I think we can swing it.
My point is, I'm willing to amend my motion to an increase, but not to exceed, I guess, is what it would need to be, so.
Well, when we take a lunch break, we could.
If this needs to be done in this area, or it could be,
Would you be opposed to putting it in the mayor's budget when we reach the mayor's budget?
yeah, just so she cuts some other areas.
The only thing is, I would like to keep, yeah, thank you. I do think it should stay where the AIC budget is, that it should be in the same line item, which is Gen Gov. It should stay with the AIC membership. And I think our Valley Regional Transit dues are even less. I think they came in, TJ just handed me the May 21 document, which came in at $324,501. So if you left the budget where it is, we would still have room, the 10. And we would be able to offset, and then you may even come down from there. Yeah.
And so I'll leave the motion as is with the understanding that we may consider the National League of Cities. Okay.
Mayor Klein,
Yes.
just philosophically, I won't support it if you add that back in. The motion was to adopt the budget as proposed, except with the change of $78,000 being eliminated from the VRT budget. So the amount of the actual motion is $37,449,431.
And we're staying with that.
Right. So it has nothing to do.
It has nothing to do at this point in time. I'm just saying I would be open, open for that.
That'd be a
That can be
discussion.
further
That's
discussion.
fine, Whether it's today or some other day.
That's fine, and yeah.
Mayor Kling, one other point before we go to roll call. Do you feel that with Councilman Bruner's motion that it would cover the needs for VRT in this upcoming budget by bringing
Yes.
it down?
Yes. Yes, it will.
Okay. I just want to be sure because people need to access transportation.
And then, but once we see the ridership, there may be an alternative to that.
There could. I just want to be sure.
There's a lot of other different forms of transportation. We'll get into that.
We will.
You and I will.
So we have a motion and a second, and at the budget of $37,449,431, is there any further discussion?
37 million.
I'm sorry. Oh,
I like that.
Let's go down to 37,000 then.
that is the second time I have done it. Let's do that again. $37,449,431, and I'm sorry I've gotten it wrong twice now. Thank you. It's
I'll deal
important
with
that
it.
we're right.
Make it work.
Okay. So is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Brunner?
Yes.
All right. Legal fees.
Yes, legal fees begins on page 127. The detail is on 128. We have a monthly retainer in for our attorney, Borton Lakey. Prosecuting attorney has gone up a little bit. Apparently, they tie their costs to our COLA increase. So we have a marginally increased cost. Again, we have $190,000 that we maintain in the account in case of lawsuits or other legal contingent issues. So the total budget is,
Ed,
yes,
my apologies. I was reading the notes, and I wrote that note up there. The initial time we had a COLA 2.5, and I don't think I updated the numbers to 3%. It's a small value. They will increase our charges to 3%, but
So I think, just for clarify, this is our Canyon County prosecuting attorney.
Right.
Our contract with them is that their cost of living, their increase is tied to our approved COLA for our city employees.
correct.
exactly.
So I think we need to amend this
Yeah.
number and increase it if we're going to approve the contract as we move forward. Based on that 3%, we need to amend the budget to reflect the 3%. So instead of 1364, it's going to be whatever that is. And then let's change our bottom line.
So Mayor, clarification, this is just prosecuting Canyon County? This is not Lakey?
Just Canyon County.
That is tied,
I
this is
heard
the.
Ed said Lakey, so.
He did, but I just wanted to clarify, this contract is both. And see the monthly retainer at 23,000, so that's 287,000. That's the total,
That's the Borton Lakey piece.
Morton Lakey. That the contract that's tied to the COLA increase is actually the prosecuting attorney, so that's the one that there's an increase in. And then we'll get a new, and then we have contingencies, so.
So the difference is, the new number is $674,374, so it's up about $3,300. 674,374.
So Mayor,
Just the COLA.
And can we do, the 2.5% was 1,364. We've only added 0.5%, which shouldn't be $3,000. We just increased it
Well-
by 3 when the whole 2.5 was only 1,300. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but I
That
don't,
doesn't make
I don't
sense to
think
me.
it's that far off. Yeah, 10% is $6,700. 1% is, so
was this
0.5,
initial-
0.5 is $3,000.
So is this initial number incorrect?
Just look at the 671,000.
Right, I'm just looking at a 2.5% cost of living increase was $1,360.
1.025.
So what we need to do is change that 2.5% to 3%.
Yeah, but that's. The totals up there are correct. The 671, one is 12 times 55,925, which is a 2.5% increase. So if I take it to 3 point, it goes up to
So
670.
you're saying that, okay.
Yeah, I mean, if you can do the mental
Is
math,
that a monthly?
yeah,
I'm thinking monthly and you're talking annual.
yes.
That's what was wrong.
Yes.
Excuse me, thank you. That's where I was off.
Okay.
I was looking at a monthly number.
Thank you, because I was lost too.
Times,
Yeah.
perfect, okay. So the new number is, and the total bottom line now is, instead of 1,048,200 is?
She's adding it up right now.
33,555.
Let's see.
For the year.
Mayor? These legal fees also don't include some of the contract for water, like with Hilti and others, or
That's
some of the
in-
other, they're in those department level, okay. just-
Yes.
While they're doing the math, so the monthly retainer to Borton Lakey, did that go up by a 3% COLA or not?
No.
So it's only the Canyon County prosecutor that went up 3% COLA?
Right.
And contractually, are they allowed to do that in the
Yeah.
contract that they have with the city?
Last year, yeah, they work both ways. Last year, when we increased 0, they increased 0. So they go both ways.
So they follow our lead. You could just stay.
So, just wanting to clarify, on the Borton Lakey contract, was there any increase for this year? After the first year, it stayed the same? Okay, so no proposed increase? Okay, thank you. So our new total number for this line item is?
1,151,474.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve this at 1,151,474 for legal fees.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Werner?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
So just a quickie, lunch is here. I don't know what time we want to pause. Do we want to pause now, do lunch? Do you want to do, I know these guys need to eat lunch. So we can, there is no perfect line here to stop. So I will go with whatever. Well, it says lunch break at 12. We're before special revenues. We can press through. I think it's going to be kind of late. So what's the will of the council? How hungry are you?
I'm ready to take a break. Behind.
We're a little bit behind, I think.
Behind anyway. An hour later.
So break, is that the thought? Okay, so we're going to break for lunch. And how long are we going to break for? 30 minutes? I don't know.
Oh, at 20, we'll be back in 30, right?
So why don't we start at 1, which is 40, actually. I know that's a little longer, but I know everybody here needs to grab lunch. So hopefully you guys can grab lunch in 40, and we'll come back, and we will step into HR, IT, Mayor's Office, City Council, Police, go from there. Okay.
Family trumps this for sure. Why there's.
No, it's not it.
We actually, none of these.
I think we're doing all right.
Where were we? Finance, general gov. Are they really? IT. Where is it? Oh, here we go. Okay. All righty. Are we ready? I don't see Victor. I think that we need to, would you guys join me real quickly in singing Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday to you, Happy Birthday, dear Ed, Happy Birthday to you. Woohoo! Whoa. And this is the culmination of his career, is on his birthday, last budget. Whoa, congratulations, Ed. Yeah. I think the candles gave it away.
I thank all of you.
Well, it's a big, what a thing when you think about it, that you just turned 70 today, and you're actually, this is, as you said, your final budget presentation after a career of budget presentations.
Yes,
So that's pretty cool, that you're sharing it with us.
and I'm happy to do it.
I know you'd rather be fly fishing out on the river, but hey.
No, we're good. We're good.
Yeah. Absolutely. Oh, that was good. So you guys are welcome to help yourselves to cake back there. And then maybe we'll have to figure out how we can get some up here.
Okay.
And
so-
I'm going to eat lunch while you guys are talking, so I apologize for that. But here we go.
Okay. Just have to look at one detail, and I'll get back to, yeah, I know, okay. Okay, so we left off, I think we're headed toward workforce development. However, I will call to your attention that we have the fire department budget in here that shows what we adopted in '21, our '20, and our '19, and the fact that there is no budget for '22 due to the movement of the fire department to the fire district.
So I have a quick question. Is this the place that we should go ahead and just take a vote since we're there in our book?
Yeah,
I think that might be the right place to do it so we don't miss it. And so Doug, would you like to talk about what we're going to actually suggest?
So, well, let's have a moment,
You have that mic on?
moment of dialogue, yeah, on this. I had proposed two options, both contingency reserves, or contingent upon what might happen with a subsequent meeting with the AG. The meeting with the AG would take place prior to our August 16th public hearing, and that's being set up shortly, but I think it's a week out. So my belief is it's very unlikely that the state will allow us to budget and levy for the fire department. They've said no twice. The tax commission said no, and the AG, Office of the AG has said no. Still, they're open to having a meeting. I think they were very encouraging of actually having a meeting with the fire department, the fire district, finance in the city, and related parties. So my proposal is that we have there are two proposals, and I'm not sure, the reason I'm pausing is I'm thinking maybe it's just one. Ed, when Michelle and you talked earlier today, Michelle, do you think if the AG continues their course, or let's say that we act as the processing agent for fire, AP, and payroll, not the levying agent, but just the processing agent. Do we need to create a budget for them to flow funds in and out? And where would we put it?
I think the law requires us that if we expend money, that we budget the expenditure of money. I think we need some clarification as to whether or not we're making a loan in some way,
Yeah.
and whether or not that's legal. Michelle, it's up to you as to how you want to run this through
Well,
the
if it's
book.
going to be under our payroll EIN, I think we'd have to budget it.
Okay, which I think either way we go, the employees will remain under the city's umbrella, regardless of whether they're funded by levy or funded from the fire district. They remain under our umbrella through 12/31. That's the intent of, or the request of the fire district. So I guess maybe we do need a legal opinion here, but we can present this contingent upon legal and AG approval, is that the two options available to us are, one, create a budget to act as the processing agent of funds for payroll and AP for the fire department, and two, to actually levy for the fourth quarter of $3.3 million and budget for $3.3 million for the fire district, should the AG reverse their position and support a two-stage deduction of our levy rate, which means instead of taking all $10.5 million out of the current year, we would take roughly 7.2 out this year and 3.3 out next year in two stages. It's kind of complex. I'm not sure how we phrase two different contingent approvals.
Can we authorize, and maybe we need to talk through this, move on, and have someone reach out to legal for legal's opinion? I did not ask legal to sit here through budget, but if we
Yeah.
need legal's opinion. My thought is, really how we process it is what we're going to talk about in an MOU. The fact that we have to have the budget authority of the 3 million. And we can, by public hearing, we're going to know how this needs to be done. We
Right.
just don't know it today.
Correct.
So if it's the budgetary authority of the
3.3.
3.3, then we authorize that budget authority. It's in the budget at 3.3. I don't know that we have to specify today how that is.
Well, what about
The-
this?
The motion can be that it's the budget authority and based on a couple of options.
Well, I think maybe it's one, I think my mind's kind of working on one proposal, that we contingent upon the AG's approval or AG's reversal to allow us to decrease the levy over 2 years. If they reverse their position, we approve a budget of $3.3 million for the fourth quarter. If the AG declines to reverse themselves, then we approve a processing budget of $3.3 million where we act as the funding agent, not the funding agent, as the processing agent to be repaid by the district for the process, for the services. That's one motion, maybe not phrased entirely the most polished way it could be, but I think the intent there is to say, if not A, then B. If not the AG approval, then it becomes, we are the processing agent for funding.
Councilman Brunner, Mike, I think something, and you may want to say something, but something you mentioned earlier is you just want to ensure contractually that it's done properly.
And legally.
Right, legally and appropriately. So what I hear, though, is that we've got a budgetary piece that we need to budget for of 3.3 million. Okay, so or 3.2, whatever that is. So basically, that's what we're doing today, is we're authorizing within the budget, pending before the public hearing on August 16th, the avenue by which it's going to be
Right.
done.
That's
So
more simple, yes.
rather than
Much more simple.
specifying something that we're authorizing it, and it
Yep.
will be confirmed prior to the public hearing, and will be, an MOU will come before the council.
Yes,
So move as the mayor stated.
yeah, I like that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Comfort level, are we good? Any further questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay. Now, human resources. On page 136, 137. 135 is the beginning.
We'll only increase the general fund if the age versus the position that we levy.
Okay, so human resources, workforce development. Great respect for this organization. There isn't a day in the week that goes by that I'm not having a conversation with Jamie or one of the folks in her organization, primarily Julie Jones or Marissa O'Brien. Together with finance, we really make the city cook as far as managing positions and budgeting and recruitment. Okay, so changes in HR through reclass, reorganizations, we have an increase in salaries. Primarily, as I may remember, I think that it's Julie Jones and Isabel Figara's positions. PL payout, again, we know that to be the cost of the one-time buyout. Health insurance, again, shift in benefits from the prior year as to who has enrolled in what benefit. On the operations and supplies, we're going up 10,000. That's primarily centralizing all drug testing under human resources. The other major increase is in contractual services. Some of the drivers there are contracting for a temp, for HR assistance, for increased recruitments. This saves us from creating a position and hiring somebody on the long term. And let's see, there was one other issue that I wanted to bring to your attention. We are going to outsource the processing of 1095-C forms. These are the IRS forms that we have to give each employee to inform them as to what their health insurance benefit, number of months of enrollment, also is filed directly with the IRS. And for what purpose, I really don't know, but it's less expensive for us to do it on an outsourced basis than what ended up being tying up at least 3 people in 2020. And that's it.
Ed, let me ask one more clarifying question there. And I want to make sure, this comes back to a question that Jamie put to us. Jamie and I had had discussions about increasing the training, employee retention and training budget. And I don't think that made it into that number.
No, it was a total of, I think,
It's about 50,000.
53,000, I think.
Right, so this is probably an error on my fault. Jamie and I discussed it, Mayor, we've discussed it too, for various specific very specific training programs, both for managers and employees, to help us, improve our capacity to manage, to improve our capacity to retain employees. We've reached out to other cities, and they all allocate a certain amount of funding on average per employee, and Jamie's been very proactive in looking for ways that are cost-effective, and we discussed getting it in there, and for a couple of reasons. the numbers didn't get added directly to her budget, but I would propose that we add that in as an approved value. Given the challenges we're facing with employees, retention and challenges, we need every, so to speak, bullet in the gun to address this situation. Maybe I can come up with a better analogy, but I would propose we add that to the budget total.
So which line item is that going to?
Where would you put it at? Jamie, you talked about putting it on 2 lines.
Training and then some of it was materials.
Yeah, separating it between training and materials. What was the,
It's going to be 17 on materials.
yeah, 17 on materials,
And the balance on
training.
training.
So 17 and 23. Or is it 33?
40, 33.
33. Right.
Councilman Rodriguez?
No, I'm good, Mayor, thank you.
So I have another question. Jamie, we had talked about you just had an employee change, right? And we realized that we could not match that wage or come close to it, right? You lost an employee that was recruited elsewhere, and you realized that you had not budgeted for what that wage really needed to be when you need to hire again, because we were too low. So that's not accounted in here, is that correct?
That's correct. And that was something we just discovered.
Last week?
A week ago.
A week ago. So I noticed that, could you use any of the contracted services, that position that's there to cover that, or do you need that other one? So,
We could use some of that, like $2 from that position.
to possibly, okay.
Or if it was a significant change, we do have the
You've got your
contingency reserve
budget.
that we
Okay.
could pull from.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we were able to, we could pull $2 from that position and then just use that position for less during the year. And we plan to use them for, as Doug said, that contract position for recruiting and then also for a massive job description cleanup project that I'm sure everybody in this room will appreciate. To go to a 2-page job description from an 7-pager that make it more usable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions? Okay, what is the will of the council on this one with the change that was suggested? It's quiet, it's pretty quiet up here.
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve the human resource budget with the employee training budget, yes. And to use the $2 from transfer, right?
And I don't think we need to be
You don't wanna
that
do that?
specific.
Okay.
no. But the budget then would be, I believe, 707,798, is that correct?
That's correct, 717,798.
Thank you.
Can you repeat the number, please?
The new budget with the added 50,000 is now 707,798.
Thank you.
It's actually 7,017, Mayor.
Is it 707?
Yeah, we're just gonna add 50,000.
Just adding 50.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
You've got 707, I've got 717. Two.
Do you have discussion?
All right.
Nope. Okay, seeing none. I'm just leaning forward. There you go. Okay. Roll call.
On our BRT.
Brunner?
Yeah.
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield? Yes. Bauer? Mucci?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Information technology, which is page 141.
Come on down.
They must be thinking they have questions. I think so. Well, Ed, do you want to kick us off, and then we'll figure out what the questions
Sure.
are?
In information technology, we're proposing to add 2 field service techs, one dedicated specifically to supporting city employees. When I say city employees, non-public safety, non-police. One dedicated resource will be supporting the Nampa Police Department as a full-time equivalent. Basically, as we look across the IT industry and we try to make decisions regarding what an optimal staffing pattern should be, there is no one formula. However, there are certain indicators and certain measurements that we take into consideration. One is service, and when I say service, what is the expectation of service? Average response time required. Obviously, the response time required might differ for the police department and for other employees in the city. Size of the staff that we're trying to serve, in this case, we're serving 634 employees across the city. Number of software applications used. Not only does IT maintain their own applications, but when we run into problems with applications that aren't directly related to IT, they're like the first number we call, like Ghostbusters. Complexity of the software used, criticality of uptime for systems, computer knowledge and level of the staff being supported, and the implications, obviously, of being down. There are ranges. On the low end, we find that in some cases, 1 tech per 40 employees is required. On the high end, it could be as many as 1 tech per 120 employees. We have tried to find a balance. If we add 1 FTE, we'll be somewhere around 1 tech per 118 employees overall. And again, as we look at police department operations, the low end is 1 tech per 30. On the high end, it's 1 tech per 60. We're trying to be in the area of 1 per 80, so we have 2.5 technicians covering 205 employees of the police department. And so with this, I think rather than me trying to stumble through some of the IT issues, I'd really like Butch to come up and go through and give you his take on what the IT budget looks like and why the demands are as they are.
Sure, thanks, Ed. So as we went through the investigations on this, I've spent the last 2 years looking at the performance of our techs and our response time to keeping the city running. We want to keep the productivity of all of the departments as high as we possibly can. Initial looking at the tickets is what we have. I have a set of tickets that come in for requests, and as we look at those that are being serviced, we didn't look like we were in that bad a shape, but we were getting feedback that was different from that. So having dug into it over the last year, I realized that the tickets weren't reflective of the work that was being performed, and so we were doing some education on training the departments to get the tickets in, as well as our techs to make sure those tickets get in so that we actually can report historically on what the actual level of work is. Once we did that, I realized we were grossly understaffed. And I didn't know how the best way to go about that. So as you heard Ed talk about, I did some extensive research out there and found out there are no perfect formulas. But there are factors: complexity of the software, uptime of the software, education of the individuals using the software. There's all kinds of different variables. And we saw those ranges go anywhere on the non-emergency side, like he said, in that 1 to 40 on the lower end to 1 to 20. And so when we did the research, adding 1 to the city side would bring us at 1 tech per 118, which is 2 below the high end of it. So we're being fiscally conservative still. We're still staying at that high end. And I believe it's going to leave us some room for growth in the future. As we go, so we're not going to have to continuously be adding year over year for the coming years anyway. And then on the police side, one of the challenges we've been having is with the feedback we've gotten is we're not servicing them as quickly as they need to be serviced from an emergency response perspective. As we looked at the ratios that we had 1 tech in the current range per 80 officers. And the high end of the range that we're finding out in the industry for that is 1 to 60. So if we add one more resource to their area, that brings us to 1 tech to every 57 employees, which again is still towards that higher end, but gives us time to respond. In addition to that, what we've done is we've reorged the techs so that we have dedicated techs to the police. What we've done in the past is we've tried to just extend people out to where the needs were, specifically trying to, if you will, peanut butter spread across. But the demands from the police are greater. And so what we determined was if I can dedicate resources there and get them educated on that software specifically, they can respond a lot quicker and they can get the turnaround that they need for the police department. So that's why we've gone ahead and we've done that as well.
Mary Clean. So I'm wondering, and I think it would save us money in the long run if the city of Nampa and even in IT would let the police department do their own IT work, computers, whatever. What do you think about that?
So if you look at that from an outside perspective, that may look inviting. The problem is you have economy of scale that you lose. Okay, so for example, we have a network to support, right? So I can support the network for the entire city for one cost, one same cost across all of them. If we pull the police out and they have their own IT, now they're going to have their network support on their side. So there's an additional staff resource. As far as all of the other things, we get economy of scale. So we're managing specifically to the police, and they're going to be driving the priorities. They're going to be handling the priorities, but we'll handle the resources on our side so that we get economy of scale, because there are times when things will fluctuate and they'll need additional services that I can move over from the city into the police to help during that surge. And on vice versa, if we have an incident, heaven forbid, that we have a serious incident, maybe a security breach or something, I can pull those resources over and vector them off for a short period of time to address those situations as well. So it gives us better economy of scale, and it's a better use of money all around.
So right now, you've given 2.5 people to the police department?
Just recently in our recent reorg, and we'd like to add one more to that.
All right, and then you've also increased we received from their budget in what's already into yours now.
Correct.
From a total perspective, Councilman Rodriguez, it might appear to be good for the police department to outsource, but it would cost the city more in totality.
I understand that. I'm just looking at it from the whole picture that they're a completely different situation with their IT over there.
Correct.
And with their programs and computer programs, that is.
Yeah, and I'm hoping that we've addressed that with this reorg, because now we have the dedicated resources. So it's as if they have their own staff, but we can still leverage them for the economies of scale.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what I think would be going to work. Okay.
And as a follow-up to that, actually, the police department uses the city's systems. They have a few unique softwares, but overall, they're on our system. And so if we were to bring somebody else in, you would have them needing to learn our systems and be working on our systems, which is not what we want, because we need the security of our people on our systems without the redundancy. And so I think that what the police department and our IT department, Chief Huff and Butch, have worked out as a really good solution. I think it's the best scenario as we move forward, is to do exactly what they've done. So I fully support the direction they've gone.
Well, Mayor, I just had a question on that. I mean, I have never talked with anyone about that, so I just wanted to.
It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's a good question.
Okay, thank you.
You're very good.
Are there any questions regarding the IT budget? For Butch? Okay. Seeing none, what is the will of the council?
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to approve the budget for IT as proposed, and I believe the amended amount was $2,003,934, if I'm reading this correctly.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brenner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Haverfield?
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to the mayor's budget.
Okay. No new head count. Staffing is the same. However, there are some adjustments in salary for various positions. Also included is the 3% increase for the staff and for the mayor. And so as we look at staff across the city, we also take the opportunity to look at the mayor's salary in relation to other cities. We have the current mayor salary is $89,606. A 3% increase would put the mayor at approximately $92,000. The Meridian, currently the mayor is at $94,632. Boise is 145, and down the road in Caldwell, a little over 93,000. So that's what you would have across the board as a comparison. Other items in the mayor's office. IT transfers are up 2,900, almost 3,000. Dues and memberships are down $360. The conference, training, and travel kind of all equals out as we have broken out from a single source of expenditure identification under conferences, training, and travel to now conferences, training, and travel transportation. So the mayor's budget in total ekes up about $21,000 if adopted as recommended.
I'd like to just make a, I'm sorry, did you want to say something?
I was going to add a little commentary on
Please
the.
feel free to, and then I'll follow.
Okay. So as we've contemplated the salary and wages of both the council and the mayor, I had the occasion to speak with Joe Borton Lakey about the legality and the requirements surrounding increases to mayoral and council pay. And he sent me a copy of the statute, and it's very interesting. I didn't realize this at the time. The statute is a little, as many legal statutes are, a little convoluted. Boiled down to its essence, it allows for a raise to be brought forth in the form of a resolution or an increase in pay for both council and or mayor every 2 years. We're required to present a resolution 70 days prior to a general election. And since general elections only take place every 2 years, that's as often as we can adjust the pay and wages of the council and the mayor. So we are within that window now and would be as of the 16th of August, when we will present the budget for public hearing. At the same time, we could also do a resolution for mayoral and councilor pay. Even though there may be commentary, the city, we've hit this a couple of times today, that pay is one of the most significant external pressures we're facing in terms of daily, weekly, and monthly management of our staff. I don't know that doesn't apply to the mayor and council as well, at least looking forward. Now, we have talked about this extensively with the mayor, and we know that there are some of you who serve because you consider it the essence of public service to provide your time and effort to the city, and don't do it as a means of requiring additional compensation. So the effort here is to compensate both sides of the position, those who perhaps this is their only income and those who do it out of a sense of very strong public service. that if we agreed to a specific raise for the council, that we could provide a mechanism for that to raise to be either deferred or posted back to a fund within the city to be used for whatever designated purposes that might be for, or just donate back to the city. But in the comments that Ed brought up, we are also built in a 3% increase for the council. And when the council average wage is $11,203 per year, 3% isn't very much across the scope of a year. So there is a proposal to do more than 3%. And I'd leave that to the, possibly you could get it to maybe a $1,000 raise. That still puts us below Meridian 16.5, substantially below Meridian 16.5, but a little more for those who may want to run in the future and consider that an impediment.
Well, I just wanted to mention, so there, you see, probably the most significant increase since I've been in office is in the mayor's salaries. And we did the wage equity analysis that we've done across the city and found that our employees for the same positions across the city were considerably under the other employees. And it also was creating a challenge where employees in other departments were capped because they couldn't move beyond hours, and it became a problem. I can be specific if you need me to be, but so Jamie conducted the wage equity analysis on the mayor's office as she did, and we're actually still lower than our competitors, not competitors, they feel like competitors, our fellow municipalities. However, that's where you're seeing that most significant change in our budget. I just wanted to be upfront in what that was. But it was, I think it's warranted. So, and go ahead, and then Councilman Rodriguez.
3% is what was built in. What I'm proposing is, for the counselors, is $1,000, which will be an increase to what we put in there.
Which is the next budget. So, Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes, Ed, I didn't write down what the mayor's salary is, and then give me those comparisons again with Meridian
Sure.
and Caldwell.
Okay, so currently Mayor Kling is earning $89,606. If we figure 3%, off the top of my head, that puts her somewhere around $92,000.
Okay.
Okay?
And then,
In Meridian, currently, the mayor is earning $94,632. In, as of 4 months ago.
well, I firmly support the increase to the mayor, definitely that. She's here at 6 and doesn't go home till midnight, 6 days a week, damn near. Excuse me, darn near. And her employees, sorry, Mayor. Sorry, everybody. And her employees are the same way. So I would encourage that we allow that. As far as council, for me, I would say no.
So Mayor, if I may, I don't need to know what the spread around, is this across the board for the mayor's office, this 18,000? Is this across the board?
This is the entire
So it's
mayor's
for
office.
everyone, it's?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. It's well deserved. And we're not on council, but I also, and Mayor and I have already spoken to a brief degree. You run for this office because you do want to serve, okay? And I realize benefits and so on, sometimes that's beneficial. But to me, from Councilwoman Mucci's position, which she won out of 23 some different applicants, I believe. Okay? So, I mean, that's supply and demand, whether it's, in whatever the case is, there's not a shortage of people running. And then repeat, if your incentive to hold one of these positions is because of the pay, I'm sorry, $1,000 is not going to make a difference. And to me, that shouldn't be the incentive. So anyway, when we get to that, I do have a question, though, when we do get to that, I'm not quite understanding why the benefits went up 21,000, but when we get to the council.
Mayor? I'm going to concur with my side of the bench.
Mark, date and time.
It happens far more often than not, gentlemen. I think the more that these types of elected positions become compensated, the less you may have people doing it because they want to serve. And while I appreciate the gesture, I think these dollars could be placed in more deserving areas where people are already understaffed, underpaid, and under-resourced, as we've been hearing all day.
So we're actually on the mayor's budget, and then we're going to go next to the council budget. So, but that's okay. It's the, no, that's okay. That's okay.
So I make the motion that we pass the mayor's budget for, if I get my eyes to focus. So is that $520,287? Is that correct, Ed?
Actually, it's 516,787.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the mayor's budget at 516,787. Is there any discussion?
Excuse me.
Yes?
You have to approve it at the level of expenditure, which is 520,287.
We've been doing
Oh,
all the
sorry.
expenditures.
Right.
Yeah, it's not been the
I
blue
don't,
line.
I don't want you to be shortchanged,
Okay.
okay?
So we're doing it not based on the budget presented, but on the expenditures.
On the expenditure level, because the ordinance is all about the expenditure level.
I maintain my original motion.
I will second.
Thank you so much.
Original motion.
That would have come out of yours.
Yeah, it's mine, I know.
2 agreements in a row.
Okay, go for a triple.
So it's been moved and seconded on the mayor's budget at the 52287. Is there further discussion?
So these are, I mean, these are all the positions in the mayor's office going up, all by 3%.
We did a wage equity, so actually there was more than a 3% for the other positions because they were so under what the other employees in the city were in the same positions. Or the wage equity, there's only one chief of staff, but across, we were so far under that, so it's more than 3% in those for wage equity purposes.
I'll echo, I've seen the mayor in her office's hard work. It's been, I mean, they work very, very hard. I mean, I think the mayor probably, deserves much higher. Do have a little concern about the next person after the mayor may not work as hard, or be attracted to a salary.
Yeah.
So I'm just voicing my inner conflict for the council. I'm gonna be voting no for sure on it.
Let me, Mayor, if I may, let me clarify. There's just because there's been a precedent set as far as the mayor's salary, to me, there's no, that does not have to happen for a new mayor, does it? Or is there any ordinance or law that has to maintain? It could be increased or decreased, correct?
Well, any change by ordinance that must come before be proposed 75 days prior to a general election in a resolution or an ordinance. So it does not, nothing's automatic here.
Does not apply for a new elected mayor.
No. Well, the salary we establish would be available. Now, what you chose to hire that person at can be that range or lower. But
That's
that
what I
would be
mean.
That would be the upper limit.
That would have the right to lower that.
Actually, yeah, and Debbie's saying no.
Oh, I
because
stand corrected.
This is
Please
not a
correct
hired
me.
position, it's an elected position, and they would,
Ordinance says
yeah.
it's what they'd have to be hired at.
Oh, okay.
So whatever the pay current would be, at least that would be the minimum, or could it be increased too?
Only on the election, general election year, 75 days according to the statute. So every 2 years you could address it. So they would come in at the existing wage unless the salary increased, if the council increased it prior to the election, whoever came in that new seat. So like if someone else came in.
There's
this next election-
Mayor, there's not a concern for the next 5.5 years. We're talking about after that. So anyway, but my point is I'm still not quite understanding. So if when this mayor leaves office, a new mayor comes in, whatever that salary is, that's what they get. So it cannot be lowered or cannot be increased. That's it. So then if the council so decided though that like the president of the council, whoever that may be, decides, hey, I'm not real happy with this mayor at this point in time, he or she could put forth something before the council that mayor's salary could be decreased on a 2-year basis.
Yeah, you can change it.
Okay, thanks. I just want to know if there's some control or not.
It'd be quite a statement.
Well,
I better be good.
I think there's a few mayors where that's been happening, so, anyway, so.
Did that answer the questions? I just have to say,
You're still not in favor of this? I'm putting you on the spot. Okay, but I thought we kind of, that there would be a council control if needed. If it's Haverfield, I think it could.
So just for clarification, this position, because it's elected, we're going to just move on from that.
Can we take a
we need
break
our
for a minute?
dividers
I need
back.
to take him out
Yeah.
to the woodshed.
Hey,
I'm talking about 5.5 years from now, guys.
Chief Huff, we might need you. No kidding. So just so we're really clear, this is not subject to a range. This does not have a salary range. It is an ordinance that gives that elected official this set dollar amount. So then this couldn't be raised again for another 2.5 years, because we're at half, 2.5 years based on the next election for 23.
And the raises would take effect January 1st, not October 1st, as most raises would be. That's by statute.
Okay.
oh, that's interesting. I didn't even know that. That's something new today.
I just found out.
There you go. So I do want to say, my staff does phenomenal work. They work so hard, and I really appreciate their efforts. And the other night, as we're all sitting in our office at 7 o'clock, and everybody's gone, and it was the first staff meeting we'd had for a while, we said, good grief, what is wrong with this picture? But it was great, because we actually had connect time. And so I never have to tell my staff to work. I have to say, time out. We need to go home. So I appreciate that. So thank you for your support. Did we have a motion? I think we did, and we had a second. We're in discussion. Is there any further discussion? See none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
So now for the city council, I know that Councilman Brunner did have a question about the benefits and the increase in benefits. Could we address that? Just, I'll let you go through it, and then we can talk about why there's that change.
The easiest way to explain the change is when you look at how we're budgeting, and we're budgeting toward a future year. Sometimes what's happening currently affects us a year or so out. So in this case, we had 2 individuals turn over, I believe, on council, which then affected our benefit for health insurance costs.
So we currently are paying more benefits than what we
Currently are
budgeted
than
for
what we have in the
21.
past. If you look at where we were in 19 on city council, our benefit cost, which primarily would be health insurance, we went from 86 in 19, we went up a bit in 20, but as we entered into 20 and forward, at one point we dropped down to 59, and now we've gone back up on the health insurance line.
So the
So
numbers you're
that's-
reading are different than I'm looking at. Are you on page 162?
61.
I was on page, the prior page, looking at the total of benefits.
Oh.
But specifically looking at health insurance, again, it's the same progression. We went from 73 in 19, about 75 in 20, and then as we went forward, we had some changes which knocked us down to 46, and now we're back up to 67 in health insurance cost.
So I just want to make sure, because I'm not accepting benefits, so that I want to make sure we weren't adding on as if I was accepting, so.
Well, I'm taking your benefits now. See, when I retire, I'll lose mine, so I'll take yours.
You can give them to me if you want.
I think Councilman Haverfield has offered to take it.
Mayor?
I have one question too on personnel summary. Why is it indicating in 2022, 1.5?
Because on an FTE level, if we were to look at it full-time equivalents, it's really, it's 6 individuals, but 1.5 FTEs. And actually, you know, I've been giving that some thought. And as elected officials, excepting the mayor, because the mayor is the chief executive officer of the city and is a full-time position, I'm not even sure we should have head count for city council. And so, you know, I'll be having a discussion with the mayor and Doug and Jamie, and I really think that should be wiped out.
So reflected in 20 and 21, that was just putting council as each as an FTE.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Mayor, yes.
Okay, other than that, there's not much of a change in the council budget. We go from 143 to 167. We know that it's on the benefit line, but as far as expenditures, there isn't much of a budget to speak of.
Councilwoman Levi?
Thank you. I have a couple, a statement and a question. Down here on the detailed where it talks about workers' comp insurance, could you explain that to me? Because I was told by our prior mayor that as elected officials, we did not get workers' comp. And I looked and I said, well, you're an elected official. Excuse me. And of course, the hours that are expected are different there. But I was under the understanding that we didn't have workers' comp.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons that I was given was because what we do is when we do it, and so there's not like a set schedule. So how would you ever determine if it was really as a result of us serving on council? So
Yeah,
I'm a
you
little bit
raise a good
surprised.
point. Yes, I think that probably as we look at workers' comp and unemployment insurance as elected folks, we could reduce your budget by $305 if you so wish.
Well, do we have workers' comp or do we not?
I don't believe you are covered.
But that cost does not go away for the workers' comp. It's part of a total annualized premium. So I take it away from you, I have to add it somewhere else to make the totals match up. I know it's a small value, and I could probably get away with just letting it slide, but if you looked at it conceptually, the total cost is a premium allocated across the city. Now, I did change the allocations this year to try and be more reflective of who was generating the claims, and not just who was being charged for the cost. But the way our system works, and I'd have to see if payroll would allow me to exclude that from the calculations, because right now it's just a value put in there for calculation against wages. I believe we can define that to exclude counselors. So we can, I believe.
I'm not worried about whether we can exclude or not. I'm just trying to figure out, compared to what I had been told, and seeing this line item, what does that mean actually?
I agree with you. I, in the past, have not seen counselors or legislators covered by workers' comp. Typically, it's only their full-time staff.
Jamie, could you come to the microphone? Thank you.
As of today, we currently have city council covered. If we shouldn't have them covered, then we probably should know that. I probably should do some research, but so, and what that coverage means is that if you were here on work hours during your work time and you tripped over my laptop cord that's going across over there and twisted your ankle, that it would be covered under workers' comp.
Well, I have often, and that's a good point, because I've often wondered if we were here and something happened to us, as in their words, it sucks to be you.
Right. And I
Well,
will confirm, but
on our big
I sent a quick
$1,000
note and,
month.
yeah.
Okay, if you would, please. And then I do have a follow-up comment. So I'm not as noble as the rest of the people on the council, and I'm willing to be very bold and say that I'm in favor of the council getting a raise. And the reason I am is because I know personally the hours that I put in. I believe that I bring a quality and investment to the city. I put in, well, the hours that our mayor puts in and that the office staff puts in. That's my personal choice because I decided to redefine what a public servant is. But I also believe a man's worthy of his hire. And I don't believe an additional, I don't remember what it, I think it broke down to like $35 a month. I don't believe that that's really breaking the bank. And I personally, I can't speak for anyone else, I've had many people text me, email, stop me on the street and say, I hope you're being compensated for what you do because you go above and beyond. And so I don't have a problem in saying, I value my time and I value the investment that I bring to the city. And so everyone can vote the way they want to vote, but I am in support of the fact that we should also be able to enjoy a little bit of additional compensation.
Thank you. Thank you, Jamie. Are there any further comments or questions? I will say that, so currently, the council budget has a 3% increase budgeted into the budget. So, and that would need to be done by resolution. So if you were to approve the budget as it is, it does have a 3% increase. But a 3% for council is not the same as a 3% for me.
So Mayor, I'm fine, and Councilwoman Levi, I know she puts in a lot of time and so on. But the council or mayor or anyone else, I realize there's compensation for some of the mayor's staff, which is due, but should not be over whatever a full-time staff person working for the city should receive. So the 3% is as high as I will go. I will make a motion that we approve for the council budget, $167,055 to be brought forth before the public hearing.
I'll second that.
Okay, and discussion, because I think Councilwoman Levi, you were going to make another comment.
I was just going to make one other comment, and one of the options that I really appreciated that you brought forward, Doug, was that if the council saw fit that they wanted to donate their paycheck back, and you would look into seeing the options that the option is there. So,
Yeah,
and in future councils can do the same as well.
Mayor,
Thank you, Mayor.
I just want to be clear that I don't think it's about nobility or not. And Councilwoman Levi, I appreciate your perspective because it is a lot of time. We have really late meetings. I think my point was that when we are losing really valuable employees to other areas, my thought is just reallocating those dollars to, I know it's not significant, but every dollar helps. When Doug, we've heard from you on repeat, we're asking people to do a whole lot more with a whole lot less. And so just trying to be respectful of the incredible team we have at the city, but also Councilman Levi, I think your thoughts are warranted.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you, Sandy. I see what you're doing. You spend way more effort than me doing things, so in a perfect world, I'd vote no for everyone but you. But I'll just makes me look at it a little bit differently. And I know you'll be, rewarded for your efforts. Just everyone really appreciates you and understands what you do for this community, so thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just to make it clear to the mayor and the council, I'm not looking for public accolades, but I'm also not ashamed to say, I know what I do, and I believe that being compensated for that, even though it's very minute, I believe it's a good thing. I take the benefits, but I'm proactive about my health, and so I haven't had to use them. But it's nice that they're there, but I still would do the same as I do, but I also believe, as I've stated before, I don't want to be redundant. So thank you, Jacob, appreciate it, and thank you, Councilman Bruner and Munchie.
Mayor, I will add one more thing, though, and I know I shouldn't speak for Councilman Bauer, but when you have a young family, I mean, there's a lot of difference. I mean, I personally, I'm 67 years old, which, hopefully a lot of life left, but I would love to have a age demographic with ladies and men of half this council being Councilman Bauer's age. But to be able to have a family and make the priorities and do all the things, it's not possible. So the reality is, this council chooses how much time. If you have a full-time job, it's going to be different than if you don't have a full-time, if you're retired, etc. So I still think that diversity It's not putting someone on a higher level or whatever the case is. You make that choice, and of course, the electorate makes that choice. So anyway, that's just, everyone's different. I just hope, Jacob, whether you run again or not in a couple of years, that your age, your demographic, that they'll, will continue to be a part of this council.
And, I want to make one more comment. Councilman Bauer and I were talking about it earlier as I was thanking him for taking today and part of tomorrow, because when you're self-employed and your income, you are stepping away from your income. It's not like it's a vacation or that you get to take PL. I mean, but each person up here has a job. And so they're either using personal PL to take away from their job or time off so that they can be here today. And I just want to say how much I appreciate it, because it is a sacrifice when you're having to leave your current employment for the day to actually work and show up here. So thank you so much to all of you for your willingness to do that, because it is a big sacrifice. It's a big deal. It's one thing to come in the evening. It's another thing when you're taking a day and a half out of your normal job. So thank you so much. So we do have a motion on the table to accept the city council budget as proposed. Was there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
No.
Rodriguez?
Yes, for public 3.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay. Now to the police budget.
Oh, boy. Mayor, I told the chief this was like Christmas.
We have the bad boys song.
If there's any indication.
Well, and actually, I will say, I texted TJ to ask her if she can bring cake up here. We may need it while we.
Behind you.
Oh, it's already there. I didn't even see it. So, hey, we need to have somebody, would you guys like some cake? Yeah, from finance. Do you guys want some cake before we start into police? You're going to need something sweet. Yeah, you're good. I think I'm going to eat cake.
Mayor, the police department should be bringing us cake. Or donuts, whatever you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, the whole general fund, you said, Ed, is paying for police, right?
Oh.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Good thing I set it off, Mike, right? Okay. We ready to go?
Oh,
Yes.
I can't wait for this one.
The police department. The big news here is we're adding,
This is another one of the replacement pages, so if you haven't inserted it, it's gonna be the personnel table that changes. So 167 and 168 are replaced, and the page number should be the same.
Jamie,
okay.
we're
Wait
just
for everybody to settle.
replacing the same page. Okay.
So again, since I've been here in Nampa, one of the greatest organizations that I've had the pleasure of working with is in fact the Nampa Police Department. My hat is off to Joe Huff, but especially I have formed up a good relationship with Brad Daniels. I don't think that there's any administrator in the city quite like Brad. I don't think there's an organization in the city that he couldn't manage and manage effectively. He is one of the greats here in Nampa. And as such, working with Brad over the past year on the budget, the past several months, the police department is looking to add 12 positions. And in order to add the 12 positions, they constantly have been looking inward at their own organization to balance the adds and make the organization effective. So we've been able to add the positions with some internal reorganization, ending up with a net of 10. I could go down each of the position adds and subtracts, but we're going from 195.49 up to 205.18. Each year, the council has been very gracious in helping the police department meet its goal of coming up to 1.5 officers per 1,000 individuals here in the city. Even with the addition this year of the 10 new positions, we are still far from that goal. On page 168, we can see that we're asking to increase salaries and benefits by a total of $1.3 million. And let me caveat that. One of the difficulties in projecting police department personnel costs is due to the moving parts within the contract. Not only do we have the base wages, but we have certain increments in the contract as to when people are eligible to be moved to, let's say, police officer 1, 2, 3. Also, we have various specialties within the police department, which also drive up the cost of salaries by certain percentages depending upon what the specialty is. So as we attempt to calculate retirement, cost of overtime, and some of the other moving parts, such as health insurance when we're adding new people, it becomes more of an art than a hard science, because we have to balance what I would say is the realistic expectation with the maximum liability we could incur. And if we constantly budgeted that maximum liability, I think we'd have a good chance of overstating the budget. And I can also say that most often we have not lived up to that maximum liability, and we have been able to manage within whatever we do budget. So therefore, you would not see $1,012,041 and be able to go down through each one of these benefits and make a one-to-one coordination, because as Chris and I work on the benefit structure, we try to take these moving parts into consideration and say, well, this is what we think it might come out to be. And that's what we've done this year. So we're projecting that we may increase a total of $1.3 million in salaries and wages. If we look at the budget below personal services, the hardware licensing, computer software, computer hardware basically is the expansion of positions. The same with operating and supplies expense. Personal equipment to outfit, okay, which includes what it's going to take to get these 12 new people on board. Same with police equipment, dropping down. The most significant expense, again, is $825,000 increase, which is the increase for vehicles that are necessary. So if you were to go to page 171, and we look down toward the bottom of the page, you can see the actual cost of what we felt maintenance would be of $643,000, 7 replacements, okay, adding up to $490,000, and the cost to fit those out, and then $340,000, which is our expansion to accommodate the 8 new officers.
Mayor Kling? May I ask you, want to go back up? So, and Doug, you've already explained health insurance, but $2.5 million swing on this?
No, it's almost, we're thinking it's going to be stable. Okay? Because there's another moving part here that we'll get to later on in the,
Oh, so public safety health insurance is
Right.
reflective.
right. So if you take the
Okay,
two.
I was thinking, wow, you guys, your experience ratings were
Yeah.
remarkable. No. Okay, sorry.
Okay.
I've been used to looking at the one line.
It's
I
a very good
apologize.
question.
That would have been
Okay.
really good.
So back on 171, bottom of the page, we have the vehicles. Again, as I had explained, if we go back, as I had explained, this reflects the purchase of the vehicles by the police department, for which then Fleet makes the ultimate purchase, and they become the property of police. And as the police, property of Fleet, and as the police department needs to swap vehicles in and out, it's handled through the Fleet department. All they are responsible for after the acquisition is paying the cost to Fleet to maintain the vehicles. Other notable increases. Beyond Fleet, motor fuel, $196,000. This is based on the $4.50 a gallon perhaps, plus the addition of 4 vehicles. IT transfers, if we swing over to page 172, primarily we can see that the 347,000 shows the increase in dedication for personnel and continuing service allocation. If we look down to the bottom of IT, we see about 115,000. Again, that's the outfitting and turnover of buying new devices, the body-worn cameras. I think those are the major items in IT. A lot of it is just continuously turning over equipment and replacing worn-out equipment. Additionally, I think the only other big item that I would call out to you folks is probably in police equipment, and that is an increase of 36,000. And if we look on page 170, midway down the page, excuse me, not police equipment but personnel equipment. Personal equipment would be the duty vests being replaced. And let's see, the only other thing I would bring to your attention is contractual services increases by 48. And that is the desire to add 2 contracted part-time individuals to work as analysts within the department. And again, no long-term commitment to these individuals. Once the contracts end, we have no future obligation to those individuals or to whomever, whatever company we hire them through. And that's basically the police department budget on the major operating accounts. So I will stop here before we move on to investigations.
Yes, Councilwoman Levi.
Thank you, ma'am. And I have a question just for clarification. I've heard 3 numbers. We started at 12, we went to 10, and then we went to 8. So could you please give me the breakdown of how many new personnel are we actually getting, and then how does that break down into?
We've asked for 12, okay? Through using our existing position authority, okay, we have taken some positions and either downgraded them or have reduced them, okay? So we are adding a net of 10 positions. In other words, internally, we're managing to fund 2 by making changes. Of the total number of 12 that we're adding, okay, that we're asking, right? We are hiring 8 as police officers for our support positions. But through our internal management, we've only had to ask for authority to hire 10 because we're self-funding 2 of those positions. And
So Mayor, question, so from an association standpoint, what's the proposed offer and the acceptance after the vote? That's included in this budget?
yes,
He paused and you said yes right away, so.
yes.
So
Okay.
then, Mayor, I'm just gonna make a motion to approve the budget, $26,613,270.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded, and I just wanted, that includes, it goes beyond that when you add your interfund transfer out, your administrative allocation out, and it transfers out.
Yes, we have to,
27 million.
27,800,000.
I apologize. I will amend my motion to approve the Nampa Police Department budget. These numbers are $27,806,040.
I will make just one comment on the police budget. As part of our process of allocating costs, where we take the cost of the general gov and allocate them out to departments that receive benefits, because the police is part of the general gov, we don't necessarily need to allocate costs to them, and I did not increase their allocation this year, but they are a substantial consumer of government services within the valley, and they need to be, or in the valley, within the city, and they need to be accounted for. But in this budget, I did not increase them over last year's, primarily because we took the fire out, and it's a long story, but I could have, if I would have been consistent, I could have charged police substantially more than just what you see in the $27 million budget, but it would have just taken it out of this hand and putting it in this hand inside general government. So I didn't do it. So there, just for clarity.
So there's a motion on the table? Excuse me. Let's go ahead and move through the motions, since we have a motion on the table, and then we'll come back just to make. Is there a second to Jean's motion? There was, that was you. Okay, I'm sorry, missed that. Councilwoman Levi, discussion, thank you.
First, I was going to say I second the amended motion. And then secondly, how many officers does that now bring us up to?
yes, that brings us up to, if you look on page, what page, 167, you can see the roster by position.
And they said 142 back there, so, thank you.
Mayor Glee,
Yes.
we have one for either Chief or Daniels, one of the two.
You want a question?
I'm sorry, what was your, go ahead and pull your mic.
I'm sorry. I do have a question for either Brad or for Joe. One of them. So in this personnel budget, does this include the increases to the captains and the lieutenants?
No, it doesn't. That's a very good discussion point, though. I alluded to that in the opening, and I don't know if, Mayor, if you want to go to this now or come back to it. You're in the middle of a motion, so I'm not sure what my response should be here.
So I think we can do it as 2 separate motions.
Oh.
Possibly, and you can tell me, because we do have a motion on the table. And because of that motion, we could approve the budget and then enter into a subsequent discussion regarding the increase the discussion regarding compression of wages and command staff. Or we can I think remand your motion and just say, you know what, I'm going to retract my motion and go into that discussion.
And within that, Mayor, let me ask one more question for Joe. So if we do modify the motion, if there's a question with the lines, with the administration staff, captains and lieutenants, the increase to the budget would only be about $144,000, right?
Correct.
Okay, so there, Gene, should help you.
Well, that depends on where we land in the compensation spectrum.
Well, I think they're at you guys you guys figured out where they were at, right?
Well, I haven't reviewed the $144,000 number. I know I've heard that quoted, but I haven't seen the data on it. It doesn't sound unreasonable. I just haven't seen the data to verify that's where we should land.
Okay, Joe, do you have any further on that?
I don't know how far,
Okay.
we have the numbers. I thought you had seen those as.
I've seen the numbers, but I haven't seen the 144,000 quote to know exactly what that ties to.
Oh, okay, yeah, I don't know if this is the proper time to actually talk about all that and the numbers. I know we have those, and it's roughly right at 144, and that's from the 5 lieutenants, the 2 captains in my position for compression issues, if the MPPA contract is agreed to.
Okay.
Councilman, do you have another quick comment? And Bruner's
No, ma'am.
next. You're good?
I'm
Okay.
good now. Yeah.
Mayor, just
Councilman Brunner.
clarification, the 2 million in the general gov, from sales tax, et cetera. I mean, aren't we talking about that this is where this portion may come from, and that would be further discussion?
Yes, well, we have options. Ed can speak to it more succinctly than I possibly can. However, if you recall at the beginning, we indicated that in general gov, we have excess revenues over expenses of about $194,000. Could come right out of that.
We spent some of
So,
that.
Mayor, my
right.
question is, does that have to even be decided today, or is that another?
I tell you what, and just a thought would be to go ahead and to take action on the motion that's before us so that we get the budget approved. And then we can come back either right now and address it, or we can, I feel like we need to do a couple of things. One, we need to understand how much of the 194 we've already spent, right? What do we have remaining? And then I don't know that I have seen the 144. That's something that I haven't seen. So I wouldn't be ready to vote on that until we've actually looked at it and we understand what it is. So I think we need to do that. So we can, since the police budget is actually agendized, but it isn't agendized for tomorrow, we could still either hit it later today or we can hit it tomorrow by just saying we want to postpone that discussion until you have, I would suggest a handout that council could review, so we could actually look at that, what that means.
Yeah, like I said, I'm not opposed to it. I just want to look at the numbers and see exactly what they look like in comparison to the corporal and sergeant payroll and make sure we're on the right trajectory.
Does that motion need to be amended to add that?
No. Nope, because the motion right now on the table is just to approve the budget as is, and then,
And then who,
go ahead.
is Doug gonna give us that paper tomorrow, or is it Chief?
Doug will get it to us. Doug needs to review those numbers before they come to the council.
Yep. And I want to review them with Jamie, too.
Yeah. Okay, so we do have a motion on the table to approve the budget as it's presented. Is there any further discussion on that? Seeing none, roll call?
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Not that number,
Levi?
because there are revenue.
Mucci?
Yes.
Mayor, I just want to comment, I think everyone in this audience knows that, but this city and council, mayor and council is a little different than a lot of municipalities, 100,000 plus throughout our country, so we do appreciate you. And that defund word has never been, I don't think, mentioned by anyone on this bench.
Absolutely, I fully agree. And actually, the further discussion, I support the discussion that's going to take place. It's just really important that our finance director has the opportunity to review those numbers, be familiar with them before they come before council. And so if he hasn't seen them, yeah, we need to see them as a team before they come forward.
I've looked at all sorts of numbers, so, but I want to make sure I've got that one all pinned down correctly. before we move forward. Like I said, conceptually, I support the process, but I want to make sure it's right.
So Jamie and Doug will review the numbers, they'll create a document, and then we'll bring that forward, and we'll address that probably tomorrow morning. So does that sound good? Awesome. Okay, Public Works Administration. And then we get to where we were going to take a lunch break 2.5 hours ago. So we'll see how fast the rest of this moves forward. Yeah. Okay, so public, I'll let you go for it, Doug. Do we have another police budget?
Yes, we do. We have police
I'm sorry.
investigations.
Could you do me a favor? Tell us how many we have within each section. That way I don't make the mistake.
Thank you.
So
I
do we,
will.
is that the only other one?
Okay, so on page, I guess, page 176, police investigations. Budget last year was 72,846, and this year it is 59,069. The only place that we have an increase is supplies expense. The big decrease would be in equipment under $10,000, which last year was 13,810, down to 1,700.
Mayor, I move that we accept the, we're calling this what, the investigation, Nampa Police Investigation? I just see Nampa Police Department about this.
It's Nampa Police Department investigations.
Investigations for the amount of $59,069.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Turner?
Yes.
Just a quick comment. One of the things I think we're going to try to do for next year is get the titles to where they clearly state what they are, because it is a little confusing. And so I think, and we talked about it earlier, it's just we weren't able to get it done this year, but we'll get it done next year. Okay, so then are we ready for Public Works Administration?
Yes. Public Works Administration is on begins on page 179. Let me fish out my notes here. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so we add one position in the budget. We are asking to add training and safety coordinator. Basically, this position would act more as a risk management and training officer to keep people healthy and help us avoid unnecessary accidents. So we would go from 6.59 positions up to 7.59. Again, we can see on page 182, the increase of 63,990 funds the new position, as well as the 3% across the board. PL payout, again, is the one-time payoff. And we can look down through and see the increases in benefit costs. Computer hardware outfits the new position. Operations and supplies expense, minor increase. Again, the most major increase I think we have in this account is the human resources end of it. The supplies goes up by $1,530. That is for a new sink in the lunchroom that's necessary. And that's pretty much, unless anybody has questions or comments, takes into consideration the Public Works Administration. Please remember when you make the motion that we have to include the motion for the total of the expenditures. So we would be looking to make a motion of 907, 189.
Mayor, I'll make the motion for Public Works Administration that we accept the budget proposal of $907,189 as we come before public.
And moved and seconded. Is there any discussion or further, any questions? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Spivak?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to section number 2. This is our special revenue enterprise and internal service funds. And I think what we might want to do is see if we can get through all these, and then we'll take a break. We've been about an hour and a half, and so we'll see.
Mayor, explain this engineering to me, this section.
Did I miss something? Or did I-
Yes. Okay, so engineering.
There's nothing on 2022.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just looking at the agenda.
I'm sure he'll explain that.
Yes.
He will.
As we had spoken earlier, engineering has been moved to an internal service fund. Basically, what we were doing is budgeting them as a general fund and then recovering the costs. So this allows us to be more efficient. It really belongs as an internal service fund. You may want to take pages 184 and 185 to have them available when we talk about the internal service fund, because there will be no detail for the prior year. Moving quickly on to streets. This one is a little bit more complicated this year. We are adding 4.61 positions in the street account, okay? We propose adding transportation planner plus a part-timer, so you can see the top line on 190 under personnel summary shows us 1.44 positions. We're asking to add a maintenance lead, which takes us from 0 in 21 up to 1 in 22. Here you will see 0.17 positions. This is the allocation of the grants analyst that we proposed under the finance budget. This would be the streets department share of that position. We are also asking to add a signal electrician. That would take us from 1 position up to 2 positions. And finally, the last position we're asking to add is a transportation traffic engineer, which takes us from 0 in 21 up to 1 in 22. Okay. First, let's talk a couple of minutes about revenue. Let's take a look at page 191.
Hey, Ed, we have a quick question.
Oh, I'm
Councilman
sorry.
Just a quick question. Are there positions, and maybe this question you can answer, but are there still positions unfilled that we've authorized in the past?
I see Tom shaking his head no. Would you like to come forward just to?
I know there was a time, and it might not be in this department, but there was a time that we couldn't find qualified people to even.
Mayor, Councilor Haverfield, so that, in Public Works Admin, we have our positions filled. We were having some trouble finding some engineers, but we did get those all filled. Yeah.
That's the question. Thanks.
Thank you. You might leave the other one on, Ed, and put it in your pocket. That way, every time you get up, you don't have to. And we can actually hear really well with that one. So it just stays with you, and you can put it in your top pocket. Well, not that one. The other one. That one goes on your ear. Well, you need to put it on your ear so we can hear you. Yeah, this is,
Just 3, right?
no, the reason I say that is that we can hear internally, but because of those listening online. There you go.
There we go.
Thank
Yes,
you.
we're happy now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Software, we're supporting the new positions, so it's going to take us $11,999 to outfit them. Some personal equipment. Basically, the heaviest expenditure would be on page 192. Okay, so if we look at pavement management at the top of the page, we can see that last year we budgeted $4,200,000. This year we are asking to budget $1,501,000. Now, this is where I had explained early on that we were moving some costs to capital. And so here we are proposing to move, I guess, probably $2,699,000 to the capital line. So we'll see those budgeted under capital expenditure. The next one I want to call your attention to is engineering services internal. This is where we see an actual billing for engineering services. It's actually reflected as an expenditure, an operating expenditure, rather than being reflected under allocations in and out. So now we can see what it is costing each program within the city for the engineering that is provided by Dan Badgett's group. I want to back up to where I originally wanted to start, and that was on page 191, talk a little bit about revenue. And you can see that this year on page 191 on the property tax revenue line, we have increased property tax revenues to the support of streets by $400,000. Intergovernmental revenue. This year, last year, you can see that we had 6.1 million, and you see a decrease of 1.44 million. This is only because we have split this out so that we can see the revenue coming from the state being 4.7 million, and the Nampa Highway District for Road and Bridge furnishing us with $2.5 million. So the real number is a $1.1 million increase to revenue. If we go down to the contracted services line, we go from $7.1 million in '21 to zero this year. You may remember that the revenue came in primarily from the work that we were doing with Amazon. They paid us, I think it was money in lieu of building permit fees. And we had, I think it was around $5.1 or $5.6 million in intersection work that was going to be undertaken by the state. And then if we finished the project on time, the city became the beneficiaries of $1.5 million. And then we had some signal work revenues also included on that line. And so the Amazon project is finished. And I see my note says 5.1 million. So we have no revenue on that line this year. We are proposing to use $1,347,000 from fund balance for primarily capital. And here's where we see $1,474,000 from capital lease proceeds. This is really the first leg of the discussion on the combination fleet street services building. I'd hoped to delay the discussion until I got to the capital improvements budget, but here we are. So I think overall the building is to run on an estimate of about $7.2 million. Being split between streets and fleet, streets paying 25%, fleet paying 75% down on the debt service. So you will see, when we get to the fleet, 4.1 million, about 4.2 million in lease proceeds on that line. It's anticipated that from impact fees, we will be able to generate probably $1 million. And I think that's how the funding would break down. I don't know if Jeff wants to add anything at this time.
Do you have the breakdown that you could bring up the PowerPoint? I think that would be helpful at this point. Yeah. So you go down to like sheets 42, yeah, right, and keep going. So we've presented this, Mayor and City Council. So we have presented this to the City Council as an information item. We have a little bit more information since then, but just to, so go back to where. There. Okay, this is the breakdown that we first proposed to council. So if you look at the 7.1 million, we proposed a lease purchase of 5.6 with an impact fee down payment of 1.5. And so that is the split between the fleet annual payment and the streets annual payment at 74%, 26%, and all that is in the budget this year. We had subsequent talks with Doug and some other options, and so go to the next sheet, and is that the new one I sent you? Okay, thanks. So then, yeah, go to the next one. So this is some other funding options depending on if we had additional dollars down. So if you look at on the left-hand column, the city cash contribution to the project, that's just a down payment. So $0 to 500 to $1 million to 1.5, which is what we proposed, and then 3.5 is additional dollars down, which would mean that we would finance not the full amount, but a $3.6 million amount, which would reduce the annual payments even more. And so then you'll see those average annual payments reduced in the last column there, the 20 to 248,000, which was about $100,000 less than what we had planned. So they go to the next slide now. I just want to highlight this is conversation has come up about outsourcing versus the new building. And so we are going to begin to outsource. There was already dollars allocated this year. Because of the space constraints, the next step is that we would outsource heavy equipment. And Doug, fill in the gaps for me. Looking at that amount and how much we would pay for a building, you're looking at the chart before you. The new building lease purchase is a flatlined amount over the next 20 years. And the blue is an escalating amount for outsourcing heavy equipment. So if you go to the next slide, Doug's, yeah.
Before you go on, would you define heavy equipment, outsourcing heavy
Yeah, I'm
equipment?
gonna
What
bring
does that
Doug up here.
include? Thank you.
Just to finish off this slide, so these are the dollar amounts for outsourcing that Doug has estimated. So we extrapolated that out to 2030, but it'll give you an idea, and you'll see the increasing amount of outsourcing cost. For instance, in 2022, it's $375,000, and by 2030, that's going to be almost $600,000.
Mayor,
And just, yeah. Well,
before Doug explains that, just because you're talking about finance.
Yeah.
I've talked to Doug, a little bit about that. But so we're lessening the amount that we would finance, possibly 3.6 million. We're still talking about 20 year, and we can get a fixed interest rate on that. Okay, well, I'm just going to say, and not to, but my understanding is there is, as you are aware, we've discussed, there is a bill potentially coming before the state legislature that would change this. Of course, they're mainly concerned about the Canyon County Jail and how that's going to be financed, but where there would be a cap of a 5-year. And so they're going to, as I've asked you, my question is if we move ahead, with this finance proposal, if that would affect, if that does pass state legislature in 2022.
I guess I talk too much. My belief is, but I would have to verify this, that if we were to proceed with the lease and complete the lease purchase financing prior to legislation being passed, then it would not impact us. Otherwise, you'd have to go back to every other municipality that had a lease purchase and redo their finances all across the state. Now, yeah, I think it would be grandfathered in.
So-
But I need to research that first.
That's fine. I just wanted a little clarification on the interest rate and making sure, because the interest rates, I think everyone believes are gonna go up, so I wanna make sure it's not an annualized.
And I'm sure it would be grandfathered because they couldn't go back and cause every city in the state to have to refinance. Okay, so 2 questions. Just to clarify, this is the cost, the increased cost. If you outsourced, this isn't the total cost of our heavy equipment, this is what the increase would be if you outsourced it, correct? And then could you define heavy equipment?
Yes, Mayor and Councilor, real quick, one very important point to this graph is the equipment we're talking about is non-critical assets that fall within a candidate bracket that we would be willing to sublet out. These are basically superfluous vehicles that are not, it's not fire, it's not snow plows. This is just the cost for that type of equipment, not critical equipment. So if we take into account the cost for all heavy equipment, it's much higher. That's an important caveat.
Okay, so what equipment then? What is, go ahead and further define that. What equipment is that?
Well, for example, the airport, there's a New Holland boomer that they use for grooming the green areas. Cemetery has one backhoe we'd sublet. Parks has a few large mowers we'd sublet. Streets has quite a few, mainly tractors and loaders and such like that, items that aren't critical for daily use. Wastewater has some of their sludge trailers. Again, some more heavy equipment from wastewater. It doesn't touch everybody, but it touches most divisions within the city. But again, this is it's a projection based on non-critical equipment.
And then just for clarity, the critical equipment, it isn't that these are non-critical, but you define them as non-critical based on how long you need immediate repair. So could you go ahead and?
Absolutely correct.
Thank you.
So this type of equipment, we would say level of service wouldn't drop if they're out of service for 2 weeks or whatever the accepted timeline is. A critical piece of equipment is if it's down for more than a couple days, level of service declines. So any piece of equipment that immediately affects level of service is considered critical and is not on this list.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that anyone listening understood the difference between the two, what you were doing. Thank you. Yes,
So
Councilor.
for clarification purposes, this is equipment that we currently have that we would no longer be using if we were outsourcing?
Councilor Haverfield, this is equipment that we currently have, that we currently service, that without a new facility capacity, we would no longer be able to service
So that
in-house.
equipment would just basically end its life at some point in time?
No, we would just sublet the repairs and maintenance out to a third-party vendor.
So we're still maintaining the equipment, we just don't have a place to store it indoors?
No, we would not no longer maintain or repair the equipment. If a tractor broke, we would have to call a tow truck, they'd tow it to a tractor dealership, they would repair it, send us a bill back into service. Whereas today, we fix it in-house.
So it might benefit local businesses possibly, I mean, as far as a follow-up to the conversation. But my question, as far as on the building itself then, have we researched other means of financing beyond a lease purchase? 'Cause- and I'll just say that the feedback that I've heard, limited as it is there's a concern about the lease option versus, because there's not a buy-in by the community. There's a decision made by this council to move forward with it instead of getting a buy-in by the majority of the population that it affects.
Okay. Mayor and Councilor, can you go up a slide to the options we looked at in funding? Keep going. So we looked at, go up one more slide just to make sure that, okay, so go down one slide. So we looked at the bond, that was our first, and it was a 2/3 majority vote, which would be fine. Because it's an operational facility, for going out to a public vote was questionable on whether this fit that. That was part of the discussion. Cash capital, it would mean, okay, do we have enough capital here to just pay for it? If we were going to start saving for it, the cost increases, and we're at a point now where we're maxed out with size. So we did look at that, but there's not capital here just to fund it with cash. The annual appropriations lease is a lease purchase. We looked at that as a viable option. Then we incorporated impact fees. We were also looking at insourcing to pay for some of the annual costs for that, and that would be for work like auto body work, paint, incorporating work from other entities there's been interest because Doug does such a good job. People are looking to have him service that. And then to reduce our existing outsourcing, which that's going to increase, so this new building would allow Doug to work on, for instance, 2 vehicles at a time. Right now, they're having to back things out and push it in. Got vehicles hanging out the front of the area. There's the efficiency, and I'm trying to talk for him, but you should talk about the efficiency improvements would be huge if we had a new facility. So those are the different funding sources, and if there was other ones, I think we probably discussed other ones along the way, but these were the primary ones that were actually viable.
As long as it's an open topic that others can, in the community, might be able to participate in on a public, maybe it's a public hearing, this is an item of, maybe it's our budget as we move forward. I just want to make sure that the public feels like they have the ability to speak on the building like this and the cost associated with it.
Mayor, one follow-up. So if we move ahead with a lease purchase, is there a penalty for paying off early?
There isn't a penalty, but we're limited on when we can do it. This is the 20-year lease, and we couldn't pay it off early until we reached 10 years of the lease. That's one of the restrictions. But to Councilor Haverfield's question as well about providing public input, I really agree with that concept, because this is a bit of it's illegal, but it's a different type of a financing structure that some people would want to know more details about. One possible avenue forward I can see is that if we approved the concept of building the building and then with the generalized numbers we have now, before it was finalized and approved, it would have to come before council, and where we would determine what's the correct structure of this. And if you couldn't determine the correct structure of the financing and have an open dialogue, then possibly the program could die. But if we want to do this, I think likely speed or haste is an element of this, because we're at a point now, if we waited another year, it probably wouldn't even be worth considering, would be the point we'd have to be outsourcing. We'd already be well down that road. And so it becomes a question of, do we want to use our resources now, or do we want to spend more later? And then you balance that with the public opinion.
That's fine. I mean, we're just basically broaching a subject, looking at the possibilities of it with our budget, but I think it merits public input.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that option.
Don't disagree.
opportunity is provided.
I'm just wondering if, we've got a public hearing on August 16th, and I'm wondering if we get the word out that we could survey, but we could actually encourage public input at the hearing by raising the visibility of this particular topic. Because I'm thinking about timeliness, right, in going ahead so that we don't let it set too long. And that's just a thought, that maybe we raise the visibility and get the input during the public hearing for our budget. Really though, but for our budget purposes, we would be approving the potential expenditure, right, of the $1.5 million from impact fees. Then later on, we're going to talk about the $2 million that we have set aside for capital. So we can always go down, we just can't go up. So my thought would be possibly that as we move forward, that we approve it. And then I agree, Councilman Haverfield, on the public input and finding the right place for that input. So at least you have the option. I guess my thought is that's the hard part about right now. You have the option. But again, it has to come back before council for the final.
So Mayor, just as clarification then, the balanced budget that we're being presented here includes that, includes this approach that you've basically outlined.
It includes,
So-
plus you would have the option of deciding whether or not to finance as it's currently structured here in the budget, which is a total financing, total project at $7.1 million, leveraging $1.5 million of impact fees to finance the remainder. That's the option built into the budget. We do have the option of using all or a portion of the $2 million we put into the capital reserve as a way to reduce that and make it so you're financing half and purchasing half. And then any repayments to the general gov from fleet, the total cost structure wouldn't change much and the payment structure wouldn't change much, but we'd be paying back general government and we would actually be earning interest on that money, the $2 million, rather than paying it to a lending institution.
So there's still variables out there that I'd like clarity on, so I don't mind the fact that it's already built into the budget so that we can either decrease the budget in our August, whatever it is, or run with what we're talking about here. So I feel better about that.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
I just have a question. So why is this in the budget if we didn't approve it, or did we?
It's so that it could be considered.
Correct, it isn't, because it hasn't been
That's what I
approved. This is the approval place to go ahead and make a decision if we want to approve it to go to public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I was kind of confused there for a minute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor and City Council, I covered, there's a lot of information in the packet that we've talked about. That's all there, but if you have any other questions, I can answer those.
We appreciate the work. Thank you for the presentation and explaining the various aspects. And I understand that fleet is a little bit at that tipping point, and it doesn't help when it's 102 degrees outside and you're jammed in and doors are open, and that just is not a good scenario. And so I think it's important at this time that we have a serious consideration of how we function as we move forward. So this is a great opportunity to do so. So thank you. Are there any other questions at this time?
Mayor, thanks for your support, the council, and then also finances help through this. It's been great. And just really appreciate Doug's work down at Fleet. Everybody I've talked to is confident in his leadership, and so it's really helped the process. So thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. So we are still on the streets budget, and we were in that section that we were talking about fleet and capital expenditures. Ed, what else should we?
Where should we pick up here? So I think that pretty much takes us down through the major revenue elements that comprise the fleet budget, the streets budget this year. We pretty much have talked about the personal services increases, have covered, we covered pavement management, engineering services, internal. So the next big item is fleet services costs, and we can find fleet services on page 194. You can see the detail of what we're proposing. We have $341,000 for ongoing fleet maintenance. We're asking to replace a 2001 Chevrolet pickup with a new F550 with the plow. Current unit doesn't have snow equipment, and then we've got some misprint here, but we're asking for $29,425 to replace a 2003 Ford F-150, $251,450 for an Elgin Pelican sweeper, and $217,000 to replace a 2006 dump truck. And so that comprises the fleet budget that we're asking for.
And Ed, can I ask a question on that last one? And this is Doug. Typically, we have, oh, never mind, I just answered the question in my head, excuse me. Just figured it out as I was starting to ask it, so keep going. Sorry.
Okay. Motor fuel, we can see on page 191, we're budgeting $135,000 this year as opposed to $82,500. Again, primarily consists of two elements, the increased cost as well as some expansion of use. We've been through the IT budget pretty much with Butch. Training, again, is the breakdown of the detail from prior years where we had expressed it all on one line. Let's see, no increase in minor equipment. Oh, a positive is under streetlight utility. If you look at page 192, last year we budgeted, or I should say this year we're budgeted at 465,000, and this year coming up we're asking for 405, which is $60,000 less. Overall, we can see that costs are going up year over year in some cases, but again, we are expanding the use of streetlights, and in this case, Jeff undertook a project and has begun replacing street lamps with LED, and we've been able to offset the increase from Idaho Power, which is expected at about 3.47%, and actually save us some money going into next year's budget. And I think that's a good message. The next major item is on contractual services. Again, on page 192, we can see that we're going down from $5,955,000 to $513,000. This is the other piece of the Amazon. This is the expenditure side. Capital expenditures, we are going up by $2,519,000. The major portion of this is the reclassification of what were considered in the past as maintenance costs that is truly capital. Debt service, you see 99,943. Again, if we were to undertake the fleet street services building, as I understood it when we put the budget together, we would have debt service in the first year of about $100,000 that streets would be obligated to. The final line I call your attention to is the reduction in interfund transfers out by $250,000. And that's pretty much the streets budget. There is another piece to streets, and that is stormwater management.
Mayor, just to be clear then, the streets budget is the 13,804,000.
Thank you for asking that. We need that clarification. I appreciate you catching that.
That's the only tabulation I've been able to find.
Right. Can you run your calculator for me? Just to make sure, Council President.
So we've got the total expenditures in at 13,814,376, but then you've got debt service, interfund transfers in and interfund transfers out at $1,060,000.
So we
So is
would,
the
to
motion-
that, add the 99,943 and the 629,600. That would give us a total of 14,543,919.
So when we make a motion, that's what we would be approving. So 14,543,919.
19.
I'll make that motion, Mayor.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the streets budget at $14,543,919. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer? Satterfield?
Yes.
So is stormwater then on 199?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll be nice next year to have those.
Yes, on 199, stormwater is funded out of fund balance at 504.8, and the expenditures of 504.8.
So move as stated.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the stormwater budget of $504,800. Is there any discussion? I'll get my head to work, my mouth to work with my head. Yeah, we did it. Okay, see no discussion, roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Satterfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Rodriguez?
Yes.
Yes.
And then airport. Is there anything else on streets? Are we good?
That's good on streets. So we go to the airport fund. Let's go to page 204. And we look to the bottom of the page where we have the personnel summary. We're asking to increase the head count by 0.05. That would be the allocation of a senior transportation planner to the streets account,
So this is the airport.
to the airport.
Okay, so thank you. And so, but this is, are we sharing a senior transportation planner? That's
Yeah.
why we've got half there
Right.
with streets.
Yep.
It's a reallocation of a position, not a new position. Jeff,
Correct.
thank you. I appreciate you mentioning that.
So, Mayor, for clarification,
Yes.
and Jeff, this has gone through the airport commission. They're okay with this in their budget?
Mayor and Councilman Haverfield, yes, they reviewed the draft budget, and they've had.
They can
probably the
absorb
last-
that?
Yeah, and they've had a chance to comment on it and provide comments.
Mayor, then I'll make the motion that we make a landing at $922,445.
It's been moved and seconded. That was great. Glad we landed on that. That was good. And it was a safe landing, hopefully. We'll find out right now. Is there any discussion? See none. A roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
I think so.
Bauer?
Yes.
He would be on one wheel, by the way.
Mucci? Brunner?
Yes.
Councilman Bauer, did you have a comment down there? No?
We're just looking for a comeback to the
I know.
earlier
I
comment.
thought maybe you had a good one.
I'm sure I will get one.
Okay, Parks and Recreation.
Okay. Probably there's no other department in the city that touches everybody as much as Parks and Recreation. From the time kids are babies, right up through senior citizens. So when we say that our services touch everybody, or have the potential to, I guess Parks is where that comes together on a voluntary basis, unlike the Nampa PD, which is more compulsory in nature. Let's see. We have changed the allocation a little bit here. We are now recognizing that Cody Swanda, his position is allocated to the Parks and Recreation admin. So as we take a look at page 214, we can see that the salaries and wages increased by 107. That includes the allocation of Cody's position, includes increase for merits, also includes, I think around 7,000, as I remember, to complete some market studies on salaries and wages and the admin account. So though that's included as well. Health insurance and benefits also reflect the cost of Cody's position. There's really not much in the way of all other expenses or non-capital or personnel. So I'm asking you here to approve $577,146.
So moved, Mayor.
It's been moved and seconded. Councilman Haverfield.
Just a comment, I don't see any creative financing for any land availability, so I guess that's not happening in this budget cycle.
It is not. I think we will do an amendment to the budget as we get to the lease, and we will need to do that amendment. But I think that we do have a plan for the financing and the funding for that.
Okay.
And so we can talk about that now if you'd like to.
Well,
I don't, it's
if
totally.
it's proper.
So we are looking at, and so Doug, if it's okay, we can just talk about what we're thinking in terms, would you like to share that? Or would you like for me to? I can do whichever one of us. Okay. So currently, as you know, we are working on the purchase of the golf course, and that's what we're, both of them. Yes, thank you for that, getting that plural in there, because it is for both. And what we're looking at is a cash offer to the state for that at the appraised value for the golf course, that half of that would be funded from the golf course fund. The other half, and this is at the will of the council, looking to self-fund the second half of that. And the reason for that consideration has to do with the fact that right now, the interest that we're getting on our money is so low that long-term, we will make money on our investment if we self-fund it. And Doug has a revenue source, so go ahead, Doug.
So if you recall, a couple of years ago, when we funded the new development services building, roughly $2.4 million plus HVA and roofing repairs, it totaled about $3 million. The economy has driven funding and fees so substantially higher that the development services is able to repay us or repay the general gov for that fund. The $3 million will be coming back. That'll be in an amendment that we'll be sharing with you. I think I went over it a couple of weeks ago, but we'll be bringing that forward before the end of the year. So we're in a position where we could, if it was the will of the council, to use that $3 million coming back from development services as our portion of the cash funding for the purchase, and then the golf course would repay us. Again, they pay us the interest, not the bank. So that works out very well for us, and we really derive very little benefit of putting that cash in the bank. We're not getting any interest on it. And this would be probably a fairly well-reasoned use of those funds.
Just for clarity, and Doug said it, our taxpayers do not fund golf. It is a self-sustaining fund, just for clarity. I think everybody knows that. And we would actually have a better return on investment by self-funding this, loaning ourselves the money than going outsourcing a loan. So it would be fully repaid with interest, so there is no cost to our taxpayers.
And we don't have to go through bond counsel or financing costs or other structures. We do it internally, and they pay us, and we save money on that aspect as well.
So it would be an almost immediate ownership,
Yeah.
potentially.
Exactly.
Instead over a period
As soon as we have an agreement with the state, we have the cash.
It's just their right to be able to purchase it back if we choose to do something different than a golf course.
Well, whatever the agreement states, yes.
So Mayor, clarification, Doug, did you just say we do have an agreement with the state?
No, no,
Okay, I don't want to get
I'm the financing side. I'm not
premature.
making
Okay,
any
I
agreement.
thought I heard that if we.
Whatever the agreement was with the state.
So the intended agreement is at the golf course appraised value. And so Darren is currently working with a representative from the Department of Health and Welfare to go ahead and work on that agreement. And so they're currently working on it, but the director and I, based on our conversations, it's been at that assessed value, not at the higher value, which is that approximately $6 million that we had discussed. And so the goal for us is that we actually have the opportunity to self-fund that and purchase it, own it in full, with the caveat of Councilman Haverfield's comment that if it were to be used for anything other than a golf course, then the agreement would, there will be a clause in the agreement that protects the state from us taking that property over and then using it as investment property, right? The intended use is that it stay in our park system as a golf course. Golf courses, plural.
So Mayor, if I may, so I know crystal ball, but do we have a timeline when we hope to have an agreement of some sort?
While Darren's coming, I will say that we did renew the lease. And so it expired June 30th. It's been renewed. I think it's for a full year. I
I
signed
noticed
it.
that has increased quite a bit from last year. Is there, we can discuss that when we get to the golf, but
I don't think the lease increased.
was it, okay. I'll have to-
Yeah.
So, and I know the golf this year for presentation they have that under the enterprise funds. So we'll be talking about golf again, maybe later today or maybe even tomorrow. But
Building land rental, I have as an increase of 195,000.
yeah, we did put the, what we estimated that the payment would be, the ongoing payment back to the city. So we did put some of that. We just didn't put the large capital expenditure in because we didn't know what that was going to be yet. And so either we would come back with some kind of amendment at a later time as we work through that. But we have met, like Mayor Kling said, our staff has met with Health and Welfare Business Department. They're currently looking over the appraisal in the agreement. We met right around June 30th, and they mentioned that they will get back to me this month to let me know exactly where the progress they're making on reviewing all the information. Some things that we need to make sure that we get right are the survey, water rights, and just work out all those details. So we want to make sure that we get it right.
I will say, and we'll get to this when we get to the golf side, but in answer to your question, the current lease has not changed, but the lease payment that you're seeing, they're projecting what those payments would be because it's the projection. Mhm. It's just a projection, knowing that we're hopefully going to get the transaction done.
Mayor, final question, then what interest rate are we?
Well, Mr. Ed over here has some very good suggestions on that. I'll let him speak to that, if his battery's not dead. Okay.
Yeah. It is not uncommon to make interfund loans. In this case, we have an opportunity to help the city out. So basically what I would propose, whether it be golf or fleet, is that we charge prime rate as published on the day of the purchase and sale agreement plus 0.5%.
Okay, so we are on the administration budget, though, so where are we on the budget, actually? I'm trying to think. I don't, did we have a
I think
motion?
we're ready to go through
We had a
parks.
motion and a second, and we just needed a roll call, but we were in the discussion. Thank you for the reminder. So is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Mucci? Yes. Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, are we moving to page 217 or to,
Let's go
Where
right
do we
over
wanna
to
go?
219.
okay?
Okay, personnel summary overall.
Sorry, this is going to be a replacement page also.
Thank you. So on top of it, thank you.
I'll wait for folks to. Okay, so on page 219, we're not proposing to increase positions. We do have some ups and downs within the position count to make the Parks Department more efficient. So if we move on to page 220, we can see that there is a modest increase in the Parks Personal Services budget of $49,000. Most of that is wrapped up in the perceived PL payout, $36,182. Going down into the actual operating expenses, Fleet Services increases by $37,000. Basically, on page 222, if we look at Fleet Services, we wish to purchase 3 half-ton pickups and a 3/4 ton, which will be used to tow mowing equipment. So basically, the big increase is in the fleet budget. Contracted seasonal labor, again, finding part-time people has been a challenge. Wages are increasing. Basically, we look at 28 seasonal contractors at a 32-hour work week, 40 hours per week, which is going to be $14 an hour plus surcharge of 28%, and an increase from 25 contractors at $12 an hour from 2021. The good part here is that the contracting agency manages all of the paperwork to bring people on board and sunset people. It saves us the administrative cost within our payroll department and human resources to bring people on and off payroll. Plus, we do not have any long-term commitment to those individuals. Capital expenditures, we will bring up in the capital portion. We're proposing to increase by $268,000. So our total budget is going to be $3,820,136.
I'm looking for that number on my sheet.
Yes, that would be the total expenditures plus the transfers out of $204,000.
Okay, so say it when it's 3,000,008? 920. 3 million. Can you say that number again?
$3,820,136.
Mayor? Yes. May I ask you a question, please? Yes.
Sure.
On page 224.
Could you speak right into your microphone? Thank you.
On page 224, where it says tree service Sinsky, when I'm thinking about, we have an arborist and we have a staff, et cetera, what does the tree service cover?
I would ask Darren to speak to that. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we do have an arborist. There are some trees that in the city from time to time have to be taken down or removed, that we don't have that big equipment. And so we feel like it's more efficient contracting that out rather than having, that large equipment and the liability of removing some of those trees on the city. So that's what that's for.
Thank you.
So while you're standing there, just a quick question. So I think it's our team today, just in case anyone noticed, we have a beautiful big, is that a spruce or pine? Whatever it is.
It's a spruce, yeah.
Setting out by our Veterans Memorial area. But that tree we found recently was actually in danger of falling over. And so they're having to take that tree down today. And I noticed our team, I appreciated the expertise in visiting with them, that the expertise that is there on our team.
Yes.
But I think they were doing the tree, or did
I
they?
believe they're doing that
That's a big
one.
tree.
Yeah, yeah,
Good
they
for
can do some of them. The Christmas tree that we get, that would be one that's really big, that we would contract out, but, yeah.
I just, one other just quick this is more of a comment, and it's really, Jennifer, you know what, on the fleet side with those trucks, I vaguely remember why we were doing those, and we had some age-out things on those, and so if you could put the years next year on the truck in your detail, so that we know when we're doing is it a new truck or is it replacing an existing truck, what the year of the truck we're replacing is, that'd be great, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Time for our motion, Mayor.
I think it's time for a motion.
So Ed, check my addition. I know you said it still. Are we talking about approving $3,820,136?
Yes.
So moved that we approve that for parks and for a public hearing.
Second that.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Bauer, Rodriguez,
Yes.
Turner.
And then we'll move to the recreation section, and shall we move to 226?
Yes, please. So I will say no substantial increase in headcount, although some allocations have changed, resulting in 0.13 FTE increase being allocated to recreation. What you see on page 227, again, is the cost of the COLA being included in the regular salaries line, and just changes that ripple down through all of the benefits. Let's see. Fleet services goes up a minor amount. Contracted seasonal labor, again, the same rationale here in recreation, increased costs, and just keeping the operation going. There's really nothing that I would call major on this line or in this organization. So we would take the 777, add in the transfers out, and come up to 951,645. And we will revise these schedules after the work session is over, so that we have totals on the bottom before you folks go into public hearing.
Thank you.
This was something I should have foreseen, but didn't.
Okay, thank you. I do have a question, use of fund balance. Who wants to share how you're going to use the fund balance?
In recreation, the fund balance will be used to supplement current expense.
Okay. Is that all you would have to say, Darren? Thank you. Darren's coming forward, so.
And so Parks and Recreation, it's under one fund, and so at the end, any surplus revenue all drops back into that fund balance. But some things that are increasing in Parks and Recreation is replacing a playground. That's probably the major new expense that we didn't have, and that's at Lakeview Park. And that was $375,000, so that'll be a big expense, and so that's one of the things that we're finding that's increasing the amount we're taking out of our fund balance.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yes.
Question, I'm not sure if it's for Darren or for Ed. So I'm noticing in utilities, there's a $1,000 decrease from last year. Is that due to high energy efficient something? Because in an earlier presentation today, there was an allowance for an increase of Idaho Power. Or did I read that wrong?
I can't speak to that. If Darren,
Yeah, I think, Councilwoman Levi, I think that when we calculated that, we estimated not on what we had budgeted last year, but what the actual was. And so we felt like we were able to decrease that based on what the actual was last year.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the total budget of $951,645.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the recreation budget at $951,645. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Haverfield, Bauer, Levi,
Yes.
Yes.
Mucci.
Okay, so I think we've got rec center next, and shall we go to page 232? And then 233.
yes. I need to take a brief time out here for a second.
Eric, we take a 5-minute break then?
So why don't we take a 5-minute break?
Thank you.
We'll just take a 5-minute break and come back, and we'll be quick. Okay, let's get started. I don't know how much longer than 5 we were, but we'll get back at it. Okay, so we're ready for the Nampa Rec Center. I guess we need Ed. That's who we need. We're just missing a key component of this. We're all ready. It's like, where's Ed? Okay. Probably needed a break too. And Ed, you didn't even get to taste your birthday cake yet. It's really good. Yeah.
From Trigger.
Thank you for the break. We were finishing up on recreation, and Darren was mentioning the park at 375,000, and I couldn't see it, and I thought, I've lost it. Didn't put it in, but we've decided that it is in there and we can move forward. Okay. So I think our next budget to consider is the rec center. Basically, the rec center is, again, special revenue, self-supporting. We're forecasting activity that's somewhat down from last year as far as revenue goes. Really not much of a change in personnel. The $74,000 represents 3%. And other miscellaneous upgrades and downgrades in the rec center. PL payout, again, is the one-time buyout, and the rest of the expenses are in line with what I would expect on the personnel side of the budget. Really, as we look at the discretionary expenses, there is really nothing of note in the operating accounts other than we have a net decrease in operating expenses before we consider transfers out. And with transfers out, our total budget to be considered is $3,470,636.
$3,470,636. Council, do you have any questions? It's been moved and seconded to approve the Napa Recreation Center budget at $3,470,636. Is there any discussion?
Okay,
Seeing
so
none, hold it, roll call.
there we go.
Yes.
Yes.
And then the mayor's golf. Is that a budget? That's its own budget?
It's its own budget, yes.
Okay. So
So move as.
Second.
it's been moved and seconded to approve the mayor's golf tournament budget. Is there any further discussion? And in the amount of, let's find the final in there, it's just 18,000, correct?
Yes.
Okay, the amount of 18,000, and I believe Randy was, were you the second? Yes, he was. Who was first? Darrell? It went fast. Darrell was,
So did you win that one too?
Close, no.
and I think we're ready for roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
And then we'll go on to the cemetery fund.
Not a lot of news in the cemetery fund. Nothing's really picking up there.
I'm dying to make this motion, okay?
We're using a little bit of fund balance, but that's paying for some capital. We need a new mower in the cemetery fund. So with transfers out, we are looking at, hold on, we'll give you a total. $362,655.
So moved.
I think we're going to give it to Victor.
sure.
Randy
I
tried.
made the comment. I'm the oldest here, besides Ed.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the cemetery fund in the amount of $362,655, if I got that correct.
You did. Right.
Any further discussion?
I'm just curious, are we burying more, or are we ashes, or what are we doing out there now? Cremations are way up. And with our population growth, I mean, as far as those who are dying every year and going, is that increasing? Nice subject, I know.
Well, we sell a lot of plots because I signed them all. They come through on a
So-
regular basis, and we got ours.
So we have good revenue.
So, yeah, we're not seeing a big increase. I think traditionally, I think some of the traditional burials are now changing where some aren't going to cemeteries, they're just having their ashes spread out in the mountains or in a lake or something like
We
that.
have plenty of
So,
land for several years?
we have at least enough land for about 20 years, so yeah, we're doing okay.
Thank you. So I believe it's been moved and seconded to approve the cemetery fund. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
That's the end of Parks and Rec. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Okay, library.
Library, thank you. We can, I think we can move right over to page 250. If there was ever an organization in the city that deserves more money, it is the library. And as such, when we were working on the budget and looking at available resources, we did try to add more money to the library. As you can see, we've gone from $2,257,000 in property tax revenue to $2,355,000. We did give the library what I would call, on a percentage basis, a pretty significant boost, as I think we moved them up 60,000. If anybody does a good job, again, I think the library and Claire are a credit to the city. I will next call your attention to personal services salaries. I don't want to call this a sad story, but you can see that there is a substantial increase of 187. How the majority of this comes about is over the years, positions that should have been budgeted at half-time were only budgeted at quarter-time. And how this came to light was as Claire was doing some reorganization to make things more efficient by reorganizing several part-time positions into full-time. We discovered that there had been some errors in the calculations in past years. I can't say it was a system problem in any way. I have to say that since I've been here since 2020, it's been 3 years, and I'll take the hit for not having fully realized that. So this year, Chris picked it up, called my attention to it, and I said, this is the year to fix it. So that accounts for most of the increase. Again, PL payout is going to be the one time that we owe folks plus their regular vacations. FICA taxes, Percy, and all the other escalators go up. Health insurance again goes up as individuals transfer from a lesser coverage to a more family-oriented coverage cost. IT is probably the most significant expense, and we've covered IT. And I guess as far as that goes, I think that's the majority of the library's main operating account. So The total here is $2,435,453. And then we have some smaller accounts as well.
Mayor Kling, I'll make the motion to pass, to approve $2,435,453.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to approve the library fund at $2,435,453. Is there any discussion?
I just want to thank Claire for all you do, Claire. For as much as you had to do in COVID, the library came through. And that's part of you and your staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Good, you're right.
Yes.
They were excellent. Okay, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Could you give us a title on this next one on page 254? What is the name of that fund?
That is the Library Circulation Fund.
Circulation Fund.
It's hard to see, it doesn't call out as much as the title, but if you look in the light blue headers of the table, it'll be on the left side
it
what
is.
kind of division it is for that.
It totally is, thank you.
Just not very big. We'll make it
Actually,
better
I know.
next time.
I totally forgot, yeah, thank you.
So, Mayor, if I may, just, that's the reason we have all these sub-funds. There's like
Claire,
four
would you like to
library
speak to
fund and
that?
there's four more?
Could we combine them would be the question.
Yeah, I get, that's what I'm getting at.
They only have one source of, well, two sources of funding, the foundation and us, so theoretically you could.
Right, because with technical services, public services, circulation, yeah.
It's all separate divisions in our department. They all could be combined under admin, but we just separate them so we can more clearly track them. But they're all, that's all the library. It's not, there's nothing different about any of them.
So next year, we could combine them.
We could figure a different way to track them, yeah.
Because they're just departments within.
Yep, that's all they are.
Thank you.
So are we able to make a motion for the rest of these? Or
Yes. Yes,
So
you have,
As, in the amounts as.
yeah, let's just go through them so that we're on record. Circulation would be 8,000.
He's sneezed.
Rick's in trouble. We have police here if we need to throw him out.
Okay, $8,100. Total operating expenses for library public services would be $38,300. Library fund technical services would be $33,900.
So moved as stated.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the library fund, the circulation fund, the services fund, and the technical services fund as stated. Is there a discussion?
What is the total?
Total, okay. So the, going back to, I think we're on circulation, the first one was circulation at 8,100. The the public services fund at 38,300, and the technical services fund at 33,900.
Does someone have a grand total on that?
80,300.
Yes. Very good, Jean. We have a position for you.
To my iPhone. You do not want me to work for you, Ed.
I think it should be so noted, though, in our approvals, that we approved 3 separate funds at 3 separate amounts, and it's not, they are not totaled in our budget approval because they're not totaled in our budget.
Correct.
So they need to be separate. So,
Jean, what was your total?
80,300.
Okay, thanks.
is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Okay.
Family Justice Center.
We can go right to page 265. Another one of the standouts in the Nampa community is Jeannie Strohmeyer. The Family Justice Center, when I first arrived, was a difficult organization to unravel financially. Since Jeannie has been in command, we've made great strides in coming up with a reasonable budget. We're not afraid to look things in the eye when we need to make a decrease. In the upcoming amendment to fiscal '21, you will see where Jeannie has made a lot of adjustments downward in expectations. The unfortunate part of this is that some of those downward pressures continue to plague the Family Justice Center. And when we get to the grants portion, we will discuss those in greater detail. So as we look at the Family Justice Center on page 265, we see a modest increase in headcount of 0.78. Pretty much is the assistant project manager. Let's see, expenses. The salaries go down a little bit in this account as the reorganization has saved some money on salary expenses. IT transfers goes up by 10,000 here. This is a matter of not so much allocation, but in fact requested service that was necessary to operate the Family Justice Center. So if we were to look at page 267 and we look at IT transfers and you look at those coded CB in the middle three lines, that's pretty much the bulk of the increase in IT. The rest of what you see is in fact minor increases. So I would ask you to move in $303,998.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Nampa Family Justice Center budget at $303,998. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes.
And now I believe we have the client services
Client
portion.
services on page 268. Okay, the big news here is in the personal services category. We're asking for an increase of $70,163. We are funding a position that was typically carried on the grants account. And we're seeding it with some temporary funding from the city's general fund. We are under pressure on the grants account as not all the grants that we had hoped for are going to materialize at the amounts that we had submitted. In some cases, we may not continue to qualify for some of the grants. So until we can make a determination as to whether any of the ARA funds could be used, or ARPA funds, I guess, we have decided that the position is of such significance to the program that it really demands to be carried forward until we can find a permanent solution. So this gives us a year to work through finding that solution with the Family Justice Center. Operations expenses, really pretty stable. We go up by about $16,000, but this is only because we are increasing our client services where necessary. And that's what drives the operating expense. We are also operating what's called the Safe Services Grant Program, which is a client service and a contractual service, and that's what drives the cost. I'm not familiar intimately with the Safe Services Program, but I think Jeannie is here if you have any questions about the program.
Ed, I'm going to ask you, could you take your little Thank you. Pull that right back down there.
How's that?
That's much better. It's only because I can tell you're not hitting microphone for the online people.
Okay.
Councilwoman Mutchie has a comment.
May I ask Jeannie, may I ask you a question? Well done, by the way.
Thank you.
What grants are we at risk of not qualifying for any longer and why? What's
So
changing?
it's the VOCA grant. So that's across the country. This is funds. It's not taxpayer funds. It's funds from offenders that are giving, that are paying their fees because of the offense. And they were going to a federal fund, and they are no longer charging those fees. So that amount in that pot is going away. So little by little, it's being drained. And so they are doing what they call a VOCA fix. So what that means is they are trying to pass it and shift that. But at this point, we don't know for sure. So we were cut $60,000 in our program, but across the country, people are cut lots of money. I know St. Luke's was cut $200,000. So it is going just across the country. All the money is disappearing. So they're trying to fix it, but we don't know what that results is going to be on that.
Mayor, further, if you may, Jamie, so offender fees. Explain, give me an
Yes.
example of what that, someone who is not having to pay that now.
Right, so the prosecutors, when somebody's perpetrated on a victim and hurt them, then they have to go through a process of being charged with certain fees to go before, I don't know exactly how.
Restitution type?
Yes,
To a certain
yes,
extent?
exactly. But, so I don't know the details of what those fees look like. I just know that that's coming from that pot of money.
Okay, and the reason these are no longer happening is because why?
Because they're not charging the same way.
Who's making that decision, I guess? I'm trying to get
It's
down to that.
federal, the federal.
So a new administration, has this just happened since the change in administration?
No, this is not. This has been going on for a
Ongoing.
while, yes.
So with victims of crime assistance, in case people don't know.
Yes, thank you.
How much does the state of Idaho usually get from that? Do you know what the budget
The
is?
total amount, I don't know, but, no, I don't know for the
So
total.
we have a pretty substantial state surplus where these kinds of programs are so critical. It'd be interesting to see what could happen at the state level. That's too bad.
And we did ask for, so we get it from the Idaho Council on Domestic Violence and Victim Assistance. That's where we apply for the funds. We did ask for more. We just had an audit a few weeks ago, and they came out and they did a full day audit, which went really well. But we did ask for the funds and what that was looking like, and they were telling us that they had no idea what that was going to look like long-term, and that as soon as they find out, they will let us know. But we were not cut as much as other people were cut just because they don't have the funds, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Jeannie, thank you for your work. I tell you, you're doing an amazing job.
Thank you so much, appreciate it.
Okay, so this was the client services budget. I don't think we've had a motion yet. No. Okay. And the amount that we're going to be approving is the 102,163,
Yes.
is that correct?
Thank you.
Second. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the total expenditures of $102,163 in the client services portion of the Family Justice Center budget. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Mucci?
Yes. Nampa Police Department, 911 services.
Yes, 911. No change in head count, really. If we go over to page 272, we can see that we're hoping for stable revenues on the 911's restricted revenue. Here, we're going to ask to use $80,883 from fund balance. This will help us meet our operational expenses. Our expenses here continue to increase. We have maintenance contracts that we expect a $50,000 increase. This is pretty much the GIS Crossroads contract. The issue here is not that we are not effectively managing this account, because I think the police department is doing an outstanding job. It's more or less, I think, a legislative issue on the state side, where there is a ceiling to what can be charged for various components, such as cell phones. One of the biggest problems we have here is that people who move in keep their out-of-state numbers. Therefore, the 911 fee goes to the state where the area code derives from. So we're missing revenue while our costs continue to push up.
So Mayor, explain again, what's the maintenance contracts again, the 50,000?
50,000 is for the Crossroads GIS contract. Okay. Other minor increases, we've got an $1,800 increase in radios for the addition of 2 SETCOMs and radio mics for the motorcycle police. Computer hardware goes up $12,000. That's pretty much looking at the GTEC MDT program, which forces the cost up. Some refresh of monitors that we have to undertake. So there are a lot of, I don't want to minimize the cost increases, but there are a lot of components that are not of a huge magnitude that continue to push up the costs.
Yes.
In looking at the detailed selected expenditures, it appears that the Napa Fire Department has some items listed that we'll be providing in our budget for fiscal year '22.
Yes. I'll let Brad really go into that in detail. We do have some reciprocal agreements with the Nampa Fire Department, if Brad's still here.
So, Mayor, Councilman Haverfield, wow, I suddenly feel short when I get up next to that mic. All right, I'll live with it. The fact that the fire department's leaving and going to the district doesn't really affect the 911 budget. Those numbers, those dollars are collected to serve the citizens of Nampa, so there's still a support component that goes along with that. The ability of dispatch to contact the fire department to send them on medical calls and fire calls doesn't change, even though they're part of the district. The 911 money's always been separate from general PD budget and fire general budget, and that we don't see that changing. We are working on official agreements that articulate that out, but supporting them in their ability to talk to our dispatch center is still, I think, a priority of the 911 dispatch center.
My question was, with them leaving, is there a portion of what we pay for that will go with them? It doesn't sound like the city is still responsible for the full freight on 911 service.
Well, I think that's something that we're going to continue to work and fine tune in our agreements. They're not going to take any 911 funds with them. It will simply be the 911 fund supporting the communications between fire and Nampa Dispatch. Does that make sense?
Well, again, I mean, it's a benefit for both, but it's truly a benefit for the community. So it's just understanding where the dollars come from. With them leaving, I didn't know if they took a portion of the responsibility for the cost or not. It doesn't sound like.
Not when it comes to the specifics of the 911 center. That fund is, I guess we looked at it from the standpoint that the role of the fund as it was established under the code doesn't change regardless of whether they're parts of the city of Nampa or part of the fire district. And so the fund will still continue to support the communication aspect of what they do and what we do. And so there's no scenarios I can see where they would have to pay, and that wouldn't make sense, because again, that just means the taxpayer would have to pay twice for the same service. So we're trying to establish exactly what it looks like in agreements, but we'd still continue to support their ability to get to the end user, which is our citizens whenever help is requested, so.
Thanks, Brad.
So in the 911 fund, we would ask you to move $1,034,834 into the budget.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded that we move $1,034,834 into the 911 fund from the 911 funded budget. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Brunner? Yes. Mucci? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay, so let's move on to Civic Center and Fort Idaho Center. Page 275.
Okay, so we're on page, let's go right to page 279. We are asking to move in $1,158,096. And I'm going to speak to just a very small portion of this budget, and that is on page 280. Typically, we support the the Civic Center in this case, with a minimal capital budget of $40,000 per year. Each year, we sit down with Andrew Luther and try to determine how much we can fund and what we should fund. This year, I've asked that $200,000 be included in this budget for the replacement of facility air walls, which are a discontinued product. And as we discuss this, not only are they discontinued, but they're just about inoperable. We can't divide the rooms effectively to hold multiple events, and there's somewhat of a safety hazard as well at this point. So the total cost of the project is $200,000. So I took the typical 40 that we add to the budget and we asked that you increase this by 160 to give us 200,000. Let's skip over to page page 285 for a minute. Here we're asking that in the Fort Idaho Center, you move in $5,544,366. And if we could flip over to page 286, we're asking for two items here. And this is just a fraction of what Andrew feels is necessary, but we need to replace a couple of chillers to keep those functioning. And we are asking that you appropriate $330,000 to pay a portion of LED lighting, which will save the Fort Idaho Center operating expense in future years. This is the difference between the immediate rebate that we would get from Idaho Power and what the total cost of the project is. As far as the operating budget, I believe Andrew is here.
I don't see Andrew here.
Whoa, Andrew is not here. Could we table this budget until tomorrow?
Well, actually, so I'd like to, so just clarifying something. As I was looking at the budget, typically we are not, quote, approving their budget. What we're approving is the interfund transfer in. So we would
Right.
not be approving the million total operating expenses as we did on the others, but rather, for example, on the Civic Center, I think it's that $381,482 transfer in. Is that what the general fund approval is, plus the capital fund expenditures on page 280?
Yes, we would be looking to transfer in $581,482 on the Civic Center. Correct.
Okay, and then so, and then it's all the capital.
And on 286 for the Ford Idaho Center, we would be asking for $1,378,621 in total transfers to those organizations. Ford Idaho Center.
And I believe, please correct me if I'm wrong here, but the transfers in for operations aren't that, they're fairly close to what we had in the prior year. The increase is on the capital side.
Last year, we funded $280,000 in capital for the Ford Idaho Center. This year, we're asking to fund $280,000.
600,000, 660.
660.
And those,
I would be interested in knowing what we funded operationally last year for the Civic Center and what we funded last year for the Ford Idaho Center for operational budgets, that comparison. Because actually, we don't quote approve the Ford Idaho Center, their operational budget. What we approve is what we fund them for.
We funded last year, I believe, 421, 482
for Nampa Civic
for
Center.
the Civic Center, and,
For operations.
yes, and I think 998, 621 perhaps in operating transfers in Ford, Idaho. We could take a minute and look those up to make sure those are the exact numbers.
Those are very
they
close.
sound-
Yeah,
they
they
sound
sound
right.
about right. Which leads me to believe that most of our, and we've talked about this with the Napa Civic Center and the Ford Idaho Center. They have a long list of deferred capital requests. And since it hasn't been a critical city service, and especially with COVID, we've been very cautious on how we spent. Now, as that indicated, one of the expenditures, capital expenditures for the Ford Idaho Center is LED lighting that has a very short payback period. It'll come back to us. So overall, not increasing the operational funding, increasing the capital funding to solve some longer-term issues.
And the capital funding's coming from our capital facilities, capital
facilities.
budget.
Right.
So it's not operational.
It's not coming out of property taxes. This funding is coming primarily from the utility fees we generate from electrical, gas, and cable. In fact, it's entirely coming from that.
So I think what's important, so I think it's very important that we understand, again, as I said a minute ago, we're not approving their budget per se. What we're approving is what our supplemental funding is. That even in the midst of COVID, we could have ended up upside down at the Civic Center and the Ford Idaho Center, and we did not. They actually, I think, met budget or exceeded budget. They did amazingly well. They were so creative in what events they continued to do within the guidelines. And then they also did a huge staff cuts. And then their existing staff worked multiple positions. I have to say, I was so proud of Andrew Luther and his leadership, because that could have been a deficit to the city in a big way, and it wasn't. And then the other thing that in the midst of, last year's a hard year to come off of because they didn't get to go ahead, but they didn't fall behind. So the trend that we want to see is the numbers going down. And what they're needing from the city, I think we're going to see it as long as we stay where we are and can move forward in these events. We're going to see it go down even further. So I think I'm pleased to see the trend going the direction it is.
Mayor.
Yes.
Doug, as far as the funds for the LED lighting, is there Idaho Power rebate
Yeah.
amount? Where is that listed?
I think in the initial investment, that is listed as net of the total. I think the total is, what, Ed, was it 500,000?
It's almost 600.
Almost
We're
600.
giving them 330,000. They have to make the rest materialize.
And the payback
330.
comes from the decreased electrical usage.
The ROI on this was, I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was like 4 years. It was,
Yeah,
it was
4 years.
very, very good return on investment on the return on this.
But it's already captured in this number of 330.
Right, the credit is captured, yes.
Yes.
So I'm fine with the approvals of these. I just still would like more information, as the mayor's asked for, as far as comparisons.
Sure.
Last year to this year, general operating fund, what
Yeah.
where we're really at. It'd be
Yeah.
nice to know.
Well, we can get that for you tomorrow morning if you would
We
like.
can push this to tomorrow morning, if you'd like to, and get the final approval tomorrow morning.
Like I say, I'm fine to go ahead and send this to public hearing.
Okay.
As it is, I just.
And then just give the
more
support.
information.
Yeah,
Sure.
get the information, but I'm fine with this. So we can just make the transfers as far as the motion. We make a motion for the Civic Center then, and you again, Ed, correct, the $581,482. And for the Fort Idaho Center, $1,378,621.
Yes. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Levi?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Turner?
Yes.
Okay. So grants.
Grants. Okay, grants. I guess I look at grants as an enhancer to the community. It allows us to do things that otherwise we could not fund. Last year, when we considered grants, we moved them in as grants and moved on. However, this year, I think it's best if we call out the major grants and deal with those. So if we go to page 287, Community Development Block Grant is first on the list, and we're asking to increase by one position, again, funded totally with federal money, either from HUD or, I think in this case, maybe COVID money. In the Family Justice Center, we are reallocating some funding. As I alluded to earlier, we're moving one position off to special revenue to fund it there. We're also at the same time increasing an advocate by 0.12 FTE and DV advocate from 255 to 3, which is a total of 0.45 positions. At the same time, we show a decrease in the client services coordinator, which is now on the special revenue account. We are decreasing the finance and grant specialist and decreasing the elder advocate as far as funding from the account. The next one that is of particular concern is we have COVID monies that flowed through to the city that came through Department of Justice, however, were administered by the fire department. We had received funding for a part-time emergency management coordinator. I am carrying that into 2022. However, please note that that position runs out of funding at the end of December. So the city, in its long-term thinking, may want to make room for an emergency coordinator for the city. Now, whether that belongs in the police department, the mayor's office, or over with Doug, or in IT, that's really a decision for the city as to what the future there should be. But it does run out of funding. Okay, so on page 288, we expect more grant revenue coming in for the CDBG program. We expect to receive $1,005,000 $1,005,000 from HUD. We expect that we're going to receive $685,000 in continuing COVID Act funds. We can see $43,000 pays for the position that we're planning on onboarding, and also includes the cost of the 3% COLA. The $16,000 for health insurance is probably a good average cost. It is somewhere between single and family, and so the rest of the personnel expenses kind of fall together. Again, computer increases for hardware and software are loans, software contracts, a contract for loan software, and some administrative costs comprise the $7,200. Sub-grant recipients, again, this is basically a pass-through of revenue that comes in from the feds for various projects. We have, in fact, listed out for you on page 289 and 290 all of our anticipated subrecipients for those funds. Budget is otherwise not remarkable in any respect. So the total expenses that we would be asking you to authorize would be $1,690,243.
It's been moved and seconded.
Question.
Approve total expenses? Yes.
Jacob brought up a point that hasn't been discussed in a while, but we're not in a state of emergency any longer, correct?
You know, our state of emergency was actually tied to the state. And so I don't know, I don't remember, is the state still under state of emergency? I apologize, because it was just tied to theirs. Yeah.
Do we have an answer for that?
Kirk?
I do not know, but are you talking about as it relates to the funds we've got for the DOJ?
As it relates to the statement that we might want to look into having a permanent director.
In that
So-
aspect.
That would be for other purposes as well. I mean, there's a lot beyond COVID that that type of position might be available to coordinate between, I don't know, the fire department, police and public works. I mean, you could have a weather emergency. You know, I'm just throwing it out, President Haverfield, for your consideration. I'm not putting a value judgment on it.
Isn't Kirk Carpenter
Kirk is, I tell you what, right now, Ed Hewitt is filling our grant-funded coordinator for emergency. What he is working on, he's doing a couple of different things, but one of which has been finishing out our emergency plan specific to a power outage. I hope that we can have an exercise, a regional exercise before he's gone, and I don't know if we can get it done, but if not, we need a local one regarding a power outage, just to make sure that that we function well within the city for that. At this time, it hasn't been recommended in the budget to put someone in that position. I think the next step for us internally as a city is to talk about how we function with the fire stepping outside of the city. We need to talk about, we probably need an internal emergency coordination within the city. And so, and then we partner closely with fire. So we need to work out that relationship. And then I think the key is that we have a plan in place that's a good plan. And if it were warranted, then we could look at that as we look to the future. But the goal right now is let's get our plans in place. So we're still finishing those up.
I think it's important that it's annually updated or at least checked as council members leave and come and, you know, even mayors, but as, like in your position.
Yes.
Mayor and council, yes, right now we are operating on the DOJ grant, and Ed is doing a great job. In fact, sent me some examples today of some tools we'll be using for our emergency operation plan. Basically, we're rewriting or updating the plan to where it joins the fire department and the city together when it comes time for emergency. It identifies who's filling what role as well as the role of all individuals. So identifying not just who, but the locations, like we're working on the generator backup plan and fuel. So Ed's doing a great job. We're just gonna take advantage of that opportunity while the grant's still available. And then at that point, yeah, we as a city and a community need to probably address, we used to have kind of that risk manager, emergency management piece in Lynn Thompson. So we really need to look at coordinating together what we're gonna do for the upkeep, because that's the most important part, is it gets behind, and we really need to fall in line, not just with what we're gonna do as a city, but how do we align with the county in both times of emergency as well as recovery, because that's how our funds will come in from the federal government.
We got those 3-ring binders that had information, but obviously it needs to be updated as time goes by.
Yeah, and I think
Then
he's
I would-
done pretty much with most of the updates as it is in regard to us moving over to the district.
Was?
He's
was
pretty
so?
much up to date, yeah.
Oh, okay, now.
So we'll be updating any books, any information that you have with the work he's doing right now.
Yep.
And I will say Kirk has done a phenomenal job in the integration and the relationship with the county. Hasn't been easy, but
Not always.
the pandemic was a really good exercise in letting us see where we have our weak spots. So I think it's been good, and we're going to continue to refine, but I feel really good about the progress we've made, but we're not quite where we need to be yet. We're still working there.
Yeah.
So I don't know how we're going to get it done without a position, so we need to make the most of the position that we have right now, and then consider how we move forward.
Yeah. And it'll be not just for emergency services, but as Public Works could tell you, the opportunity for grants was enhanced when Kristen was here. She did a lot of work lining us up to get prepared for those federal grants that are available to us. So it is a worthwhile thing to really investigate as a group, as a whole, on how we could support that function, both for the community and the fire district, obviously, as a part of that.
Just the other night, there was a power outage that happened to be in the area where I lived, and I could hear our well kick in. The generator for the well kicked in and ran just like it was supposed to, and I had water just like I was supposed to when there was no power. And that's the kind of thing you want to have happen, and it takes considerable work to ensure that the plan works, right? And that we have the fuel to run those. And in sitting and talking with Idaho Power, and you hear a lot of talk about the power grid, the cybersecurity risks that we have, the power demands and the loads that we're dealing with. And so just to me, power is probably our biggest, to me, when it comes to an emergency. And the emergency related to a power outage is massive, because that's how people get their drinking water and our sewer lift stations function. Those two have to be working, and we have to make sure that in the event of something major on the power side, that we can keep that. And then you've got life safety issues related to, and we haven't gotten to this yet, but if we have a power outage, the people that are on oxygen and on their kidney dialysis at home, we don't want loss of life because we don't have a plan in place. And so as we just did function with cooling stations, quickly we had the library, the police station, the rec center, we opened City Hall, and as cooling stations for people to ensure that people had a place to go in the city to get out of the heat. Those are important pieces of that emergency side of what we do, because sometimes we just think in emergency in the scope of something really massive, when sometimes it's not as massive, but boy, we got to be ready. Kind of like the snow thing that we ran into. So.
But you are right, President Haverfield, that we do need to look in the future, because that's where we get behind, is when we're not updating because it's vacant for a while or someone's not paying attention. That's where we found the biggest gaps, was the lack of updates.
Just contacts, that information if it's not current.
Yeah.
And then how you're reaching out, whether it's through 911, I don't know. There was just a power outage last week that affected the area of town where my office is and my home, but City Hall was still fully functioning. So, landlines didn't work, so the only thing that did work was my cell phone. Everything else was off.
Thank you. Okay, so while we had that discussion, I'm trying to think where we were now. So were we under discussion under the CDBG grant? Or did
We
get
were
done?
finished.
We were finished, and did we vote?
Not yet.
Okay, that's what I was thinking. We're in the discussion phase of CDBG grant. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Brunner?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi?
Yes.
Mucci?
So is this the FJC?
FJC on
291?
page 291. And I guess the easiest way to do this budget would be to flip over to page 292. And as you look down the revenues of $1,177,628, you can see that Jeannie has labeled some as tentative, which means that we're not sure of the outcome. But if you go down the list, everything down to 19,771 are pretty much done deals. Where it gets dicey is everything down through that is tentative. The two projects that are most in doubt, or we know that we're not going to get any funding on, are the 147, 936, and below it, 15,026 for 162,960. We think that on the sexual assault services, just above the 147, that the probability is low, is 90%. The 43,670, we're saying, geez, probably a low chance that we'll get that. Going down the list to 218,000 on the ISP COVID response, we're hoping for a 50-50. And the two bottom grants, Stop Safe, we're thinking maybe 90% on those. So unfortunately for Jeannie, she's running a program of over $1 million, and she lives in a world of hope for the best and plan for the worst. So as we look at her expenditures going down, the detail of selected revenues and expenditures, I would say that everything that is tentative is dependent upon those programs being funded. So for me to tell you what really is going to form the increase in her budget is complex at best. We are asking that rather than reducing our budget here to the point of the absolute minimum, finding that these grants do come through at better than hoped for, we find ourselves constrained and not being able to spend because we've under budgeted. Again, I will vouch for FJC that since Jeannie has taken over, she's not been shy about reducing budgets when necessary. So I would ask you to approve the budget as is, knowing that we may receive some ARPA funds to supplant some of the items that we might not receive. And number two, that if an adjustment needs to be made downward, that FJC will come forward and make that adjustment downward. I don't think there's any risk of them spending more than what they should be.
I'll make the motion, Mayor, to pass the budget, $1,040,000.
For the Family Justice Center?
Yes.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Levi? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Yes. Mucci?
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
So Ed, as we talk Mayor's Teen Council, I don't remember seeing, unless it's further down, the Mayor's Teen Council budget with the mayor's budget. Typically, that's a separate budget, and I didn't see it earlier. But I do see, and this.
It's not under the mayor's office, it stands alone, private donations and whatnot, if that's,
But there's actually budget, dollars that are budgeted in the Mayor's Teen Council for the mayor's budget, for the Mayor's Teen Council budget. So we didn't do a separate approval for Mayor's Teen Council, and there's supposed to be a separate Mayor's Teen Council budget.
that's why
But
it's
this
separated.
just, am I missing a page of this? Because this is just showing the 3,600 donations and sponsors. It doesn't have the operational, I guess it does have operational supplies and expenses.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, so is there a reason? Okay, so it's under grants and contract fund.
Right.
So,
The money
because
comes
this
in
is-
through private donation.
actually, some of it is through regular funding. It used to be dedicated through, that was part of a budget that was tax revenue that helped fund, and then we fundraised in addition to that to send them to conferences and travel, but it was part of the regular budget. So I'm just, what's the source? Because we have donations and sponsors at 3,600, then we have operations and supplies, then we have conferences, and that is revenue expenditures. It's not quite done the way I would expect it to be done, so maybe I'm just,
Mayor, I think we talked about this one a month or so ago. And I don't, I know I looked into the funding. This 3,600 is all current donations, but I believe there is also a degree of funding carryover from what we didn't spend in the current year.
the grant, right, because I
Right.
had gone after a
Right.
grant, and so that grant was to carry over, but
That-
the.
It will, it just doesn't, it's in the fund balance and can be spent. It's just not part of the current revenues and expenditures. I have to
So
look back and see
typically, the
exactly what that
operations
was.
and supplies and the conferences don't come out of the grant,
Yeah, it's never too late.
the donations. Those were actually budgeted, previously they were budgeted through our, Rick, do you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I conferred with Ed. He says it's not too late, so this would be the time. So I think part of the confusion on this is that there's rollover fund balance because there's been donations over the last few years. And for example, the teen council was gonna go to DC a couple years ago and then COVID hit. Monies that were donated on that behalf were not pushed into the fund balance because that would be inappropriate because the intent in the donation was to make sure that it was used for Mayor's Teen Council. So I think what happened is, I think there's two things that are true here. One is that there is sufficient fund balance to fund this budget, but Mayor, to your point, I think what was missed was the donation and sponsorship level. Technically, and I don't know how Ed or Doug would recommend, but if I hear you right, Mayor, there should probably be about a $2,000 amount, roughly. That's what was funded out of the mayor's office budget. So what we're trying to pull out was there's monies that were appropriated to the mayor's office. So if we did a mayor's teen council event and then got reimbursement, it would count towards that fund. And so what we're trying to do is segregate that as a separate fund. But that should be a commitment that's coming out of the general fund to an annual tune of, say, $2,000 a year. And then
But is that yearly or is that?
Annually.
Annually.
So in the past, there was a
Yeah.
mayor's teen council budget associated with, you had the mayor's budget, the council budget, and the mayor's teen council budget. They
Right.
just flowed just like that. And so, because there are ongoing expenses to host the mayor's teen council. And so what was confusing was that we raised sponsorship dollars, and we didn't want, at the end of the year, when something's not used and it just goes to general fund, we couldn't let that just be gone, right? It needed to carry over, and somewhere in that, we have a little bit of an error.
Let me ask a question to Michelle, please. Michelle, you and I talked about this a while ago. Isn't there an entry you make at the end of the year or sometime of the year to pull over those unspent funds into the, All right, so that 3,900 will come into this. And Michelle generally makes an annual entry just to bring it in, so it doesn't get missed. That's what the end of the
Well,
year, we
except
bring it in.
this budget is back here under grants and contract funds. And that's not where it's ever been. It's always been.
Oh, I see, you see your,
It's not a grant and a contract fund.
I see your question,
The
right.
Mayor's Team Council should be with the mayor's budget, the council budget, followed by the Mayor's Team Council budget. Except for the $2,000 is not private funding. That, and thank you, Sandy, because Sandy remembers the budget. The budget, it was in the mayor's budget, and we tried to get all of the expenses related to Mayor's Team Council into a Mayor's Team Council budget. And so that, I think we must have lost that this year.
Mayor?
Yes, Sandy?
Also, thank you. I also seem to remember that there was an amount that would come from Parks and Rec or the Golf Commission or something that was also given to the Mayor Team Council.
Yes, I think it's $1,000 that is generated from the mayor's golf tournament that goes back to the Mayor's Team Council budget. Yes.
Would that be shown?
I'm not sure. So it could be considered a donation, but I think the Mayor's Team Council budget should be part of the regular budget because it does have general fund dollars going to it. It just needs to not be lost in the mayor's budget. It's actually the Mayor's Team Council, and it's always been funded with the.
But was that mayor pass-through monies from the mayor's budget directly here?
Well, it was in the mayor's budget, and so
Right.
what the goal was that we created a Mayor's Team Council, but it actually was a separate budget, right? Go ahead,
Yeah,
Greg.
I think part of the confusion is, so the budget is the authority to spend, but if they do a DC trip, that's not contingent on property tax dollars funding the kids to go to DC. So that would be private donations, which needs to be accounted for somehow, and that's where I defer to finance on how do you show that revenue stream that's separate from Gen Gov, but at the same time retain about $2,000 that we're in good faith that we are spending to cover, pizza and their trip to the Capitol to get the bus and those sort of events that we view as operational.
This used to have its own checking account before I got here, I think. And
I don't think so.
this one? Oh, no, I thought
It doesn't.
it did.
It came up and we said, no, they should not have a separate checking account. It's just that it was always part of the regular
Okay, we
budget,
discussed it, yeah.
rather than just in the contract fund. So we need to make sure we don't lose the actual budget that would be budgeted for them.
Well, forgive me, but Ed, I'm trying to figure out the mechanism of how it gets from the mayor to here, from the mayor's budget to here. So is there a budget value in the mayor's budget for team council funding? There's got to be a way for it to get here because we don't budget general
It
government.
was under, I believe it was under, it was either under operations supplies or, actually, it was under marketing
Right.
and
So it's in-
relations. And so what we did was we created a subcategory, and it had its own.
Right, but it's in, the $2,000 or whatever the exact value is in the mayor's budget.
But we
took it
reduced
out.
it, we took it out.
Oh,
We took it out to create its own budget, Mayor's Team Council budget, and so it is no longer in the mayor's budget.
When was it taken out? This year or last year?
In this year's
Oh,
budgeting cycle.
okay, that's why,
With the
okay.
understanding, the Mayor's Team Council had its own budget,
Okay,
and then I don't think it must have happened.
no.
So it's not in there, I don't believe.
Make a motion.
I'm sorry, it's taking a long time on a very small budget
It is.
item. Yeah.
Make a motion to approve the team council budget. $3,600.
I'm sorry,
Right.
except it won't be correct. Is the problem, because we've missed.
Yeah, because if I see this, so you see the net is zero, actually, because it's showing that the revenues offset the expense. So it's actually, what's on there shows that there's nothing that's coming from Gen Gov. So I think finance would have to help guide how they recommend amending this by maybe putting 2,000 at the bottom line and reducing the donation sponsor
Mayor, can
amount.
we table this for in the morning also?
Okay, so let's. Okay,
Okay,
Please.
thank you.
Mayor.
Yeah.
There appears to be 3,942 left over from FY '20. We don't have any expenditures that were in this account for '21. We could take that 3,942 and add it as a resource to 3,600. Add it into operations. If you would like to fund them by $2,000, we could go into GenGov, create a transfer for $2,000 and move it over to the Teen Council. That gives them their account, their funding, a budget, and a contribution from General Gov.
What's important is that, just as it does in every other department in the city, that we're tracking the expenses. And so I don't want to lose that. And that's the concern I have, because operationally, we have been, we have the buses, we have all the stuff that goes with it, and so it has to be tracked.
The
It is
internal,
tracked.
the internal control system will track it. All we failed to do was budget for additional expenditures. But the system will track it, and this fund will roll over to itself.
As long as it's an actual mayor's teen council budget funded, that we can track it and it keeps ongoing. Okay.
So what would be that total, Jamie, if we moved? Right.
Well, 3942 is.
That's a roll
it's a-
forward, so you could put it in here. You don't need to spend it, but you budget for it as revenue because it's coming in and then,
But have we accounted for the expenditures this year? Or is that the grant funds? So I think, I tell you what, for the
Oh, I
sake of the
see.
council, I'm afraid we're going to make a mistake. We need to make sure the operational side is accounted for and that that's truly, because we've been spending out of that this year.
you're counting, yeah, right. I know exactly what you're talking about.
I don't want to make a mistake, so can we hold it till tomorrow? We'll figure it out and we'll
Because
come
it may
back
not be
tomorrow.
3,900, maybe it's
It may not be
2,500, yeah.
3,900, right. Yeah, so let's address it Tuesday. That way we don't bore everybody with it while we figure it out. Does that sound okay? So police.
Okay, so the police department, this is funding from the existing COPS grant. You remember last year, we applied for a grant from the Department of Justice under the COPS program. We had 2 officers that were retiring from, I think it was command staff. And we propose to retire those positions as well and added 2 more positions through the COPS grant. We have not drawn on the grant throughout this year, but we are ready to submit our first voucher. Issues have surrounded recruitment of qualified personnel. So here you see a continuation of the existing funding. You should also note that we have applied for an additional COPS grant that would be hopefully awarded within the next couple of months and be effective for October 1st. And our commitment will be for 8 officers, I believe, under the COPS grant coming up. So potentially, with the funding available from last year's COPS grant carrying forward for a number of years, and the COPS grant that we hopefully would receive this year at full funding, the city could potentially carry those 8 officers for almost 5 years before we would have to make a significant contribution. Now, the COPS grant that is in effect has a sliding scale, and I think it kind of goes from like drawing 75% the first year and 25 in the following 2 years of the grant. But with the new grant coming in, it provides us with a cushion. However, if you wish to continue those officers at the end of the grant period, you'll have to make room on general fund. Even with the additional officers coming on board under this grant, and talking to Brad, I think we're still 37 to 40 officers below the 1.5 to 1,000 population. But I think Brad's still here if you'd like to offer more information.
I have a question. So what's running through my mind is, over the last couple of years, we've had a couple of different grants. And this year, in our budget, we just approved a budget for new officers. So we
Correct.
budgeted fully, which is awesome.
Right.
We may get a grant, which would
Right.
create salary savings, right? Because of the, we fully funded those 8 officers. And then hopefully we get a grant to offset that. However, it's so critically important we leave the budget right where it is, because what you just said was, in a few years, we're going to roll off these grants. Well, in a few years, we have a cliff, potentially, that Doug was talking about. So I'm just trying to understand, and Brad, thank you, you can come forward, understand where we are, as long as we're fully funding them, and then we have the perk of a grant, so that the cost is in the budget as it moves forward to fund those officers, we're good. But if it's not, then we could have a cliff.
Right. We have fully funded all the officers that are in this year's budget. This gives us an opportunity to share some of the cost of the 2 positions that we hired by journaling off salary to
Is
that
that how we
account.
funded those? Through the grant?
Yes.
Okay, so then at some point, we need to have an analysis of when we're coming off of these grants and when we're picking up the full cost of them and where it intersects, because we need a few years in advance to.
Well, we will do that. And as you know, just getting the grant submitted was
I know.
a wild ride at the very least, and I have not looped up with Brad since the thing.
And I
had been
guess
submitted.
since we haven't yet pulled money from the grant, and we can't tell when we're gonna fall off a cliff until we start issuing money from the grant.
I'm not worried about this particular grant because we actually budgeted
Yeah.
for the officers. So I'm totally fine.
Right.
And I'm not questioning this. I'm just, as I'm thinking about our grant funding and long-term, we'll need an analysis.
Yes.
of-
Yes. Oh, yes,
We're going to
definitely.
need an
Without a
analysis
doubt.
to see when we get there, like in the next 2 years and 3 years. But
Mayor, could I ask a clarifying question of Brad? Just one minute. Brad, with this funding, I know it was a topic you and I had about supplanting with, and how we would budget this year's 8 new officers and the DOJ grant. If we get this new grant, and we've already budgeted for 8 officers, we'll hire the 8 officers first, or will we hire from the grant first?
Well, so the issue comes down to the 8 officers that we budgeted for have to be funded through the city.
Right.
So if
We
we
can't
get 8
subtract them.
additional, that has to be 8 additional officers to what you budgeted for in this year.
today,
So one of the discussions that we had, and I apologize, Doug, we've had so many conversations, I don't know if it was you or Ed I talked to, was the issue of a delayed hire, because cops are hard to hire anyway, would be, if this grant's awarded, it's probably gonna, we'll be notified sometime the end of August, first part of September. We have 5 years in which to exercise the grant. So my suggestion was, let's put off that hire till late in FY '22. Hire them in anticipation of FY '23 and picking up the difference between what the grant provides and what the city's responsibility is. And actually rolling those numbers into the FY '23. And then we're not supplanting, because that is a.
Thank you for the clarity. That's
Yeah,
what I wanted to make
That's
sure
a
of.
big deal.
Yeah.
And then, because we have 5 years, for example, the 4 that we have currently on grant money, we're actually gonna do our first drawdown, because we've actually got those 4 positions hired. 3 of them started today, and the other one will start here in a couple of weeks. And then we got a resignation today, so we're so close every time. But we can now start to do drawdowns on that, and we can continue to draw on that quarterly until that grant expires. So we'll still have 3 full years of funding out of that, even though our first draw is 9 months into the year, so.
I do want an analysis. Of all the grants that we have out there, especially if what we just approved is 8 new officers, and the grant that you just applied for is another 8 on top of that, that is not funded. It's funded through the grant, so then that takes us up really quite a bit. I think that I'm nervous, and I will just be very candid. I want a financial analysis that is at least 6 to 8 years out, based on these grants, that I know where we're gonna be and when we have to pick up the full wage of all those officers, compared to what we're seeing with the potential levy rate, because we could be having a couple $1 million that we have to absorb right when the budget went down by $1 million plus. And we can't go there, so we
Yeah.
need to be looking seriously at that.
Right. That's, but Brad's approach to the initial hiring is correct. At least getting into it, we hire our 8. The next year, if we get the DOJ grant, we bring those 8 on. But we'll do it with the analysis to say, okay, if they come on next year, when do they come off and what's the financial impact? And that probably coincides with that cliff we're falling off of.
I would say I am definitely concerned,
Yeah.
and I want to see an analysis, because I'm nervous about it. I think that could not be a good thing.
I'm a pessimist, Mayor, but I'm really hoping that the cliff is more like a curb, and I think we're gonna be okay. But, you know, at the end of the day, this city's not gonna stop growing. And as long as we're going to continue to grow, we're gonna have to find a way to fund officers, and this is free money. We can't just not hire cops. So, I say that very, very aware of the burden that you guys bear in making those decisions, and future councils. But, you know, we have some really strong potential here of making some gains on that big deficit that we have in our staffing, and doing it with some federal funding. So, and the nice thing is, we don't have to rush into anything. I don't know if anybody's ever turned down a COPS grant, but if it got to that point, then we would do that. I did ask for hardship again. We were granted hardship on this current 4, and we got twice as much. I've asked for that same hardship and outlined House Bill 389. So that's probably more convincing information than I had last year. So I'm hoping that that would result in $2 million over $1 million, but time will tell.
Thank you, Brad.
All right.
So Mayor, just a question for Brad, though. So any idea, I mean, with your crystal ball, with a lot of municipalities cutting back on officers, does that mean there's more federal monies, grant monies available for places like us?
It does,
I guess,
potentially.
is it more optimistic that there is going to be a pool that would be larger than what?
You're always going to find a greater opportunity in the city of Nampa than you are the city of Minneapolis or Los Angeles or, I know, that sounds crazy. And if they want to trim back on their staff, and we'll hire them, quite frankly. And I don't know if I mean, they're all hiring them back anyway, because they realize that, you know, a law-abiding community is a safer community. So that's the best my crystal ball can do.
So federal dollars there may be a larger pool available.
Let's just say it's an easier win for us, I think, under those circumstances.
So chances are improved. Okay. How do you, this amount, though, I'm not understanding 8 officers. Am I just maybe tired at the time of the day, but where does $392,000 budget 8 officers?
The 8 officers we considered under the police department's general operating account, the general fund. Here we're talking about a total of 4 officers, the 2 retirees, the 2 incremental increase. Right, but I think of it in terms of paying for 2 officers because it's a sliding scale grant. We start high and it kind of goes down. The 8 officers would be awarded if we get the full award for the COPS grant that's pending. Okay, so next, we would like you to move in $392,267.
Moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded, but we're going to pause a second as they talk to see if that's the correct number.
here's what I want to, here's where I want to be, right there. Okay, 392,
267.
267.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Mucci? Yes. Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Levi? Rodriguez?
Yes.
So we're going to finish today with the grant funds, all others. And then we will pick up tomorrow with impact fee funds. Because
Okay.
I think we're planning
We're
to stop at
close.
5, but let's finish grant funds and then we'll call it.
Okay. I'd like to call your attention to summary financial statement that I believe Chris put on your desks. It's not half as attractive as the budget itself, but I want to call out the Main Street Coordinator Program. The head count was considered when we talked about ECD's general fund budget of 1, being the Main Street Coordinator. Here, we're expecting to bring in some private donations for revenue, and we're transferring from our Gen Gov account $35,000 to pay for the salary and operating cost of the Main Street Coordinator. So here, we would be asking you to move in, can you do a quick ad for me?
Any of it? So you'll need to make sure you get a copy of every single page. I think we've got it. Okay, I put it somewhere. I don't, it's hard when it's like, thank you. I have it here because I looked at it, so.
75,400.
So when you give that number, where are we putting that? What does it have?
That would be the sum of the 54,230, 362 for salaries.
So what page are you on?
We're on an inserted
You're in that
page.
page at 75.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
What does it relate? Is that
And
only
it's,
your grant fund, all others, on page 301?
it would be, no, this is a separate page.
So this is a totally separate approval.
This is a totally separate page. Again, it's my responsibility that got left out. I kept delaying, and I guess I delayed right up until this morning as far as getting it in.
So a separate approval is the Main Street Coordinator for a transfer out, is that correct?
Yes,
Of a total of 75.
right.
Well, is it
The,
a transfer out?
well, it's operating expense. I would say we've got 65,421.62 in salaries and benefits, and 99,7838 in operating expense. So there is no transfer out, but just expenditures.
So, and this is on Main Street.
Yes,
So what I want to make sure, all we're authorizing out of the city budget is $35,000 to
Correct.
be expensed. It's being matched by NDC at $35,000. That equals 70.
and we have 5,400 in miscellaneous revenues as well.
What is the source of those revenues?
Um,
For Main Street Coordinator?
I don't have the source of those revenues in front of me. They just miscellaneous? Right. Right, and there's an additional 5,400 in miscellaneous revenues that they had scheduled in. So that's got to be other donors and sponsors.
It must be related to, we don't have anyone here from economic development at the moment.
No,
It must be related to Main Street.
it is.
So, because we're still managing the Main Street budget. Next year, the goal is that we're not. That would be much easier, right? It's a straight-out transfer and we're done. And that's where we're gonna go.
Good,
Because, yeah, that's where we need to go.
makes
So-
me happy.
Okay, so right now, we are going to approve the $75,400
400.
for the Main Street program piece. Got it. Thank you, just wanting to make sure we got it right.
Mayor, so who pays the benefits?
It's the total amount, 35,000 from NDC, 35,000 from the city. The total wage is 70,000, period. Benefits are in there, and it depends on the person that works. Our last coordinator did not take the benefit portion because they had benefits.
Oh.
So they took a higher wage, and then you had the taxes taken out,
Okay.
and then you were done.
So that's not the starting wage then?
No, it's a
Yeah.
total package that eventually it'd be nice if it were handled outside of the city. That would be the goal.
Yeah, okay.
And then we don't have to account for sponsorship revenue or anything. It's totally outside the city budget, and we just contribute to it.
Okay,
I think
thank
it'll
you.
make it easier. So do you need a motion? Would it be correct to move that we approve the Main Street budget as an additional fund in the amount of $75,400?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any more discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Brunner?
Yes.
Sirdike?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bauer? Mucci?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Sometimes the small ones are the hardest. I think these
Team
really
council,
simple
this
little
one.
ones are like, ah. Sorry. Okay, so I think on the all others, I think we have a few, this grant funds, all others. What else do we need to approve today? Is it page 301?
Yeah, most of those are picked up in the capital budget, if not all. So I'd like to take a look at those overnight. I think we're going to consider those expenses in the capital budget.
Okay, so at this time, would we be in a place to adjourn for the day? I think it's a good time because, boy, my brain's fried. Tomorrow, we will begin with grant fund all others, wrap that up. We will talk about the mayor's city council budget, the command staff budget. We will pick up with wherever it goes in the order, and then we will pick up at section number 5 with the impact fee funds. We'll have capital project funds, debt service fund, proprietary funds, and, well, proprietary funds, which takes us through 8/11 for tomorrow.
We should get that at noon.
So, and then we have our other 2 agenda items that are actually first tomorrow. So does that sound good? Thank you. Happy birthday. We will adjourn.